that championship. Not for the championship itself, but certainly in for a chance of second place still. Terry Wolford doing everything right alongside Julian Familiaris. Now they come into starters orders. They form up, and Rolling Thunder, double yellows into turn 1 and into turn 2. They basically start racing from turn 3, trying to keep all the cars on track as much as possible before we get into full race pace. Dive up the inside there, as you can see from the number 10 car starting to make his way through there pretty rapidly. Watch out for Anthony Marks. Also great to have him back in the field. But as they come out of turn 3, that's when we'll get green flags. And there's a big dive on the inside there coming from Frank Matteo to get alongside his arch rival in this championship, an arch rival for a long time in this championship, and the 6-time champion, Mackie Adlam. This time out in the Mobil 1 Grid Mustang, as opposed to what he normally in Mustang, I should say. The Falcon, I should say. So as he comes through there, you can see that Ford Falcon now under pressure from his teammate Rudy Barnard. Barnard has slotted through rapidly and got through on both the Corvettes. So Larry Wolford losing out, and he's now under attack from the second of the Corvettes, the third of the Corvettes as they get to the top. That's the first one. Familiaris leading things out. Reeve up the inside, gets ahead of Terry Wolford. Wolford loses out 2 positions off the start. Pole position man down into third place and under attack very rapidly there from Frank Matteo. Matteo starts things out there in 4th place. Oh, starting to slip and slide through turn 7 as they get the power down. Wolford late on the brakes, having a look on the inside, trying to get back at Reeve. Can't quite sneak up the inside though. Has to back out of it for now. Warren Lombard trying to go with Frank and Matteo as they come into turn 1. Lombard's lost a little bit of ground there in the Pep Boys Automotive Ford Falcon. They come now under braking. It is Julian Familiaris. He was a 2-time winner here the last round, so he certainly knows what to do. And it's definitely going to be a man to watch out for at the front end to try and get away from this pack. Big dive on the inside there from Larry Wolford. Look, Wolford trying to dive on the inside of Rudy Barnard. A bit of a wide line from the N4 Autocraft Corvette. You can see some manoeuvring happening there from JP Nokia. He's lost out a little bit of ground there to Larry Wolford further back in the pack. First 5 through. Second 5 coming through there as well. Yeah. First 4 cars on the track, of course, are all fighting for second place in this championship. Familiaris, Reeve, Wolford and Matteo. There's an outside chance for Warren Lombard, but unfortunately his DNF at the national championship round here only about a month ago is hindering his performance there ever so slightly. As they come down under braking now into turn 8, G&H Transport corner, it is Reeve who's applying the pressure. That Cafe 9 Automotive and Mobil 1 Chevy Lumina all over the back of the Chev Corvette. And look how slippery it is. Oh, Reeve absolutely lit. And again, on the entrance and the exit of turn 1. Thomas Reeve is trying hard. He's on the inside now and not able to make it stick. Had a big look into turn 2. Just couldn't quite get up the inside, and certainly in with a chance here to try and find a way past. So flying back there, you can see Mackie Adlam and Rudy Barnard fighting with the Larry Wolford as the first 4 get away from this pack, leaving Warren Lombard ever so slightly. Lombard trying to make up the ground and catch onto the back end of these first 4. Second place in the championship, well up for grabs here. Familiaris with the advantage and continues to hold that advantage. Here comes a move from Reeve though. Late on the brakes, up into turn 5. He's very late on the brakes. Slots right underneath that wing of the Corvette, and there out of shape is Wolford. Wolford catches it nicely. Can you believe that? Into second gear there as he came out of turn 5. And the back end stepped up, but he was managed just to hang on to it. Remember, these cars are capable of doing 140 k's an hour just in first gear. So they've got some serious ponies underneath those bonnets. And another big factor, of course, is a big lock diff at the back. So it's almost a sort of a 1-ton sized go-kart out there. That's the kind of power that they're going to be putting through those back wheels. And as you heard from Frank Matteo, if you caught the pre-race interview, he was saying you have to be so ginger on your application onto that loud pedal, otherwise it'll just spit you out and spin you around. Coming out of turn 2 now. You see Adlam's losing some ground there. Barnard's through. Adlam stays with Wolford and the N4 Autocraft machine. Here's a move on the inside from Reeve. Not quite close enough to get up the inside and make the move stick, but he's got good drive. Watch for the line up the hill now. Late apex from the Chevy Lumina, and now looking to attack on that Corvette of Julian Familiaris. Familiaris was early on the brakes, later from the... Oh, there's a tag! Had to come! Diving into turn 5, and Thomas Reeve was very late on the brakes, and the Dimiter Racing Corvette gets put onto the sideline. Big dive up the inside there from Thomas Reeve, and it was very late from Reeve to get up that inside line. He's got a little bit of damage on the front left, as you can see. And now Terry Wolford will try and capitalise on that if that damage is going to hinder his performance. Familiaris gets running again. Have a look at this. Very late braking. Massive flame out the side under braking. Hits the brake, starts to slide. Slams into the side end there of Julian Familiaris. He's not going to be happy about that. Oh, and Reeb's out of shape again. Reeb gets completely out of shape into turn 2. You can see how hard he's pushing to try and make up that ground on Julian Familiaris for the second place in the championship. Reeb and Familiaris fighting hard, as you can see, for second place, along with Wolford and Di Matteo. But Di Matteo's lost a little bit of ground now as the two red cars start to pull away. It's Cafe 9 Automotive, Gavin Wilkins Racing, and Di Matteo Racing's Mobil 1 Chevy Lumina leading things out over the Fuchs Falcon. Late on the brakes. No, Wolford's not good enough to get through there. Mustang is now all over the back end and looking for a way through. Di Matteo sliding in behind Di Matteo's Warren Lombard. Lombard bringing that Pep Boys Automotive Ford Falcon along for the ride, along with Rudy Barnard. Barnard made up a huge amount of ground after the outbraking manoeuvres that were happening at the front end. It concertinaed the field up ever so slightly, particularly the 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars. Fastest man on track is Rudy Barnard. Understandably, he's in the champion's car. That Jaguar from Adlam Auto hardly ever puts a wheel wrong. Lost a little bit of ground just there in the last pass, and Wolford actually turned up the wick ever so slightly and goes quickest. Lombard now looking for a chance into turn 2. Late braking from Lombard into turn 2, looking for a way past. Can he find it? No, not just yet. Very tight stuff here at the front end with this championship. This is the kind of rivalry we expected to see amongst the Mobil 1 V8 Supercar competitors. Big move on the inside there from Wolford. Showed his nose and nearly dived up the inside to try and find a way through there on Thomas Reeb. Reeb saw him coming. Keeps him out for now. 3rd place battle continues as they head to the top of the hill. 1 and 2 with big flames outside of that Chevy Lumina. The braking. Oh, look at Terry Wolford trying so hard. And right behind that, it is the battle for 3rd. Lombard trying to keep it as smooth as silk on the tailpiece there of Di Matteo. Barnard's come along for the ride. Here's the move on the inside from Wolford. Wolford dives up the inside, Ford versus Chevy. Chevy hangs on for now. Oh, and a big step out there from Wolford as he came out of turn 8. Tyres are up to temperature now, so, oh, what does I say that? He gets out of shape again. Oh, Wolford and Reeb going at it big time, swapping the ability to spin those cars out at every single corner. Diving on the inside of Stevie Herbst. He stays out of complete trouble there. Blue flags waving frantically to warn Steve Herbst that the freight train that is at the front end of this field coming through. Reeb hangs on. He's got a little bit of breathing room now after that big moment from Wolford through turn 1. Wolford trying to make up the ground now. Watch him up the hill. He'll be very late on the brakes. Coming up onto the braking point now. You can see just how tight it's going to be between these guys. 2 laps to go. See just how tight it's going to be, as I said, between Wolford and Reeb. Massive flame out of that car as the Chevy puts the power down and comes under braking. Heading down towards G&H Transport corner. Wolford late on the brakes again, has another big look. Going to try and have a squiz now to get through. Looks like they're about to start their final lap. Yeah, final lap has started now for the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Race 1 here at the Regional Extreme Festival. What a start here. What a way to kick things off here from Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Certainly upping the pace and getting everybody's adrenaline right up there. As they come out of turn 2, let's see what Wolford can do. Can he find a way through Jan Reeb? If Reeb gets ahead of Wolford, he's going to close the gap down on Familiaris. But if Wolford gets ahead of Reeb, he's going to close the gap down on Reeb. That's what he needs to be doing. Great fight here for the championship. Remember, this is for second place as the champion has already been decided at the last round. 6-time champion Mackie Adlam further back in the pack and just circulating in that Mobil 1 grid Ford Falcon. Here they come, under braking. Wolford applies. Oh, he applies big pressure. Big step out there from Terry Wolford. Applying huge amounts of pressure onto the Cafe 9 Automotive Chevy Lumina. I think he might have just overcooked it though. It's going to not give him a run here. Or he's going to have a look. He has a look, but he's not close enough. To the checkered flag. It's the checkered flag car that's going to take it. And it's Thomas Reeb for race 1 win. Reeb gets it. Wolford in second. Waiting for that 3rd place battle to head down the hill. Here they come. Di Matteo hanging on only just. And he keeps out Lombard. Franco Di Matteo from Lombard. And then Rudy Barnard. What a debut there for him. Up into the top 5 in Mobil 1 V8 Supercars is nothing to sneeze at, that's for sure. There is your overall champion. 6-time Mobil 1 V8 Supercar champion. He comes through now to finish up in 6th place overall, beating out Julian Familiaris, who's going to finish up in that 7th spot, and he's going to have a lot of work to do here coming into race 2 later on today. We certainly hope you enjoyed all that action. Here's the unofficial results, of course, from Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Reeb takes it from Terry Wilford at the fastest lap on that last pass. Timoteo there into 3rd place, just kept out Warren Lombard and Rudy Barnard. And it was Mackie Adlam from Familiaris who recovered to 7th, and 20 marks beat out Larry Wilford and Alki Kampan, with JP Nokia down in 11th place, Stevie Herbst in 12th. So from Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, we're going to be heading into the Silver Cup Racing Series 2.0. They'll be out for their first 8-lapper of the day. In a few moments' time, we'll be back with commentary here from Zwartkops. So Silver Cup making their way onto the circuit now for the first time today. This will be an interesting little field of cars as well. And picking up on a couple of the drivers yesterday in the pre-race press conference, we managed to catch up with Fabian Lance, Marius Jacobs and Chris Cornier.
Next out on the Silver Cup class, the only rule is there are no rules in this class. And once again, we've got a championship up for grabs as well. And Marius Jacobs got a very fast car. I've seen that thing go around there. But how is he going to go in wet conditions?
Disadvantage. The power is too much, so I can't really use it. So tomorrow, yeah, it's going to be difficult. I think they're going to make this live stream PG-18 or something, because you're going to say some hairy stuff.
For your whole time, you will stay on the track. Fabian, do you use your traction control or not?
That would better be light on the throttle, otherwise it's going to merry-go-round.
So your traction control is in the right pedal?
Yes.
Okay. And Chris, looking forward to the race. How are you going to handle the week?
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting. We just went out for qualifying. It was obviously very wet, and with the space roads, we don't have wipers, so it's crazy out there. But it's a lot of fun though. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be interesting.
Can I lend you a visor that's an anti-fog visor?
Anything that works, well.
So guys, go out there, give it help, put on a great show. Lovely to have you here.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So yeah, up next we're heading to Heat 1, Silver Cup Racing 2.0. So Andre Lange and Wayne Pereira will be sharing the front row. Fred Blichnout Jr. will be in 3rd place in that Mazda 323. He's That car was normally piloted by his dad, but I managed to catch up with him just before I came into studio, and he was saying, no, Junior will be in the car today. They've done a couple of changes, put in 13-inch wheels, changed to some Yokohama tires, and apparently the car is on rails now, so it should be interesting to see what happens with that little Mazda tree-to-tree. Nico van der Walt will be alongside him, and then it's Thomas Halter, Marius Jacobs, and Paul van Niekerk will share the fifth row with Reiner van Zyl. Karen Henning will be alongside Kenny Darroch, Karel Stoltz, Andries Draper. Then you got Fabian Lance, we just chatted to her, alongside Julia Arriga, Chris Cronier, Watanato, and of course at the back there will be Anton Bitzer, looking for a great battle here amongst these contenders in Silver Cup. As you can see there with the Silver Cup, great to see that they've got an array of motor cars, and it doesn't matter what kind of motor car you have, as long as it's got four wheels, you can come and be part and parcel of Silver Cup. Doesn't matter if it's a space frame or a normal saloon. The idea is that you want to get as many of competitors on there as possible, and we're under the 30-second board already, which changes to 5, and the light's about to go out now for the first heat. 8 laps coming away here of Silver Cup 2.0. Great start off the front end there from Andre de Lange, but a fantastic start from Junior as well. Look, Junior trying to squeeze between the 1 and 2 as they head down towards turn 1. Sorting things out in that mid-pack. The 333 coming through there rapidly. Great start coming out of that 333 space frame 2. As they send it down into turn number 1 for the first time. Hard on the brakes and into turn 2. See a bit of chopping and changing there. Reiner van Zyl trying to find a way through. Bringing that little Nissan Sentra along for the run. A couple of Golfs thrown into the mixture. It's great to have the amount of competitors and the varied amount of car manufacturers involved in here. And how's this? Golf 1 versus Mazda 323 into turn 4. Jacobs trying to make up some ground now. Didn't quite go according to plan yesterday in the qualifying sessions because of the wet weather. That's why Marius is probably so far down. His front wheel drive cars probably had the advantage. Pereira starting to put the pressure on Junior. Machine there by the Jacobs. We come down to complete the first lap in anger. Big dive on the inside there, just in the background from one of the Mazdas. There's the RX-7 putting pressure on, going side by side there as they come flying through to complete another lap. It's a great little start to this one. The 209 was the car in, under attack. Nico van der Walt, out of shape there for the Golf. Let's see just how difficult it's going to be for some of these drivers to stay on track in these tricky conditions. It's not raining at the moment, but there's still a lot of water out on track, and a lot of these drivers have taken an opportunity to run sort of semi-slick or slick tires. There you can see, I was just mentioning those are Yokohama 13 inches on Junior's car. Change up on the wheels that he used to run. Great to have that. Let's have a look and see the spin in turn 1 again. There you go, out of shape. I was just mentioning him, giving it a little bit of a run for his money, and the 209 gets it lit. Catches it. Fortunately catches it and stays out of harm's way, but yeah, Nico van Zyl won't be too happy about that, or Nico van der Walt, I should say. Not too happy about that as he went into turn 1. De Lange hangs on for now. He's the man to watch at the front end. He's certainly got a great turn of pace in that Ford Focus of his. And Andre de Lange, of course, has got a lot of laps under the belt here at Zwartkops. He's got Paul van Niekerk on his tail, and Jacobs is the fastest car on track, understandably. That little space frame Nismo of his will be a tough car to beat in dry conditions, but of course in these slightly changeable conditions, might be a little bit more difficult to hang on to. As they come through, you can see they're just starting to sort things out there in the mid-packs as well, getting into the usual battles that would rage. Henning starting to make his way a little bit higher up there, just behind Arriga. And in the background, watching for Pereira to try and find a way through there on Junior. Jacobs, slowly but surely, reeling in the top 2. He's got enough time to do it. With Pereira, Stoltz and Arriga just behind that. They come under pressure. Pressure's on from the Grange workwear car. Wayne Pereira onto the back end there. Freek Bluchner Jr. Down onto the brakes and into G&H Transport Corner. Here comes Pereira looking for a way through. In the background though, some massive pressure from Stoltz as he comes late on the brakes into G&H Transport Corner. Certainly looking for an opportunity now to get through in that Mazda, but it's going to be a tough ask. He goes on the inside of, yeah, big move there. I think Wayne Pereira might have lost out, and Stoltz has got through. We'll get confirmation of that as we get the shot of those cars coming probably in the foreground here. Further back in the pack, Van Rooyen and Henning sharing that 101 car. Gerard Henning at the wheel at the moment. Great little Golf 1 just ahead there of the Audi, and then it's that 333 space frame of Chris Cronier. We chatted to him just before the race started. Great to have him there. Big welcome to everybody who's also joined us here on our live stream. The guys already joined us earlier on, and a massive welcome there to Virginia and to Krista. Tiny's in the house all the way from Cape Town. What's up, Tiny? Regional Extreme Festival action here. The final round as Jean Otto tries to close things down there on the 101. As I said, normally what happens in Silver Cup, you get little packs of drivers getting up close and personal with each other. If I'm not mistaken, Jean Otto could possibly be in one of the ex-Trans-Africa Racing Audis that used to be part of Superhatch, that car, if I'm not mistaken. So it's certainly great to have it back on track. And now fighting hard there with Henning. 333, Chris Cronier starting to close things down, but not quite close enough just yet to get onto the back end of this little fight. Back to the front end battle. That's for about 4th place on track, and still Pereira hasn't found a way through there on Junior. Look, Junior. And there's a 2nd place change up. Go from 4 and 5 into 2 and 3. No answer there from Finikak. Paul Finikak just losing out there to Marius Jacobs, and now Jacobs applying the pressure almost instantaneously. Oh, what a shape there from Finikak. The Dub Performance car just completely locked up into turn 5 on the exit point. He caught it, fortunately. Didn't lose too much ground, but as you can see now, the pressure's on. De Lange trying to go defensive. 13.067 from De Lange is the fastest he's done. A 13.407 is the fastest that Paul Finikak was able to do, but there's some big maneuvers coming from Marius Jacobs, and Jacobs already applying the pressure, diving on the inside of turn 1. 3 laps to go for those cars as the rest of the field come through here for 4, 5 and 6 place on circuit. Stoltz has pulled away ever so slightly from the Mazda 323 here of Bluchner Jr. There you can see the massive flame out of that RX-8 just further up the road. And now into the mix comes Arriga. Arriga tucks in between Bluchner Jr. and Wayne Pereira. Change up for the lead into turn 4. Almost the exact same maneuver from Jacobs to get through on what was the leader at that stage, De Lange. Oh, problems! Hand out, and looks like he's got an issue there for Jacobs. He's just taken the lead of the race and puts his hand out. There's a problem on that space frame, that Nismo powered space frame of his. Looks like something has given up the ghost there. Yeah, definitely an issue there on that car. What a pity. Came all the way through. And of course he started not where he usually starts, in that top position. He had to come a long way back from 6th place on the grid. Took him a couple of laps to get to the front end. As soon as he got to the front, he literally went about 100 meters up the road, and that was it. Game over. So De Lange continues to lead the race. Finikak gifted 2nd place again. It'll be Karel Stoltz who's moved his way up into what is 3rd place now. As I can see, some of our international friends have joined us as well on the live stream. Not only Virginia Oosthuizen, but looks like Vanna Smith has joined us all the way from New Zealand. What's up, buddy? Good to have you here. Would be awesome to have you here at the circuit. But needless to say, we'll bring you as much of the action as we can here on our live stream feed. Pereira on the inside, trying to come back at Arriga. Jacobs drops back down into 10th place. He's pulled into pit lane. I don't think he's going to be finishing this one up, unfortunately. That's a massive, massive loss to the field there. And Marius Jacobs certainly won't be happy with that, as he took his time to get to the front end. As soon as he got there, literally where that 323 is right now, his little Nismo powered space frame said no more. RX-8 trying to close things down here on the Golf 1 and the Ford Focus. I don't think Stoltz has got an answer though as he comes down the hill. Slightly loose bonnet on that car as well. Might have to have a look at that in between the heats there, Carl. We're on to the final lap. Stoltz in third place. Bluchnots Jr. into 4. Still keeping out Arriga and Wayne Pereira. Jean Otto 7 at this point in time, just ahead of Gerard Henning. As the RX-8 makes its way around into turn 3 onto that back straightaway. Here come the leaders in amongst some of the back markers now. Catching onto the back end there of Thomas Holler. Thomas Holler under a bit of pressure now as the leaders come through in the last lap. He was hoping to try and stay ahead of those leaders and not get lapped in this first heat. Unfortunately, the race pace at the front has been pretty hectic. Fastest man on the track actually turned out to be Paul Fanico, getting down to a 12.5. That's an incredible job there from the Dub Performance Volkswagen Golf 1. And he's not giving up yet. He's still going to have a go, possibly down into turn 8, the last corner. De Lange will be a difficult man to beat in this position. Holds on, and De Lange comes through for the victory. So Andre De Lange wraps things up here for the first heat of Silver Cup 2.0. That's how he'll be kicking off his day's proceedings. So let's have a look and see how things are going to change up here in the mid-pack as they come down. No. Arriga just gets through. I thought we might see Bluchnow Jr. stay ahead of Arriga, but no. On to the last lap and into that final corner. Change up for them. Hardy having a fantastic battle here with Henning. Otto and Henning have been going at it all race long. This is for 7th place. Otto's going to take that 7th spot away from Gerard Henning. Just in the background will be Chris Cronier, I think, coming through there in the 3rd of the space frames. Here he comes. Cronier comes through for another good run in the Dozer car. Neo van der Walt recovering after that spin at turn 1. He'll be slotting in behind Kenny Darroch and just missing out on a top 10. So here we go. Let's have a look at those unofficial results. De Lange from Fanikak, Karel Stoltz ahead of Julia Arriga. Then it's Frederik Bluchnow Jr., Pereira, Otto and Henning. Chris Cronier and Kenny Darroch making up that top 10. Neo van der Walt ahead of Anton Bitzer. Then it's Chantal Bacchus, who wins out over Andries Draper. Thomas Holler in 15th. And Jacobs and Fabian Lance with some DNFs and DNSs respectively. Up next will be the second heat of the INEX Legends. That'll be on track shortly. Up next, NX Legends, and already a spinner. Oh, that's how we start things off. Not the way you want to be starting in NX Legend, the wrong way around on the circuit. But before we get into race action, let's head back down into pit lane and catch up with Jagger Robertson, Jaden Goosen, and Richard van der Heerde.
Next on track, the Liqui Moly INEX Legends. One of the crowd favourites because they're so evenly matched, and I don't think the weather conditions affect you as much as the other cars for some reason. Richard van der Heerde, I hope I said that correctly this time. Tell us about driving these little cars around this track.
Yeah, I've come from karting, winning from a racing. An NX Legend car is it's a thrill. Just a smile on your face for as many laps as they allow you to go around. Throttle control is what's important, keeping the arse end nice and tight. That's how you get around the corners. And we go 3-4 abreast.
Yeah, they're so evenly matched. And I think for guys like Jaden Goosen coming along, great experience to mix it up there with all these other cars. Are they difficult to drive?
No, not that really. Quite easy. It takes some time to learn, but yeah, you get there.
Late on the brakes, early on the gas. Is that what it's all about?
Yes.
You just have to ask Jagger Robertson all about that. And Jagger, you were saying that the wet conditions hadn't really affected your lap times that badly.
No, this morning we went out in the first session and did a pretty decent time, so I'm happy with the car. Second session changed one or two things on the setup and it now got a lot more wet, so we'll have to see what happens.
On setup, is it going softer on suspension, softer on tyre pressures? What do you do in the wet conditions?
I'll
see you there, yeah.
From track to track it varies. I can't give out all the secrets, but certain tracks it's softer, certain tracks it's harder. We have to sit and try.
So we're about to find out if you go the right way. Good luck, guys. Have fun.
Not always easy to make those decisions, Dave, that's for sure. But let's see if they've been able to make them correctly here as we come under starters orders once again. 11 car is Devin Robertson, of course a former world champion in this category, but he's got to try and get through there on the 27 machine of Ian Upton, and a whole bunch of cars ahead of him as well before he can even look at the front end of this field. Upton and Devin Robertson side by side on that front row. Nice to see a big field of NX Legends once again. They've done a lot of work in the background there with Devin Robertson and the squad behind this series. And the first race, of course, happened yesterday afternoon in very tricky conditions. Jagger Robertson taking that victory and winning things out for the first time of 3 this weekend. So Devin Robertson and Upton alongside each other as they head up towards turn 5. Great to see also crowds out here despite the tricky conditions and weather conditions for the day. Jacob Senior and V8 Supercars, Charles Roux and Niels Jooste, Jagger Robertson and Edwin van Niekerk make up the first 4 rows. Then it's Rian van Niekerk and Van der Venter. Great little fight here between these guys as they come down into the starters orders now. Pace car moves off the circuit. That's always good to see. About 19 cars went to battle in race 1. Looks like all of them are back and ready for race 2 here. And it'll be the former world champion. We'll be looking to try and take them all around the circuit and keep them behind him. Charles Roux and Karat Roux will be looking to push hard. Lights are about to go on. When they go off, we go racing. There's no yellow flags for these guys. It's every man for himself as they head down towards turn 1. Great start there from Devin. He hangs on to that inside line. Upton comes around the outside. Jagger Robertson already diving through there, poaching a couple of positions down into turn 2. He's moved himself up into about 4th or 5th place as they come under braking around the outside. Roux making a big move as well. Great drive there from Roux. Further back in the pack, you can see them starting to sort things out there as the 8 car of Johan van der Venter starts to apply the pressure onto the back end there. I think of Rian van Niekerk as they came out of turn 2. That's how things are going to start things out here, and Devin Robertson pulling away ever so slightly now from the 14 car of V8 van Niekerk. Just pushing a little bit harder than what he'd like at this stage to try and stay with Devin Robertson. Look at the gap that Robbins pulled out already. Jagger Robertson about to dive on the inside for 3rd. He has a big look onto the inside into turn 5 and makes it stick easily, bringing the 97 car along for the ride. Sebastian Lanzecki dives on the inside there. Ex-Carter coming in there as well, and of course a man who spends a lot of time coaching the youngsters in karting, getting an opportunity of note here to be part and parcel of the final round of NX Legends. Jumps up into 4th place, tucks in behind Jagger Robertson, who goes on the attack onto V8. Big move there from the 23 car as well. Nice maneuvering right through this field. But that 23 machine of Charles Roux is definitely looking to attack early on. Van Heerder coming through there as well. Good start from Richard. Looking to try and be the front end of the Masters category. He's got to catch Upton if he can, though. Ian Upton at this point in time hangs on for the possibility of the win there in the Masters, but we'll wait and see how that finishes up at the end of the day. Remember, you've got a pro class, you've got a Masters class, and you've got a Young Lions class. Tyler Robinson is in that Young Lions class, along with Saul Jacobs Jr. and Jaden Gerson. Jaden Gerson stepping up into NX Legends for the first time this weekend. Here we go, 4x4 into turn 4. Any one of them can take it, and there's a big move on the inside from Roo. VW loses out a lot, though. He drops back right down into what is 6th place on track as the top 2 get away there, and both of them have got Robertson on their name boards. It's Lanzetti into 3rd. Here comes a move on the inside from the 15th machine. Great dive on the inside there from Edwin. Oh, and a touch! Touch there between the 2 of them. Carl Lawrence coming together there with Edwin. Edwin Vannikerk and the entire pack get through on the 2 of them. There's Tyler Robertson. We're just mentioning our young guns. The Young Lions class there having a bit of a fight of note as they come out of turn 5 and miss all the fracas on the outside of turn 5. There's a move on the inside there from Rian Vannikerk. Rian Vannikerk trying to get through on Van Heerder. Let's have a look at that replay once again up at turn 5. Big dive on the inside there from Edwin Vannikerk. Just clips the back wheel of Carl Lawrence. Lawrence tries to catch it. Spins out. So then they get locked together. How did the 23 car of Charles Roux miss them? And more importantly, look at Upton. Upton goes onto the dirty stuff. Avoid the 2 spin-out cars there right in front of him. The rest of the pack, realizing that everybody was slowing down, must have realized there was a problem on track. Is this Roux versus Roux? Yes, it is. The Roux boys going at it here big time and applying the pressure onto each other. Gerard looking for a way through there on Charles. Charles returning the favor as they go up the hill. Trying to close down there on Vierby, who's now been gifted 3rd place again after that incident. Oh, and on the brakes! There you go. Don't want to be doing it like that. It's completely lit up. Yes, he's been able to catch it and get back on track, but that's not the way you want to be doing things there. Gerard Roux just very late on the brakes, and when he climbed on it, this is what happened. Back end stepped out. Little lock up from his brother. Just squeezes through there. And, well, the Woody version of these chassis just gets on the inside of his spinning brother. So Jacobs has just joined us as well. Great to have him on the live stream watching all the action. He'll be in action a bit later on, I'm sure. Here we go. Jagger Robertson looking to close things down on Devon, but Devon is just controlling things pretty comfortably at the front end, I've got to say. That's 1 and 2 on track. Devon Robertson, Jagger Robertson, Sebastian Lanzetti, all on his own with a little bit of a loose bonnet on that machine. We have to watch out for that. Vierby Vannikerk, then Roux. Van Heerder looking for a chance now to stay ahead of that 16 car, but no, there's big pressure coming from the 16 of Rian Vannikerk. Vannikerk side by side, Rexliff and gearbox car. Looking for a chance now to pounce on Van Heerder. Is he late on the brakes? Yes, he is. Just late enough on the brakes to squeeze through. Continuing here big time between these 2 for about 7th and 8th place on track overall. So Robertson and Robertson ahead of Lanzetti. Vannikerk. The battle we're watching right now is Rian Vannikerk as he tries to stay ahead there of Ian Upton. And I'll tell you something, that number 31 car is putting pressure onto him big time. Richard Van Heerder has not given up yet. Big fight on here between these 2 cars. The 16 machine there of Rian Vannikerk in the pro category, Masters class at this stage. Van Heerder. Devon Robertson going super well here. We're about the halfway stage of this race now. 3.5 laps to go for these guys as they come into turn 4. Charles Roux trying to make up some ground now. And there you can see it. It's 4 laps on that board, but by the time they get round again, it'll probably have changed to 3. So Jacobs, Junior and Senior both in the race. Senior at the back, Junior a little bit further up the field. This is the return now of the 15 car. Slowly but surely making up some ground. Carl Lawrence has got back into the mix as well. He slides out of turn 5. Going to just bridge that gap. I think it's onto Tyler Robertson, if I'm not mistaken. Robinson, I should say. We've got Robertsons and Robinsons out there. Upton into the final corner and starts the third last lap. Upton's got Jaden Goosen right on his tail. Young Carter starting to show some prowess in this category too. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he actually leads out the Young Lions category as well. Does Jaden. Sebastian Lanzetti is being closed down rapidly by Vee. Fanica slowly but surely closing in there. And they're looking to get ahead of Lanzetti. As the two of them head to the top of the hill. Lanzetti goes defensive. Holds on to that inside line. It'd be easy to spot Lanzetti if he was out the car. You can see that Italian flag style helmet that he runs. Get a shot from the left hand side, you'll see the green part. If you see it from the right, you'll see the red and white stripe down there. Here they come, absolutely amazing as they come down onto the braking point. There you go. Thanks for that, Dave. Yeah, Italian flag design there, the tricolour of Lanzetti as he crosses the line. Now, big move from Vee. Vee has a big look there. Oh, he's putting massive pressure. Huge amounts of pressure here onto the back end of Lanzetti. Lanzetti runs wide ever so slightly, but he's got the inside line. And he should be able to keep out Vee. He does. So Lanzetti and Vee are fighting for third in the pro category and third overall on track as well. Robertson from Robertson. Devon looking to take a victory away here from his family member. Two of them have been fighting hard in this class for a long time. Multiple championships in their own rights in both those drivers' hands. Jagger Robertson, of course, won the Young Lions category. He then stepped up the very next season to win the pro class. Devon Robertson's run the pro class on numerous occasions, but he's also a former world champion in this category. So definitely knows what to do at the wheel of an NX Legend. He has a move from Fanita, trying to come back at the 16 car of Rian van Niekerk. Niekerk under huge pressure and slowly but surely being caught just in the background by a third of the cars wanting to be part and parcel of that fight. Onto the brakes and into turn 8 one more time. The CF Racing Man and Rex Stefan gearbox car hangs on for now. But Rian van Niekerk has got huge pressure from Van Heerden and Roux. Charles Roux further up the road there. Currently hangs on to the lead of the Masters. But Van Heerden and Gerard Roux are looking to try and get back at him. Kyle Lawrence diving on the inside of that Pretoria Nerd Toyota machine. And there's a big move there on Jaden Goosen. Can't quite get through though. On this final lap he's going to have to make a move because right on his tail is Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson trying to go there with Kyle Lawrence. As our third and fourth place battle make their way up towards turn 5. There is the leader into turn 5, Devon Robertson. And then Bravo car, absolutely perfectly done. Hole shot it from pole position and has not been bettered since. Yeah, Brendan, well, the weather is cleared, but it's still overcast and there's still a possibility of some wetness a bit later on in the day. But right now we got dry conditions and a drying track as Devon Robertson takes the first win of the day there. But the second heat of the weekend for the NX Legends category, beating out Jagger Robertson. Vee van Niekerk comes through for third place. And to the line, looks like Van Niekerk is also going to hang on here just ahead of Van Heerden. Charles Roux is going to hang on for the win in the Masters. So yeah, top 3 overall. Robertson and Van Niekerk, top 3 in the pro class. Masters, Van Heerden and Roux. Van Heerden and Roux, I should say, are taking the Masters category. As they've now crossed the line. Good recovery there from a couple of spinners earlier on. Slightly better recovery coming from Kyle Lawrence, who eventually finished up in 10th place. And he will there be in for a shot of a top finish in the next heat, hopefully staying on track. Robertson and Robertson from Vee. Lanzetti from Roux, Van Niekerk, Van Heerden and Roux. And a spinner, Jaden Goosen, on the last corner at the home of Pretoria Nord Toyota. Well, that's one way to get your sponsor a little bit additional coverage there, Jaden. Upton and Edwin, and then it was Johan Jooster, Johan van der Vente. Cyril Jacobs Jr. finishes up just ahead of Niels Jooster, Francois Day, and as you just saw there, it looks like Jaden Goosen is going to have to settle for the last place on the overall standings. Unofficial overall standings there for NX Legends. That's how they wrap up their second heat of the weekend, and their first heat of the day, that is. But still some action to come here later on for the third and final heat of NX Legends. Up next, the first part of one of our biggest fields of the weekend, and that is the BMW M Performance class and that is Class A, B and C of that M Performance Race Series. They've had to split the field because there's 43 competitors entered for today, so we look forward to some BMW action in the very near future. We'll be back shortly after they've cleared Jaden Quisson's car and we got some BMs on track. So BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series out on track. Before we get into race action, let's catch up with that man right there, Andreas Meyer, the German, Nicholas Fischer and Bernard de Gabea. Find out what the plans are for today's racing.
Sideways action coming up from the BMW M Performance Parts Race Series. I hope I got it right that time. And Nicholas Fischer leading the championship in the Class E car. Rear-wheel drive cars around this track in wet conditions or semi-wet. How's that feel?
Doesn't feel very good. We didn't go out today, saving the car for tomorrow.
And then hopefully it dries up. Or,
yeah, with a bit of luck, we're going to have to take that chance.
And the setup, if it's wet, you just go along and do whatever you can.
Absolutely, try our best and have fun and hopefully not go sideways.
Well, the spectators want to see sideways. I know Andreas Meyer, he's not scared of going sideways in his BM, because that is a fire-breathing monster, that thing. And I don't know if you're going to have to detune it or what you're going to do out there.
No, we're not detuning it. Setup is also the same. Currently it was raining in qualifying, it was raining a little bit too much, so we had heavy aquaplaning all over the track. And I must admit I'm quite slow in the rain, even though I'm coming from Germany, but I don't want to drive fast in the rain.
Well, I can't blame you. I mean, you got so many cars out there. It's going to be like dodgem cars, isn't it, to try and stay away from everybody else?
Yeah, it's also an issue. Everything is foggy inside. You can't see the cars behind you. You can't even see the car next to you. So it's really a mission. All of our cars are not really prepared for wet conditions.
Well, it's going to be interesting. Bernard Gavella, you've got plans for next year as well. Your sponsors, you've had a great series this year. It's got bigger and bigger. Just tell us about it.
Yeah, we've had a great year. We just came from M-Fest. 50 cars entered in 3 days. So it was an awesome event. If I could have, I would have had over 60 cars. So it was awesome. Uncle Peter K. Eddy actually mentioned to me, it's the first time he's seen such a big grid at Kyalami since the 90s. So it was awesome to hear that from him. And then, yeah, today I was like shocked. 43 cars for today. You know, normally we get in about 30, 35 cars, and at 43 we had to split the races, so class A, B and C's on their own, and then D and E. So yeah, that's been a good year. Then next year, we're looking forward to next year. So we've just heard from BMW South Africa. They are renewing our sponsorship for another 2 years. So I'm quite chuffed to know, having an OEM as a sponsor, there's very few around at the moment. So
hard to go wrong with that.
Yeah, so it's awesome
but
to
not
get them on
surprising,
board.
you've got such a great series and you're going to get a lot of backing, aren't you?
No, thanks, yeah. And then we're changing over to Dunlop from next year. So there's a new sponsor again, Dunlop and ATS, they've come on board. We've confirmed with I2 and Pablo Clark Racing and their associates for next year as well. Aero Automotive, they do all your bucky accessories, roll bars and nudge bars and all that. They again have confirmed for next year, and we've got a new sponsor coming on board for next year called Share Tracking, which they basically train you on how to trade in shares. And they've got software and all that for that, so they're coming on board next year.
You might have to trade in your BMW.
No, I'm happy with it.
Think about that one.
But yeah, and then yeah, the current sponsors we're still busy talking, see who's going to stay on board. But yeah, we're looking quite strong for next year, and we're looking forward to it. And we back here, Passion for Speed first event, Kyle Army 9-hour second event. So yeah, it's going to be a good year.
I wish you guys all of the very best. You want some sideways action, not sidecars, sideways action. Have fun, guys, and put on a great show.
Thanks.
They always put on a great show. Here we go into the show already. Long interview there with Bernard, going through all the plans for 2023, but the plans all put aside as Einkamera hangs on to the front end of this field on the start of race 1 for classes A, B and C. As you heard, they had to split the field because there's 43 cars involved in this racing series for today. They had 50 at Kyle Army, unbelievable. And Bernard was telling us in the interview they could have had 60 actually, but due to the limited numbers on track. They had to take 10 cars and say, right, come and join us here at Zwartkops rather. Iligen under a bit of pressure right from the word go from the German. Mayer diving through, but at the front end it's Einkamera trying to lead out and stay in the front end of this field, fighting hard with the front end as always, and in the mid-pack as they come into this first part of the day's racing. And in this first part of the day's racing you can see just how difficult it's going to be for these competitors. Big move on the inside, as you can see a couple of guys just starting to sort themselves out, get into the mix, Lyle Ramsey being one of them. Thomas Portgieter already applying pressure from the word go, and Iligen now losing some ground to the German. I'll just not able to run there with the German's pace in the Sav Speed car as Andreas Mayer looks to close in. Nice move here from Loubser as well. Leon Loubser having some fantastic action side by side as he goes on the inside of the 91 car, and a bit of pressure being applied early on onto that 91 car, and it's not going to be an easy day in the saddle to find out with Leon Loubser, I can tell you. He's also got oodles of experience when it comes to the format of racing that he's involved in. And that car. Troy Cochran having a bit of a fight of his own too, right from the word go. That's the kind of action you expect to see when you get these cars out on track. Top two though, Einkamera and Thomas Portgieter, Loubser and Fedetto. And then it's a bit further back here as they start to sort things out. Oh, big dive, looking for a way through. Not quite making it stick just yet, but Lorenzo Gatteri is definitely applying that pressure. Garbini now under a bit of attack as well from Ramsey. Ramsey and Garbini looking for chances to get through on each other. Here comes the German. There's a big dive on the inside there, and oh, nearly makes it stick. Great fight on in this mid-pack. 920, Garbini, Ramsey. As they come through there, Everstein is the man who's in the mix there with Andreas Mayer and looking to get through there. And then further back, Hein van der Merwe, Diervat Oosthuizen. 75 car there, he is just ahead of Cochran. Cochran looking for a way through. Garbini has a big dive. Fedetto loses out. Fabio Fedetto just losing out there to Carlo Garbini. As he heads up the hill now, up towards turn 5 and looks to go on the attack almost instantaneously as well. Looking for a way through again. Yes, and finds it. Gatteri with no answer. Big maneuvering happening there from Garbini as he starts to close things down from the word go. Continues to fight it out now. Lost a little bit of a margin though between himself and the 5th and 6th place cars now, trying to get away from each other. Gatteri is in 6th place at this stage. He's dropped back slightly behind Garbini and Fedetto. The German fighting hard. Everstein and Iligen in the mix there too. They come flying down into turn 2 yet again. Alan Hilligan now looking to close that gap down on Jan Everstein, and as he does that, loops it out. Oh, so easy to do in these kind of conditions. Alan Hilligan just coming down into turn 2, a little bit hot, a little bit late on the brakes, and that back end stepped out. So a whole bunch of cars are going to stream by him now and make their way through on that number 27 car. Have a look at this into turn 2. There's the replay. Back end just steps out. He's a little bit late on the brakes. And that's how easy it can happen in a rear-wheel drive car in tricky conditions. Kyle Ramsey now putting huge amounts of pressure onto the 92 machine. Maybe a tough day to try and find a way through there on Fabio Fedetta. Fedetta's going to make it very difficult for him. Here comes Ramsey, late on the brakes. Has a big look. Oh, easily done actually. A little bit too easy there for my liking, but yeah, that M4 had no answer. Ramsey's got through. Here comes the charge from the German. Looks like Andreas Meyer's got through as well. Yes, Fedetta's got some problems. Dropping back into the clutches now of Everstein as they come down into turn 2. Definitely an issue there. You're not going to lose 3 positions in that BMW. Fabio Fedetta's got some problems. Not quite sure what they are, but he's lost 3 positions in the space of 2 corners in the straightaway. Albini pulling away now from the 911 car of Lorenzo Gutteri. Andreas Meyer also looking for some double wave yellows on the circuit too, so you're going to have to keep an eye on that. Maybe we've got a car off track somewhere. Up onto the brakes into turn 5 comes the German, the number 1 car, multiple champion in this category. Possibility of a car off there near one of our positions. We'll try and pick up on which car it is. Definitely saw some double yellow flags being waved. Now they come down into the braking point one more time to G&H Transport Corner. Big flame out of the German's car. Fedetto's lost out huge here. Something certainly went wrong here for Fedetto's point of view. Not quite sure though, because he's still circulating. Just losing out there. And Tucker, what you would have missed out on, of course, is a touch between 2 of the NX Legends up at turn 5. Carl Lawrence coming together with one of the competitors as we're watching the BMWs go at it. Just answering one of our fans out on the live stream feed. Cochrane now under pressure. Here's the Toy coming into the mix. Mark the Toy's joined this party. He's not a usual contender in the BMW M Performance Racing Series, but certainly a man who can run with these BMWs in that Z4 of his. And now closing onto the back end of Cochrane. There's the yellow flag waving. So there's a car on the outside. I think it's Hilligan. It's Alan Hilligan who's parked on the outside there. That orange BMW of his is parked on the outside of turn 3. That's why the yellow flags are waving. Outside of turn 3. Renier Smith now putting the pressure. Coming along for the ride and making his way up rapidly. Trying to get onto the back end of that 75 car. De Wit Wursthuizen is the car that he's looking to attack. And just up the road from them, you can see some fighting. There it is, confirmation of the retired number 27. Something must have broken on that car, I think, Paulie. That's why he spun out. I think something broke on his car and he couldn't get going again. So he's had to retire the car on the outside of turn 3. Trevor Long, the roof surgeon BMW, was flying through turn 1, trying to close down on Toy. Toy's caught the back end of that Arrow Automotive machine of Cochrane. We heard from Bernard de Gavea that Arrow are going to be part and parcel of the package of sponsors involved in the series next year. So not only on Cochrane's car, but backing the series as well. That's always good to see. Renier Smith having a bit of a tough time of it right now, trying to keep out and go on the attack. Not always easy to do. Smith diving through. Finds a way past, and yes, cements it into turn 5. Oh, Loebscher with some problems. Leon Loebscher, that was the leader, and he's now parked on the sideline. Einkamera, problems with Garbini as well. Garbini going into pit lane, and Loebscher on the sideline, so it's a bit of a race of attrition here in the closing stages. We've got 2.5 laps to go, and the lead now has gone back to the 555, Einkamera. William Einkamera now leads out in that 555 BMW. looks like he's going to try and hang on to this one. He's got enough of a margin over the rest of the pack. He only had to worry about Leon Loepscher in the initial stages, but Loepscher now has had to retire the number 66 Fast Developments BMW on the inside of turn 1. Everstein is up, moving his way through pretty rapidly, trying to close down and catch the back end. That's Varish Gunpath going across the line. Not really any competition for him at the moment. He's pulled away from his competitors and stayed out of harm's way there as Gunpath, ahead of Nick Naidu and Carlo Garbini, who's retired. Vegan Naidu unfortunately did not start this one, but Varish Gunpath now trying to make up as much ground as possible. Remember, there are categories that are racing out there as well between the competitors. Iron Kamara, Portkita, Gauteri, your top 3. Ramsey's in 4. Andreas Meyer, reigning champion, in number 1. He's in 5th place at the moment, ahead of Everstein and Fedetto. Fastest car on track at the point of his retirement was Leon Loepscher. And now about to start the final lap. William Einkamera starts his final lap as we go further back as German Andreas Meyer, the German, dives on the inside of Ramsey. Forcing Ramsey wide, forcing Ramsey into a sliding BMW. How's that for some car control, Lyle Ramsey? Love your work, bud. Lit out of turn 5 and 6. Coming up onto the start of their final lap now. That is Everstein pulling slightly away now. So 92 having some problems there earlier on, and Fedetto still hasn't got it all sorted. 555 BMW is what we're looking for at this stage. Look at this nice battle continuing here once again between Ramsey and the German. It's not done between the two of them yet, that's for sure. They're going to fight it to the line as Einkamera comes into turn 6, Kenwood corner. Left-hand flick down the hill and towards G&H Transport corner for the last time. William Einkamera is going to hang on. Portkita will get 2nd, and Lorenzo Gauteri looks like he might be able to hang on for 3rd. The German's too far back there to give him a run to the line. But the 555 has taken the victory there, and William Einkamera, after he got all sorted out, didn't have any issues. Good run here from the 91 machine. Nice recovery there from Thomas Portkita. He will hang on to beat out Lorenzo Gauteri, coming to the line right now in the SAF Speed car with the German right on his tail. Top 5 looks like it's going to be Lyle Ramsey. Yes, it is. Everstein coming through to finish up his day's racing as well for the first heat of the day. And that's how we're going to wrap things up here for the first race of 4. Well, we're not done yet, because we're going to watch Cochrane come to the line on the back end of Fedetto and DeToy on his tail. Here they come on the brakes. DeToy diving on the inside, looking for a way through at Cochrane. Sneaks up and squeezes him out into the last corner. Oh, that's some sneaky stuff there from Mark DeToy, but it works out perfectly. So let's have a look and see how things finished up here overall with our unofficial results there from race 1 of classes A, B and C of the BMW M Performance Racing Series. William Einkamera taking the victory over Portkita and Lorenzo Gauteri. They finish up ahead there of Andreas Meyer, while Ramsey beats out Everstein and Fedetto. Renier Smith, Hein van der Merwe and David Oosthuizen taking the top 10. Mark DeToy just squeezing Troy Cochrane out there for 11th place in the last corner, and it's Trevor Long, Varish Gunpath, Nick Naidu. Unfortunately, Leon Loepscher, Garbini and Vegan Naidu, as well as the 27 car there of Alan Hilligen with some DNFs in race 1 of classes A, B and C. Remember, we've still got some action to come from D and E later on in the morning. But up next, we're going straight into the first heat of Lotus Challenge. So up next, Lotus Challenge, and you can see they're waiting down there in the pre-race paddock. Got a couple of BMWs to get back into the pit lane and recover from their stricken areas on track. While we're doing that, let's catch up with a couple of the drivers from Lotus Challenge, Jeff Gable, Nick Hodgson and Thomas Falconer.
Next out on track is the Lotus Challenge. You can always tell what they look like because they look like Lotuses, but kind of homemade things. But, you know, Jeff, tell us about them because they're not really homemade, are they? They're real motor cars, aren't they?
Listen, it's a fabulous grid full of really passionate people. Some people have built their own cars, some have taken factory chassis and modified from there. Some are going really very advanced. As you say, from a distance, they're all meant to look like Lotus 7s. They do all look like Lotus 7s. But fabulous race cars, maybe not the most obvious choice in the teaming range.
Yeah, but still they put on a great show and spectacular out on track. Look quite tricky to drive. Thomas, points up for grabs. It's 14 points in the championship. So how are you going to play it? Or what's the plan?
It's a stressful time. I've had sleepless nights. I wake up.
I'm sure you have.
Panic. I'm 14 hits, well, 14 points ahead of Jeff Kruger, and this is it. This is do or die time. You know, and qualifying was a shambles for me. P6, my worst qualifying performance of the year so far. So yeah, I'm feeling a bit deflated. And if it's pouring like it is now, tomorrow, it's going to make my life very difficult. So let's see. I've been known to choke as much as the South African cricket team.
Like you do in those other cars.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to mention names. But
Exactly. So, you know, if it's going to go wrong, it's going to go wrong. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Nick, Class L, so it's two categories out on track. Just tell us about the difference between the vehicles and the two classes.
So in Class L, we're running 1.6 Ford Rocam motors. We're also, you know, our setup is a little bit more rudimentary, and yeah, basically we're not quite as quick, but we certainly give it horns out there, and I'm sure you'll see out on track now that there's going to be dices up and down Class L. We're never more than a bumper apart from each other, and these cars don't even have bumpers, so you know that's how close we like to run it. But yeah, it's going to be good.
We do try and cover both the classes out on track. It's quite difficult sometimes jumping between the cameras, but we'll do our best on that. Jeff, one last question. Was Colin Chapman the driver in the Great Train Robbery?
Colin Chapman was not the driver in the Great Train Robbery, though I'm certain he would have loved the finances.
Yeah. It's a legend. Anyway, guys, great fun and nice to have you here. Go out there and give it hell.
That's all. Cool. Thank you.
Here we go. Lotus 7s making their way out onto the track now for Lotus Challenge. I saw Fast Fred Alberts in the pre-race area, and I see Tyrone Alberts has joined us all the way from Ireland to catch up on his favourite category of racing. Moira Thompson, if I could tell you that Dave Peterson bought me my first cappuccino all year. It's in my hand right now. Thanks for the coffee chip. Yeah, we are going to get some coffee in here to keep the voice warm and ensure that we stay a little bit warm here in these cooler conditions at this time of the year. Looks like Terry's here all the way from the UK as well. How are you doing, Mr. Peterson? Hey, nice to see that. We've got guys from New Zealand, Ireland. I don't think the States and Northern Hemisphere is woken up just yet, but they'll be here shortly. But great to have people from all around the country and all around the world joining us on our live stream feed. As I said, from Ireland now comes Tyrone Alberts, and he was behind this racing series for a while. Got a Canadian in the house as well. Oh, g'day, hey. So he's up early in the morning. And there's a Canadian driving, of course. That's Jeff Gable. We chatted to him about who the famous train robber was. Was it Colin Chapman or not? We're not sure. It's like the same debate about Top Gun. Was it a 750 or a 900 Kawasaki? But we got Lotus 7s in the house right now for the Lotus Challenge. So it's Matt Nash and Rudy Barnard who are on the front row. Rudy Barnard's already beat out on track, so he'll have a slight advantage over these guys, other than his teammate, of course, and that is Mackie Adlam, who's just behind him, alongside multiple champion Jeff Kruger. Kruger's got it all to do today. He's going to have to fight hard with Thomas Falconer, as we heard in the interview for this championship. 14 points in it. Advantage is in the hands of Thomas Falconer. What can Jeff Kruger do? Jeff Gable will be splitting the two of them up on that grid, and he's in 5th place. Falconer in 6th. Miles Downard is in 7th. He is the top runner in Class L, and he is alongside John Kruger, Andre Heman, and then Sean Hepburn. Watch for Hepburn coming through the field. As I said, in these categories, and as you heard from the 3 drivers that we interviewed, tricky conditions for rear-wheel drive cars. But needless to say, action aplenty expected amongst the Lotus Challenge competitors, as always. They come to the line now for their standing start. It's a stock standard standing start, always for these guys. Nash will have the advantage on the pole. Alongside him, Rudy Barnard, who's actually on... It's the dirty line, but in these kind of conditions, the dirty line's not the bad line to be on. So let's see what Barnard can do there from 2nd place. Adlam will be behind Matt Nash, and Jeff Kruger will be behind Rudy Barnard. So Jeff will be looking to capitalize on that inside line and the slightly more advantage line here, despite it being 2nd and 4th place on the grid. We got a green flag at the back, which means we are almost ready to go here. 30 seconds will change to 5. 5 will change to red lights. And watch for the start here of Lotus Challenge Race 1. Great start there from Kruger, trying to get through on Gable. The 2 Jeffs going at it. John Kruger trying to come around the outside of Jeff Gable as well as they head down towards turn 1. Great start from Downard. Looks like he's been able to just hang on to the lead there of Class L. And watching for Hepburn coming through the backpack. Matt Nash leads out. It's Barnard into 2nd place as they tuck it up and lock it up into turn number 2. 44 out of shape there, big time, and a little bit late on the brakes there from the 4-4 as he went down into turn number 2. Not quite the way he wanted to start things out there, but certainly going to be getting to grips with these cars as they come together side by side now alongside that back. Gavin Ritchie was the man who was out of shape. He has a move around the outside. Oh, what a move! That is a huge move from Mackie Adlam around the outside of Matt Nash. And here comes Jeff Kruger. Kruger on the inside of Nash as they head up the hill. Team Red Racing, Universal Motorsport Machine under huge pressure from Nash. And Nash late on the brakes runs Adlam wide. Oh, how do you like it? There are 5 cars, 2 of them side by side. And the second 3 by 3 as they go into turn 5. Great bit of Lotus action here. This is the way we start things out. What a way to finish up this championship. Falconer's behind his championship rival. And that's exactly where he needs to be. Doesn't want to get into too much trouble there. Kruger trying to come through. Adlam returns the favour, so does Barnard. Barnard now moves up into 3rd place. Adlam leads out as they cross the line for the first time in anger. So it's Adlam who leads out over Nash, Falconer, Rudy Barnard and Jeff Kruger. What a start there as they come through there. And is that Falconer squeezed through? Yes, he has. Thomas Falconer has squeezed through and got ahead of Matt Nash. Nash now under pressure from Rudy Barnard and Jeff Kruger. Further back, you can see just how awesome. Oh, that's 2 of the leaders. 2 lead cars out of shape there by the looks of things. Is that Falconer? No, it's not. I think that might be Matt Nash who's out of shape there. There is Falconer in the 2 car behind Adlam. Then it's Kruger. So it's Matt Nash and Rudy Barnard who have come together by the looks of it. Those two dropping by the wayside. There you go. Barney's car on the outside. That is definitely Rudy Barnard. And Barnard now, unfortunately, out of this race at the front end, leaving Kruger to fight it out. Kruger's got some pressure coming from under Heeman. Heeman's on his tail looking for a way through. Right from the word go, Heeman putting the pressure onto Jeff Kruger. Kruger hanging on for the top 5 at this point in time, and it'll be third place now with the demise of the other 2 cars that were in the hunt at the front end. Adlam under attack now from the man who would be king. Is there a chance here for Faulkner to get through? Yes, there is. Oh, what a move there from Thomas Faulkner. Diving through. Is that yellow flags at turn number 1, though? Was that an overtake under yellow? We'll have to keep an eye on that. Could be at the entrance of turn 2, so Faulkner might get away with that one. He dived, yeah, there's no yellow flags into turn 1, so he's lucky to survive that one. Into turn 2, though, was the yellow flags because of the stricken car on the left-hand side of our shot there. Green flag coming out of turn 3, so Faulkner's been able to make it stick. Here comes Adlam back at him. Mac Adlam diving on the inside of Thomas Faulkner. Faulkner definitely wants to change that number 2 into a number 1. He missed out last year, only just to Kruger. This time he wants to return the favour, and he's doing everything right to the front end. Faulkner hanging on to the lead of this race for now. Hanging on to the lead of the championship. Further back, fights of note as they come flying there. Downed, Gijs van der Walt. And as they come up onto the braking point into turn 5, is that the return of Matt Nash? It is. Matt Nash now coming back into the mix, getting in amongst those Class L competitors. The 92 car there of Nash down in about 11th or 12th place in that mid-pack battle. There comes John Kruger just behind Jeff Gable. JP Nook here involved in that little fight too, but here comes Nash on the inside of Class L. Finds a way through and gets up ahead of that leading pack of Class L drivers. Downard leads out, Gijs van der Walt, Hodgson and Duplessis. We mentioned, and so did Nick Hodgson, how tight it's going to be amongst Class L. That's how close it is. There's no bumpers on these cars, but they get up close and personal to within a bumper's length. You can see Recovery 1 just removing the stricken car there of Rudy Barnard in the foreground of our shot as the rest of the pack go flying through. Still under yellow into turn 2, so no overtaking into turn 2 just yet. That's Nash. He's now made his way up into possibly just inside the top 10. Downard hangs on. He's just in 10th place at the moment. And now as they fly down that back straight away, some chopping and changing amongst the Class L competitors. 46 car there, putting pressure and looking for a way through, but can't find it just yet. As they go through, back to the lead, into G&H Transport corner, and making his way through there to complete another lap in anger is the man who would be king in this class. Remember, this is a 10-lapper, so we've got about 6 to go in this one, 4 completed. Adlam hanging on for second place at the moment. And looks like Kruger just trying to close that gap down onto Adlam. Sean Hepburn pushing hard. Look at how hard he's getting onto the back end, putting the pressure onto the back end there of the Class L leaders. Downard hangs on for now in the JPS Lotus. 15 is in there as well. Great little maneuvering from the 15 car of Downard. As I said, Downard pushing as hard as he can. But he's not finding a way through just yet on Gijs van der Walt. That JPS Lotus, in JPS Lotus colours there of Van der Walt, is a very tough car to compete with, particularly when he's in this kind of form. 5 cars there for 4, 5 and 6. They're all fighting hard for the latter part of the top 3 in, or just outside the top 3 in Class L. Class L in the mix down that back straight away. Couple of changes there, and Davide Favo having a big look in the 46 car. Jean Detoy just behind him, and behind that and Andrew Fulton. So all of these Class L and Class B competitors now getting into their usual packs that they fight with continuously. And all season long, this is the kind of action we've seen. Favo really going well. John Detoy on his tail and Fulham behind that. Trying to get onto the front end, but at this stage it's Gijs van der Walt who hangs on ahead of Downard and Hepburn. Andre Duplessis and Hodgson are in the mix as well. Hodgson, as you heard, looking for a chance to be at the front end. Oh, there's a change up. Hepburn dives through into turn 1. Possible change up for the lead of Class L. Is Van der Walt going to hang on to that inside line? Keep him out down into turn 2. No, he's not. Hepburn's through. Sean Hepburn hits the front for the first time in Class L and gets through on Van der Walt. Good move there from Hepburn as he went into turn 1, snuck up the inside of Gijs van der Walt and changes up the lead of Class L. On to the front, or a little bit further up the field there. Great battles as always there, 66 and 99, double numbers. Gable and Hewitt, with John Kruger in the mix just behind them. So Gable and Sean Hewitt going at it. Gable with the advantage in this pack so far. Here comes Hewitt, late on the brakes into Gen 8 Transport corner. Can he make it stick? No, he can't. 99 stays just ahead. Hewitt tucks in behind him and Kruger follows them through. Another great fight here between these guys. 6th, 7th and 8th place. Nash trying to close them down now in the 9 spot. Slowly but surely making his way. Oh, and Gable slides into turn 2. Back end stepped out there on Jeff Gable's car. This is an opportunity for John Kruger to pounce on the inside of Hewitt. Brett van Rensburg splits Matt Nash and that pack as they come down towards turn 4. Just up the road from them we saw the bright yellow colours there of JP Nokia. Always an easy car to spot when he's out on track. Loves that luminous yellow racing colours on his cars. We saw him in that Corvette earlier on in the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. A couple of competitors have had the advantage of driving in both classes today. Getting an idea of what conditions are like out on track. Hewitt late on the brakes trying to come back at John Kruger. Kruger opens up the door, gives him some room to play, cuts back to try and come back at him though, into turn 6. Nice run here with 3 to go for Thomas Falkner. He's pulled a nice margin now over Jeff Kruger, who's up in the 2nd place. So Kruger's doing it all right, but he's not going to be wrapping this championship if he finishes 2nd to Thomas Falkner. Falkner could have one hand on the trophy by the time they finish this one up. Here we go, into the left-hander through turn 7. Down the hill once again comes Class L. Van der Walt hangs on for 2nd. 3rd place up for grabs and a big move on the inside there for 3rd place. Oh, and it's up for grabs big time because DOE Formula Vee is in there as well. He's looking for a chance to pounce and get up into that top 3 for Class L. Class L battle big time there between Duplessis, Downit and Favo. Duplessis, oh, and Van der Walt gets it out of shape, locks it up and slams into the wall. The John Player Special Lotus has gone straight into the inside wall there at turn 1. Good possibilities here. We're going to definitely see yellow flags. We'll have to wait and see if that might be a possibility of a safety car. Can he get the car going again? I think there might be too much damage. He hit that wall relatively hard. And I think, yeah, he climbs out the car to get out of harm's way. Recovery 1 already on its way down towards that stricken Lotus. Is there a possibility we're going to need a safety car here, or are they going to just keep it under double yellows? We had double yellows into turn 2 for a couple of laps. We're going to have double yellows now into turn 1. Here comes the leader. In fact, sorry, that's Matt Nash. Matt Nash, what a drive there from Nash. Back up into the mix there, big time. This is a fantastic run here from John Kruger to keep out Sean Hewitt. And Matt Nash has now joined that party. Brett van Rensburg just behind them. Wants to try and stay there with Nash. Here goes JP Nokia through turn 4. And it's Jeff Gable. Jeff Gable's pulled slightly away now from John Kruger and Sean Hewitt. But it's Matt Nash who's made a magnificent recovery. 2nd and 3rd place coming out of turn 5. Adlam trying to get back at Kruger. Kruger just trying to hang on to get as many points as he can. Hoping that something goes wrong. Is there a possibility of a safety car here? They're all slowing down. So I think there's a possibility safety car is being deployed. Yes. Safety car must have been deployed. No, red flag. Red flag, in fact. So red flag on 9 of 10 should be enough to call the race, Paulio. Yeah, so they're going to come to the line as proceedings and the rules state, but they will probably be sent on their way having completed 9 of the 10. And that means that unofficially it'll be Thomas Falkner from Jeff Kruger, Mackie Adlam in 3rd, Human in 4, JP Nokia will be 5, Gable would be 6 ahead of John Kruger and Sean Hewitt, Matt Nash and Brett van Rensburg making it all Class B competitors in the top 10. Always nice to see our medical team getting across there to make sure that the driver's okay. It didn't look like there was a problem there for Gijs, but it was a big issue on the car when he locked it out. And that car unfortunately just spinning out and hitting the inside wall at turn 1. Which is always a difficult position to come out of and particularly survive any damage happening to the car. There it is. You see him just get out of shape. He hits the inside wall, and it's the front left of that car that's got some damage. And once he spun it around, he climbed out. He's okay. And as you can see, it is Lotus Challenge now, who have been brought to a little preliminary close. 1 lap to go. They would have had to complete 1 more before the red lap came out. But as I said, that takes them 1 lap back, which is 8 out of 10, which is enough to have a result for race 1 of Lotus Challenge. Thomas Falconer has taken the victory, if that's the case, ahead of Jeff Kruger and Mackie Adlam in 3rd. That should give him 1 hand on the championship. I think he still has to just finish the 2nd heat of the day to ensure that he just gets that championship all wrapped up and sorted out. So Falconer, Kruger and Adlam ahead of Himon and Norkia. Class L would have gone to Sean Hepburn ahead of Andrew Fulton. And a good run there, unfortunately, coming to a dramatic end for Gijs van der Walt. He was in 2nd place at that stage, and he'll be demoted down to about 21st place overall, about 10th in Class L. Fulton will be 3rd in the Class L's ahead of Downard and Hodgson. So those Lotus are now going to be sent back to pit lane. They'll get 1 more lap to just circulate round and go back into the pit lane. And up next, we'll be looking forward to our first bit of action from the Pabar Volkswagen Challenge, classes A and C. Pabar Volkswagen Challenge now making their way onto the grid for their first heat of the day. It's classes A and C that are on their own. Classes B will be out with us a bit later on. Let's catch up now with our newly crowned champions though. Rory Atkinson, there he is, onto the track. And down in the pre-race area we caught up with him, Ian Walker and Dr. Hannes Schippers.
Looking forward to one of the big races for today, the Pabar VW Challenge. Out front Class A. This year mostly has been you, Rory Atkinson. But in these conditions, things might change up a wee bit.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, let's see. It's always a bit of a guess and a challenge, for want of a better word, in the wet. So let's, as long as you can see through the windscreen, then you can try and keep it on the road.
What about lapping guys in this sort of condition? It could be quite tricky.
Very much so, especially some of the newer Class C guys. They've never driven in the wet, so you've got to be a bit respectful, give them a bit of space, and look for guys coming back onto the track as well.
Yeah, look out for that. Ian Walker, you've probably driven in the wet a few times.
Yeah.
Any tips about driving in these conditions?
Like Rory said, as long as you can see where you're going, you've got half a chance. You know, it's that's the first box to tick, I think, and then gingerly does it. You know, it's not easy out there in the wet, but it'll be good fun.
Well, let's hope, Hannes Schippers, that it dries up for your race. Maybe then all these tactics out the window. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I must say I've never driven in the rain. It looks fun though, scary but fun. So I don't know, I'll take it however it comes. If it's dry, it's dry. If it's wet, it's wet.
And your class this year, boy, it's been humbling us all through the year. Huh?
Yeah, it has. I mean, I don't even know how many guys we are now, but I mean, we're close to 30, and it's been an intense season. A lot of different guys winning, a lot of different guys on the podium, and a lot of different battles through the year. So it's been a fun year.
Well, good luck, guys. Hope you put on a great show and stay on the track.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
Yellow flags already waving, as you can see, and it looks like by the looks around in the background, just hearing from our director, Bevan Masters might have spun out on that warm-up lap, so hopefully he's got back up and running. Those were our three newly crowned champions, by the way. Rory Atkinson taking Class A and the overall championship. Dr. Hannes Schippers taking Class B. He's not on track at the moment. He'll be out later on with the rest of the Class B competitors. And Ian Walker, that man right there, taking Class C for 2022. So they'll be fighting hard. No pressure on anybody now. The championship's all wrapped up. It's basically for seconds and thirds now. But I think more importantly, with what we're going to see on track for this race particularly, and for the next one, will be the final blood of 2022. Who's going to have what it takes to take those last two victories of the season and go into next season with some really, really good confidence. Rory Atkinson blowing his motor. It's a motor that's been in that car for 3 seasons, unbelievably, and eventually gave up the ghost here. Not quite what he wanted, but you'll have to start a bit further back on the grid. There you can see him in the all pink BHIT logistics machine. He's just behind Madonna Mfana. And looks like at the front end of Class C, it's Nusias, alongside Pierluigi Mussolini, the outgoing champion, and overall outgoing champion as well. Ian Walker, newly crowned champion, alongside Jan Spaners, and then it's Mark Castell and Charles Anderson who'll make up the back row of the grid. As we get ready to go now for first heat of Classes A and C of the Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. Waiting for the lights to go on. The 5-second board goes up. Those lights will be on shortly. As soon as they go out, we go racing. Masters and Masters on the front, looking to wrap things up here. Who's going to have what it takes to get this final victory? Great start from Atkinson. Goes on the outside of Mfana. Leaves Mfana in his wake as he heads towards turn 1. Great job there from Rory Atkinson. BHIT logistics car heading down into turn 1 and already making up 2 or 3 positions. He gets on the inside of Ross. So some chopping and changing there. Dean Ross losing out there to the man. Oh, and out of shape. Is that Dale? Yes, it is. Dale completely out of shape there. Chris Dale just going to get completely locked up on the outside and a little bit of the dirtier line in turn 2. He eventually gets back on track. He's got a huge mountain to climb though, that's for sure now. Coming to the back of the field, Chris Dale was not the only one to spin. And spinning is Voldy Mikey's. Mikey's getting out of shape and he's all over the back of that grass section. Has he been able to stay on? Yes, rallycross style there from Voldy Mikey's. Gets on track. Dangerous position to be in and he slams. Oh, big one. Diamal Tehran, nowhere to go. The Interceptor car could not intercept that car. Straight in front of him. T-Bone City, baby. Turn 4, T-Bone. That's how it goes. Atkinson now trying to come back through the field. He gets out of shape. Goes on the outside of Samdale. He puts it onto the dirt as well. What a frantic start here to Class A and C. Sabertech car of Smallberg in the mix, but a huge moment down at turn 4. As they come down under braking, it is Bevan Masters, the man who spun on the warm-up lap, who leads out over his brother Wayne Masters in the Performance Masters machine. There's Diabol Taron stricken in the middle. Good possibilities here of either safety car or worse. I would say possibilities of red flag as well. We're waiting for it, but yeah, had to come. That car is going nowhere, and the red flag eventually coming out to stop the cars on the grid for another full restart. Get an opportunity to have a look at that again, but it was Valdi Mikey's who went off at turn 3 actually, caught the car, brought it back on at turn 4, but came onto the track right in front of Diabol Taron, and as he came onto the track, he was out of shape, and Diabol Taron had nowhere to go. As I said, there's some T-bones at turn 4 if anybody wants some. That Interceptor car is not looking good at all. It is completely wrecked on the front end, and Taron is unfortunately out of this one, and so is Valdi Mikey's. Let's have a look and see what happened down at turn 2 as well. This is coming into turn 2. The man out front, Bevan Masters, gets out of shape. Then Dale gets it completely out of shape, almost in sympathy, on the same line. There you can see the Interceptor car is already coming through the field, looking for a way to get through and into the mix at the front end. And Paul, if we can, is there any chance we can see it from turn 3 there to watch Valdi Mikey's? Because Mikey's was out of shape out of turn 3 already and literally did the entire back straight on the grass. That's what caused him to get out of shape and actually land up coming onto the track in what a lot of drivers would say was a dangerous position. There he is. He gets out of shape out of turn 3, catches it on the grass. It's basically aquaplaning at the moment because of how wet that grass section is. He stays basically in the full flat pedal there, going into turn 4, and then as he comes onto the track, he thinks he's got it, but it's dirty tires into turn 4. The back end steps out, and Diabol comes flying through with nowhere to go. That was a big one. That's literally into the side of Valdi Mikey's. That's the driver's side that he hit. But Diabol had no way to go there in the Interceptor car. And now a lot of work for our marshals. Marshals now working frantically to clean up all the debris and bits and pieces of those two cars. And you can see that there is some serious maneuvering that has to be done down at turn 4 to clean up turn 4 after a massive incident there between Diabol Taron and Valdi Mikey's. Mikey's, you can't say he was wrong. He was trying to catch the car. He managed to get it back under control. But by the time he came back on track, unfortunately, he was going a little bit too quick to come back onto the circuit safely, some would say. And as he came onto the circuit, dirty tires put the back end of the car into a slide. He couldn't catch that. And as Diabol came into turn 4, he just went slamming into the silver car of Main Squeeze. So you can see a little bit of fluid on the surface there as well, which they're going to need to address. So it could take a little while to get this turn 4 sorted out. And there's the stricken car of Diabol Taron being towed back into pit lane. Valdi Main Squeeze is still in the wheel, at the wheel of his car. It doesn't look like there's too much damage on that one. Rory Atkinson's out of his car, just having a look to see if there's any damage after his spin. Just making double sure that everything's okay. But had to be done on the red flag scenario due to the fact that we had two cars stricken in turn 4. And a good call there from the COC Aldrich to bring the race to a close and bring them back onto the grid to form up again for a restart. It'll be a full restart. They hadn't even completed one lap of action just yet. As I was going to say, can you imagine the action we're going to get in these last 2 heats of Pabar Volkswagen Challenge? I didn't quite expect it to be that hectic. Here's some whistles on the grid, which means that we are almost good to go. And guys are going to have to clear the grid so we can restart this one. Could possibly give them an extra warm-up lap here to get a bit of heat into the rubber before they go racing. But we'll wait and see if that's going to be the case. Albert Zwartkops and Theo Lopes has joined us. Tuka Mechanicos is in the house as well. How are you doing, Tukes? Good to see you the other day, buddy. Ian Ellis, and all the way down in PE, Jan van Tonda. I'm sure you're enjoying all this live stream action now that we've seen that kind of action from Pabar Volkswagen Challenges Class A and C. Are we going straight into racing? Lights on, lights off. Thought they might give them a warm-up lap to get some heat into that Dunlop rubber, but didn't quite happen. It just gets straight into race action and down towards turn 2. Look out for cold tyres, boys, on cold track. Kind of slippery conditions in certain areas of the circuit as well. Double yellows down into turn number 1 and 2. Looks like they've kept those double yellows waving just to keep the field under control until they come out of turn 2. And then we'll get green flags. Looks like a little bit of wetness as well. Yes, definitely picking up on that lens. Saw a little bit of rain on the lens and change of surface flag into turn 4. Stationary yellow and change of surface into turn 4 as our lead cars make their way down there now. It's Masters and Masters. Bevan from Wayne. Then it's Chris Dell. Recovery there. That has certainly helped him out. Mike Bavaglia up into 4th place as they all stream through the little dirt patch that has been put down to pick up whatever the liquid is and whatever the fluid that was on the surface. Up past Universal Motorsport and onto the braking point. You can see some chopping and changing in that mid-pack. Here comes a big dive there from Bavaglia, trying to find a way through there on Samdale. Catches the back of Samdale, gets a little bit out of shape, catches himself. The Dell boys there under attack. Here comes the Sabertech car of Smallberger, bringing Dean Ross along for the ride. And then it's the BHIT logistics machine. As you can see, Rory Atkinson putting the pressure onto the back end there of Bavaglia. Another frantic start here. Here comes Atkinson on the inside of Bavaglia into turn 8. Could possibly go on Dean Ross as well. No, not quite close enough to get through there on the Zoic panel beaters and no brake car. But Ross has now got the champion on his tail. Derek Smallberger will look in the rearview mirror. He'll see that pink car coming along for the ride. Not going to give him a lot of room to play. As they go down into turn 2, it's going to be a bit of a maneuver here from Atkinson. He's going to go with the Sabertech car by the looks of things. Yes, Smallberger goes inside and Atkinson follows him through. Barbaglia on his tail as they come through out of turn 2. Mfana with a much better start. Madonna's right up there as well, having a good start to the front end of this one as they come flying down onto the back straightaway again. Dale and Dale, 3rd and 4th at the moment, trying to close down on the Masters boys. Is this family fighting out front here, eh? Masters leading things out ahead of the Dales. 2 by 2 they go fighting, but it's Atkinson trying to make up some ground now on the inside of Smallberger. Ross has got through on him. Sam Dell inside of Chris. Chris hangs onto the outside line. It's the photographic negative machine of that British flag that Chris Dell runs. The black and white version as they head down into turn number 5, and he makes it stick into 3rd place. Sam now pulling away from Chris as they go down the hill towards turn 8. Behind that, Ross from Atkinson, Smallberger from Barbaglia. Great start to this first heat, second start of classes A and C of the Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. And you can see just how difficult it's going to be here. Here comes Atkinson, has a big look on Dean Ross. Ross just keeps him very honest. Doesn't lift off there at all. Further back into class C now. Jan Spam is having a bit of a fun game out there as well with Castle. Cruiser's just up the road from them. Philip Cruz has just got through there on Jan Spam, is changing that position up. At the front end, it's Nusias leading out over Mussolini. Walker in 3rd, the overall champion. There he is on Mussolini's tail. Overall and Class C champion last year, under attack now from the newly crowned Class C champion, Ian Walker. Back to Atkinson as he closes on the back end of Ross. Back into Class A. And Class A certainly heating up here big time. There is the first car, Nusias, who leads out in Class C at the moment. We fix cars. He might need to fix cars if he gets out of shape there. As he got the back end stepped out through turn 4. It's cost him a little bit of drive up the hill. Oh, speaking of drive up the hill, great drive out of Atkinson. But Dean Ross returns the favour, keeping him honest as they go into turn 6. This time he just can't get through there. Norbrake and Zoic panel beaters Polo, and getting massive amounts of pressure put onto him and eventually succumbing to that pressure and allowing Atkinson through. Oh, bits and pieces of car going flying there. I think that might have been a GoPro. That looked like a GoPro down into turn 8. Someone losing a camera there as they went into turn 8. It looked like a GoPro mount flying into turn 8. Hopefully it wasn't one of ours. But certainly some damage to one of those cameras as he went down into turn 8. Atkinson now trying to get away from the attack that he was in there with Dean Ross and Smallberger. He's got a long way up the road to catch the Dales. Masters 1 and 2. Bevan from Wayne. Big gaps between the two of them. Dales have opened up almost an equidistant gap there between the two of them as Chris Dale tries to close back down on Sam. Atkinson coming along for the ride, closing on the two Posi Drive cars. Great start here from the two of them as they head up towards Turn 5, past Universal Motorsport, past the AMG Driving Academy. As they come through there, Dale closes in on Dale. Chris on Sam. Atkinson looking to close in again on the two of them. Great to see that between Rory Atkinson and the recovery there, considering the fact he blew the engine yesterday. Whatever engine they found, they certainly put him back into contention again. Fortunately, it didn't have any effect on his championship. He wrapped it up at the last round. Now they come down onto the braking point into turn 8 in the background, keeping an eye on that battle between Dean Ross and Derek Smallberger. Smallberger just having a little peek up the inside. Not quite close enough to get through. He has another look into turn 1 though. Here is Usias. Yotti Nusias now hanging on to the front end of Mussolini and Walker. Class C fight continues as they cross the line and complete another lap. We've got 6 to go for these guys. Not quite at the halfway stage just yet, but would have been had they continued their merry way after that little bit of fracas in the first race start. Outside of the circuit there as well, looks like a retirement. One of the cars on the outside of turn 1. I think it was possibly the number 41 car. I'm just going to try and pick up on who that was. And I'm not quite sure if it was, it might have been, it's not Charles Enders or Jan Spam. I'm going to see if we can find out who that is. But here they come, Class C onto the back straight away. Yotti being closed down now. Pierluigi and Ian Walker starting to close down on the back end of Yotti Nusias. Expecting a big finish here between our Class C competitors. They've been very, very evenly matched all season long. And looking for more of the same here into the last 2 races of the year. Classes A and C. Class B will be out later if you're wondering where they are and why we're not picking up on them. They're all on their own and will be fighting by themselves. It's Ross. It's Dean Ross on the inside there. The Nor brake and a Zoe panel beats his Polo. And here we go. Some more wetness on the lens. Dunlop tyres are going to be crying out now, going, hang on a second. We weren't expecting rain, but there is a little bit of moisture and you can see it on our camera lens now. So the rain is starting to fall here at Zwartkops. It's very, very light drizzle, but that light drizzle turns the track into an ice rink very quickly. Yotti Nusias pulling away ever so slightly now from Mussolini. I think they're realizing with the wetness they're going to have to take it a little bit more gingerly and don't want to throw away opportunities of scoring points. There's still 2nd and 3rd places up for grabs in this championship. What a run here from the CPS warehouse car. Bevan Masters spun out on the warm-up lap, and that just woke him up, I think. He led in the first start, and he's led from start to finish so far in the second start of race 1. Pulling almost 5 seconds over his brother Wayne. So a bit of an in-house family feud going on here in Class A. As I said, it's the 2 Masters boys, and then it's the 2 Dale boys. In fact, no, it's not. Atkinson is through. Atkinson is up to 3rd place in the background and has got through on both of the Dales. Chris leads out over Sam as well. I think Sam might have gone missing by the looks of things, Paulie. Just keeping an eye out on that. Sam Dale could possibly have gone missing there. I'm not quite sure where he is. Didn't see the black and white Union Jack car of the first of the Posi Drive cars. It's definitely Chris Dale who leads things out there. There he is. He's actually into the Class C's. He's spun out somewhere. Ian Walker has got ahead of him. And they're coming up on the back end there of Barbaglia as the Sabertech car pulls in. Oh man, a bit of a race of attrition here in the second half of this race. That's Chris Dale now into 4th place. That's your leader, Bevan Masters, CPS Warehouse Polo, ahead of the Performance Masters Polo of Wayne Masters. And then it's BHIT Bulk Logistics, Rory Atkinson, who's in 3rd. Coming down the hill into turn 8, final corner of the circuit. Not for the final time though. They've still got 3 more to go. And Rory Atkinson will be enjoying that fact. First of all, that number 3 will be a number 1 next year if he continues to race in Pabar Volkswagen Challenge, which I'm sure he's going to. Oh, and Wayne Masters out of shape there, out of turn 1. Put some wheels on the dirt. Oh, look at how treacherous it is out there. The rain is certainly having a major effect. Dale out of shape in turn 1 as well. Chris Dale loops it out Fortunately, got a big enough margin. Spammers has spun out as well. That's at turn 4. Can he try and get back on track without catching too much of a maneuver there? There's a great move on the inside from Ndi Mfana. Mfana trying to get through here and make up some ground. In fact, he's been caught by the looks of things. Yes, he's been caught by the Class C. Change up for Class C lead as well. Walker hits the front. Mussolini into second. And original race leader, Nusias, down to third. I think Yachty's battling in the rain there, Paulie. I think he really is battling a little bit in the rain. You can see him step out there, out of turn 2. Mfana also having some troubles in the rain. A little bit of wetness on the circuit now. It's certainly a lot wetter than what it has been all race long. Let's go back here to this little fight. Always good to see Philip Cruiser in the mix there in the ATE car, fighting it hard there. And a couple of new contenders thrown into the mix here. Here we go. Down into turn 8 comes Dale. Christelle in 4th. Bevan Masters trying to hang on to survive. Try and stay at the front end of this one and take the first victory with two to go. Charles Anderson about to be caught by the leader. Should be enough laps in hand here with a lap and a half to go by the time they come through turn 4. Oh, Bevan Masters out of shape there big time. He's onto the dirt. Bevan Masters making a crucial mistake there, and it might be costly because here comes Wayne. Wayne would have seen that. You would have seen Bevan lit up out of turn 4 and realizing he's pushing hard, maybe too hard. What you'll find in these polos is they start to change their gear change ratios. Won't be playing around in 1st, 2nd and 3rd. They'll be sticking to 3, 4 and 5 now to drop the revs down, keep the torque of the car. Oh, Sam Dale into pit lane. Sam Dale going into pit lane there. We saw him earlier on spin out. He fell into the clutches of the Class C competitors. Such a pity there now to miss out on him. And there you go as we pan out. Final lap starts for our leader, Bevan Masters. Wayne Masters behind him, watching for a mistake. Oh, there's a big one. Charles Anderson gets out of shape, and around the outside go the leaders. I said Anderson could possibly be caught. He wouldn't have been had he had made a mistake, but he made a big mistake coming out of turn 1. It's allowed both Bevan and Wayne through. So Anderson will do one less lap, having spun out going out into turn 1. Fortunately, Bevan Masters saw that. I love the fact in the background, Paulie, we're seeing the kart circuit still in full flight there, with the people enjoying themselves in the wet in go-karts down at Leroy's track. So Bevan Masters looking for a chance now to stay on track. Keep those Dunlops on the black stuff. It's slightly darker black stuff than normal here at Zwartkops with the wet weather. Change of surface flags all around to warn the drivers, but I'm sure they're well aware of that by now. Late braking into turn 5, doesn't want to make any mistakes now. Bevan Masters looking to try and hang on and get to the checkered flag first. Wayne will probably push a little harder. Not too hard to make a mistake, but maybe just put the pressure on. But he's running out of laps, he's running out of corners, and he's running out of time. As they come down into G&H Transport Corner for the last time, it's going to be Bevan Masters in the CPS Warehouse Polo to take the victory. And there it is, flag out. Masters versus Masters. It's Bevan versus Wayne. And BHIT Bulk Logistics car of Rory Atkinson from the back of the grid of Class A comes through for the 3rd place in some pretty treacherous and tricky conditions. Christelle will hang on for 4th place in the Posse Drive Polo. Won't be too much further for him to come down there. Back straight, still some action to happen here. As you can see, this is the mid-pack of Class C. Great fights all the way through there. Cruiser fighting hard as he has been all race long there with Mark Castell. Zafirio just in the background, new driver to the category. Good to see a new driver coming to join us in the very last time of asking. Ian Walker leads out Class C though as he comes into Kenwood. And out of 10. So Mussolini coming to the line. Has he got through? Yes, he has. Mussolini's going to take the win. Mussolini had, I think Ian Walker must have had a problem on that last lap then. He was leading onto the last lap and Mussolini's going to take the victory. So Mussolini's going to hang on for the win in Class C ahead of Ian Walker. Then it's going to be Castell. This is for 3rd. Easy Parts car of Mark Castle coming to the line for third place in Class C to beat out Philip Cruiser. It looks like Yoti Nusias went missing there on that last part of the race as well. So, wow, pretty frenetic start there to Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. As they come onto that back straight away, there is the unofficial results. Bevan Masters from Wayne Masters with Rory Atkinson. Fastest lap on the last lap and third overall. Beating out Dell, Barbaglia, Mfana. And then in 7th place was the top end of Class C with Mussolini winning out over Walker. And Castle finishes up. Zafirios, oh, some problems there right in the closing stages for the new man. Michael Zafirio just spinning out, and he'll come through eventually to finish up 11th overall. And that'll be 4th in Class C. Not a bad outing there. See Dean Ross getting the Norbrake and Azoic panel beaters Polo back on circuit. And we'll be back on track with some more action here from the final round of the regional championships at the Extreme Festival with our first part of some single-seater action and the DOE Formula Vees. Mikey's up. Mikey's on the back straight. So the Formula V's are waiting there in pre-race. They've got a little bit of a wait because a couple of cars have to be recovered, but needless to say, first of all, there are 5 Hills on circuit today. We're going to catch up with Peter, Trevor, Vaughan, Brandon and Matthew Hills, and then we're going to catch up with Theo for Mark, Carl Watt and Josef Kotze, who are fighting for the Association Championship for 2022's DOE Formula V's.
Next race up is the DOE Formula Vee event, and I think we're in for a bit of a Guinness Book of Records here. 5 family members racing in one race. It's unbelievable. Looking forward to some great racing. Speak to Matthew first. Let's go from youngest to oldest. Matthew, how does it feel being amongst all these old buddies and going out and racing with them?
There's lots of pressure. These guys have been doing this for a number of years, and I've come across from the motorcycle side to come and try this, and it's proving to be quite a big challenge. They go a lot faster than I expected, so kudos to them, but we're learning.
Let's go to the old man in the group, shall we, Peter? Apart from the championship pressure, all that sort of thing, it must be great to have the family around you.
Yeah, this is an awesome experience to have a whole family in one race, and yeah, as far as the championship goes, I'm also looking forward, hoping to end it on a good weekend tomorrow.
Trevor, also to race with Roberto again must be very interesting.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years. I mean, we raced bikes together all those years in the 80s. And the last time I actually raced V's was when Matthew was 1 year old. And I actually raced in the old Zwartkops truck. So for me, it's almost learning all over again. Very challenging, and of course the weather's going to make it even more interesting for us.
We're battling with the rain actually on the board. Also, just been a great season for you guys. Not just the racing on the track, but your appearance, the turnout. Formula V's this year, I think, really has stepped up the game.
Yeah, 100%. I think the chairman, Theo, has been doing a good job. He's running the guys and making sure we're all looking after each other and bringing in new people, and it's been fabulous. Yeah, we're definitely on the up, and I think next year it might even be a bit better.
We look forward to that. More cars coming on Brandon. Final word, family story, or just going to blow them all off on the track?
Yeah, I'm looking to have a good race up front, hopefully with my brother and my dad. Hope we don't lack Matthew too many times in the race. But yeah, it's good fun, it's good crowd, and I'm happy to have the family at a race, so it's going to be great.
Well, good luck, guys. Great historic event to get you all here. Go out there and give it up. Same with DOE Formula Vees, we've got the association category within the race. Now, Kyle, you guys put up a great show, mid-pack, sometimes a little bit overlooked, but you have the big guys nonetheless.
No, we do, for sure. I think we've been between 8 and 12 drivers in the mid-pack fighting for those top 3 positions. So it's been a hell of a fight between the guys in the mid-pack, and like you say yourself, overlooked many times, but the racing is just as great and just as exciting. So it's been an epic year, and we've been enjoying it throughout the year since the beginning. We've had a hell of a ding-dong battle, and it's been great.
I'll see Theo looking at you, glaring at you. I think I see a bit of a race face there.
Yeah, poker.
Yeah.
I am. He's the one to beat. He's quicker. He's a lot quicker than us here.
You just got to go faster in the race.
Exactly.
Also, you're leading the points in this category. No pressure or a bit of pressure?
No pressure, definitely. The guys are quick, especially with the weather. It's going to not be ideal for us this weekend, but it's going to be a great race. And yeah, we're just excited for it. It's going to be super.
Before I let you go, just a quick question. So in the wet, tyre pressures, what do you do on setup to change the temperature?
Young, we don't really know. All of us also are contemplating, do we want to go low, do we want to go high? So we don't really know at the moment, Dave. We'll take it from there.
Well, we're about to find out. Good luck, guys.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thanks, yes.
Formula Vees from DOE making their way out onto the circuit now. The DOE Start My Car Championship is up for grabs and definitely going to be fought hard for today. Single-seaters in some tricky conditions. It's just finished raining after the Pabar Volkswagen Challenge classes A and C were out on track. So there might be a little bit of moisture still left on the tarmac. There's a bit of a breeze blowing, so it might dry up pretty rapidly, but take a while for those Bridgestones to get up to temperature, that's for sure. As they come round, it's Gert van der Berg and Theo Vermaak who are on the front row, and in fact it was a tough call there in qualifying for these guys. They really battled in some very, very hard conditions. Qualifying yesterday saw Vaughan with the fastest lap, so that was nice to see. Lionel Janssen, Peter Hills, Jacco Schricks, Gert van der Berg and Theo Vermaak, kind of how they wrap things up because of those difficult qualifying conditions. Then in the grid scramble, they had to, of course, sort things out on that grid scramble the way they do it there with that Bridgestone grid scramble for the DOE Start My Car Formula Vees. And Theo Vermaak, of course, gets onto the front row for the first time ever in his racing career with that little shuffle. ahead of Jaco, Peter, Vaughan and Lendl. Now the championship is 20 points in it between Peter Hills and Lendl Janssen. And as you can see, Janssen is behind Peter Hills. Also looking at that interview with the Hills boys. Interesting to see. We're chatting in between the races there. And maybe you guys can sort of look at it at home, or if you've got any information that might outgun what we're about to say. It'd be awesome to see that in our comments on either YouTube or on our Facebook feeds. But I think this is the first time ever that we've had 5 members of the same family racing in a national championship class in South Africa. I don't think it's ever been done before. I know the Petersons tried hard to do it. They had 4 of them. And if Cam had just been a little bit older, they could have had 5. But he wasn't quite there just at that stage. He wasn't even born. He wasn't even thought of it, I think. Exactly. He was in what? Baghdad, eh? The Van der Lindes would have been close as well. I think at one stage they had 4 of them as well. Etienne, Sean, Sheldon and Calvin were all in a race together, but I don't think we've ever seen 5. And that race that the Van der Lindes were in was not a national championship race. So very, very awesome job here from the Hills boys to make a bit of history here this weekend at Zwartkops at the final round of the Regional Extreme Festival Championships. Sean van der Linde, speaking of Van der Lindes, not the famous Sean van der Linde, but the famous Formula Vee Sean van der Linde, crashed out yesterday in qualifying. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get that Eddie Irvine style coloured car of his back onto the grid, so he won't be making it out there for this first race. And Henk van der Berg crashed out in qualifying, and they were working frantically to try and get his car back onto the circuit as well in time for this first heat of racing. Big welcome to all of our guys on our live stream as well. A lot of you have joined in between. Great to have you here, and please, as I said, like and share, pass on all that information as to what we're doing here at Zwartkops for this final round of the Regional Extreme Festival. Under starters orders in a few seconds time. We're about to go racing here for the first time in single seaters today. It's DOE, Start My Car, Formula Vees. They celebrate 57 years in race action. It's one of the longest standing single seater championships in the world. Lights on. Time to start those cars, and here they go down towards turn 1. Who's going to have the advantage into turn 1? Big field of Formula V's making their way down into turn 1 for the first time. And as they sort things out there in that mid-pack, you can see it's not going to be an easy day there for Ernie Vermaak and Marcel Bluchnoot as they come side by side. But Van der Berg hangs on to the lead. Hills into second. Peter Hills moves up into second place. Brandon, I think, is tucked in behind him there for third, in the exact position that he needs him to be. Peter Hills has brought along the entire family to help him out. And hopefully they're going to be able to do that to keep out the intentions of Lendl Janssen, the only man who could dethrone Peter Hills from a 5th championship in this category. Inside line. Oh, big moment there. Yusuf Kotza coming together there with the 27 car. And Jean-Andre Leroux just put his wheel up the inside. Kotza gets sent sideways. Locking up of wheels in single seaters, and that's usually what happens. If you put a wheel inside, it can be very costly, and that's exactly what Yusuf Kotza has just found out. Shricks up to third. Splits the 2 Hills boys and goes on the attack there to Peter just ahead of him. Behind that is Lendl Janssen. Championship battle at the moment is sitting 2nd and 5th. Here comes Shricks, diving on the inside. Can't quite get up the inside there into 2nd place as Hills goes defensive, and they complete the first lap of 12. 11 to go now for Formula V's heading towards turn 1. Yusuf Kotza out unceremoniously there. That's a big pity there for him, as he has now been sent on the sideline after a contact there between the Liqui-Moly car of number 27. And unfortunately that didn't quite go according to plan. Jean-Andre Leroux I don't think he meant anything by that inside line, but the 2 of them just coming together there. Let's have a look at Paulie if we can. There you go. He dives on the inside. He is late into turn 4. I don't know if there was enough room there for him, but that's not my call to make. As Kotza gets sent to the sideline, you can see he's not happy about it. He's like, what is going on? That ain't right. Change up for second. And 99, Ernie Vermaak has spun out. Ernie Vermaak spinning out at turn 2 by the looks of it. He'll get going again. So it Shricks up in a 2nd place, putting the pressure onto Van der Berg. How many times have we said that in the past in Formula V's? Brandon Hills, oh, squeezing through on Peter. And here comes Lendl Janssen. Janssen tagging the side there, wheel to wheel with Brandon Hills. He went on the inside trying to find a way past. His front left hit the back right. And he's got problems. Lendl Janssen's broken the strut. The wheel is broken on the championship contender. That could be championship done. That is championship done. The red car is out and onto the sideline, and Lendl Jansen's championship is done. Can you believe that? He dived on the inside trying to find a way through in turn 5. He circulates behind the tyre wall. And hopefully the pit board went out there to Peter Hills to tell him. Peter Hills is now fighting with his son Brandon. Brandon opened up an opportunity into turn 5 to find a way through on Peter. And Lendl Jansen went with him. Jansen came out of turn 6 with double yellows in turn 4 by the looks of things as well. So it looks like there's a problem at turn 4. One of the cars has come off at turn 4 as the leaders head towards turn 4. No overtaking. Everybody will stay line astern as they go through turn 4, heading up the hill towards Universal Motorsport and AMG Driving Academy. Now they come, Shricks and Van der Berg fighting hard for the win. I think the pit board will probably come out here to Peter Hills to tell him just finish up the race. Finishing this race will give him the championship with Lendl Jansen parked on the sideline. The only man who could have beaten him is now out of this race. What a pity there for Lendl Jansen. If we get an opportunity, Paulie, we can get a replay of that. It'll be really cool to have a look at exactly what happened there between Lendl Jansen and Brandon Hills. Jansen went up the inside trying to find a way through, and the two wheels touched, and it snapped that suspension arm, and the right-hand wheel absolutely toast by the time they came into turn 7. What a run here from Theo Vermaak. Theo Vermaak running top 5 overall in the association category. His closest rival, Josef Kotze, was actually in the lead of the championship. He's going to lose that lead to the championship to Theo Vermaak if Vermaak stays where he is. If Vermaak stays where he is right now, there's a good possibility that the championship lead will change into his advantage for the last race of the season, as Josef Kotze was put on the sideline there with a touch between himself and the 27 car of Jean-Andre Leroux. Unbelievable frantic start here, but it seems to have settled down ever so slightly. This is the leaders into turn 5. Van der Berg from Shricks, Hills and Hills behind that. Theo Vermaak just ahead of Peter Hills, who's dropped down to 6th place now. Brennan and Vaughan now fighting for 3 and 4. Good possibility that Peter's been told that Lendl Jansen is out, so he's going to just circulate and try and stay up as high as possible. 20-point advantage coming into this race will be extended to way beyond what anything Lendl Jansen wanted to do. And it's such a pity to have lost Lendl Jansen with that incident. But that's how it goes in motor racing. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. Josef Kotze out. Let's have a look at it. Here we go. That's Brandon Hills on the inside. Watch Lendl Jansen though. That's enough. Just that tag on the left front and back right. And watch when he turns into turn 7, down the hill. Okay, we didn't quite go there, but a little bit further on, you would have seen as he went down the hill, that front left just gives up the ghost, and he has to just circulate off the circuit and then onto the grass and behind the pit wall, behind the barrier there on the grass. Such a pity there for Lendl Jansen. Championship basically done and dusted with a small outbraking maneuver that he attempted on Brandon. I don't know why he was looking to go on the inside there. There wasn't enough room, but he was trying to squeeze Peter Hills out there, and he did that. Unfortunately, doing some damage to his car though. So down into turn 8 they come again. Basically circulating now, the top 2 looking for the victory. Vaughan and Brandon trying to close them down. Vermaak hanging on for 5th place at this stage with Peter Hills on his tail. And then it's MD Bester who's joined the party as well. Vermaak losing out there. Peter Hills squeezes him out and gets up ahead of the association leader. Vermaak saying, yep, I've got you, thanks for that. Away you go. I wonder if Theo Vermaak realizes that Lendl Jansen is out. He doesn't have to worry about Lendl Jansen. What he has to worry about is Josef Kotze, who is definitely out. And of course, Carl Watt is the only other man that's really in contention as we see Michael Koenig off track. Back on into turn 2. As I said, Carl Watt down in 12th place overall at the moment is the only other competitor who could give Vermaak and Kotze a run for their money in the association category, but he's not high enough in this race to worry Theo Vermaak, who's running top 5 or top 6 overall. The Mangaza Racing boys have come in full force, and they certainly mean business. But it's Vandenberg and Schricks fighting for the final win, or the penultimate win of the season. Hills, hills, and hills. That's 2, 3, 4, and 5. As they come out of turn 2. From Mark has now got MD Bester closing in the 4th of those Mangaza Racing machines. Nice run there from CF de Toy as well. Having a bit of fun and games of his own in that mid-pack. And the mid-pack is also always an interesting one to watch out on. Marcel Buchnout, Roy Douglas in a bit of a fight. There is Carl Watt, just behind CF de Toy. And that is 10 and 11 on track with Jean-Andre Leroux behind them. Down into turn 8 goes one of the back markers. I think that might have been Helder Gavea. No, there's Helder Gavea. That was Trevor Hills. Back markers closing in now on those 2 back markers. And they're going to come to the halfway stage of the race. 6 to go. 6 down and 6 to go now for DOE Formula Vee. Bridgestone's now firing in full flight and up to optimum race temperature, that's for sure, as they head into turn 2. 33, 11 and 5. Mangaza Racing's top 3, but the man who would be king again is sitting in 5th place in the 5 car. Peter Hill's looking for his 5th championship. Unbelievable stuff there from that man. He's spent oodles of time in Formula V's. Before that, spent a lot of time on the dirt tracks of South Africa, fighting for South African motocross championships, which he took a couple in. Lots of trophies at the Hills house, particularly Peter's one. And a lot of them have got number 1s on them for national championship victories. Schricks battling here a little bit, coming under pressure now from Brandon and Vaughan. Brandon Hill's looking for a way through there on Jaco Schricks. They're seeing Gert Vandenberg get away here. Man with the number 1 plate wants the last 2 victories. He's looking good for the first one of those last 2. If he stays where he is right now, coming up on the back end of, looks like Trevor Hills. Oh, big move from Vaughan. No, Peter. Peter dives on the inside, moves himself up. That might be part of the plan here. Yellow flags into turn number 3. I'm not quite sure why. That's why. There's the driver walking away from his car. Not quite sure who that is, actually. It might be Roy Douglas. Could possibly be Roy Douglas who's walking away there. Green flags out of 3, so they're back into full race action. Coming up on Trevor Hills. So Trevor getting a welcome return to Formula V's from his entire family. Peter up into 2nd, ahead of Schricks. That certainly will cement the championship. I wonder if he's going to have a go here at Gert Vandenberg and give him a run for his money and secure the championship with the penultimate victory of the season. He's got enough time. 4 laps to go, and he's got to make up 1.6 or so seconds. Pressure now onto Schricks from Brandon and Vaughan. It's down to 1.5. So a 1/10 of a second taken back there by Peter Hills on Gert Vandenberg. Brandon looking to get on the inside of Jaco Schricks. Can't make it stick just yet, but Vaughan Hills looking to pick up the pieces if anything goes wrong there between the 2 of them. Jean-Andre Leroux looking to try and get back up into that top 10 and does so as he gets on the inside of Carl Watt. 27 car now into single digits. Watt's into the 10th spot. Heading to the top of the hill again. Schricks trying to come back at Peter Hills, keeping him honest. To the line. I love the fact that they put all the numbers on the Hills boys. Not their race numbers, but there's a sticker on the side of the car that says Hills 1, Hills 2, Hills 3, Hills 4 and Hills 5. Nice little bit of camaraderie there amongst the family, and of course the category too. Some really great camaraderie amongst the Formula V competitors in South Africa. Longest standing single-seater championship in the country and one of the longest in the world. 57 years of racing they celebrate as they go back down into turn 2 with 3 to go. Hills, Shricks, Hills and Hills pulling away now from MD Bester, who's still in 6th place. Coming up on the back end now of the 777 of Hilton Kane. They've got through on Trevor Hills, they've got through on Halder Gavea. It was Roy Douglas who was walking away from his car. And David Austin also about to be caught by this pack. Austin in the 13 car there, running almost Lotus style colours. Racing green and yellow colours. Clinton Kane 777 in the white and blue car, just about to be caught by the leading pack. Get some blue flags down into turn 8, I'm sure. Warning them that Gert van der Berg is coming along for the ride, and he looks on the inside of Kane. Gets through, Kane gives him some room. Nice driving there from Clinton. He'll realise that if he's coming through, the rest of the pack are about to be there. Yellow flags into 1. Kane gives him some room. Looks like Austin stays on the inside line. Just staying out of harm's way there. Great bit of driving there. And now those two can resume their battle. Shricks on it, big time. 2 to go now for these guys. As they come across the line there past Henny the Flag, he'll be waiting with that famous number 1 board. Show the drivers on their next pass. There's a recovery from Michael Koenig. Diving on the inside of Ernie Vermaak. Koenig gets back into the hunt there, just ahead of Ernie Vermaak. Continues his fight as the leaders head up towards him. Start My Car DOE team out front at this stage. Mangaza Racing is 2nd. And it's Shrixie in 3rd, in amongst those Mangaza Racing boys. Back down towards G&H Transport corner for the penultimate time. About to start the last lap. It was down to about 1.3 seconds. I don't think there's going to be enough time here for Peter Hills. In fact, it's under a second on the last pass. Will it be less than that even? Let's have a look and see what's going to happen here between Hills and Van der Berg. Is Peter Hills going to try and get that last victory to wrap up the championship officially, or will he settle for 2nd place? He was fastest on that last pass. Still 0.8. So he's gonna have a go. He's certainly not going to give up without having a go here on Gert van der Berg. But Van der Berg, I think, wants this penultimate victory. And Van der Berg already looking in those rearview mirrors. Oh, here comes Peter Hills. Late on the brakes into turn 4. Not quite enough to get up the inside of the outgoing champion. Oh, it is! It's put Van der Berg under pressure. Gert van der Berg makes a huge mistake out of turn 4, and Hills moves to the front. Peter Hills putting the pressure onto Van der Berg, and it paid off. A massive move there from Hills. No touching, just pressure, and Van der Berg buckled under the pressure. The number 1 plate goes into the kitty litter. The number 5 will become number 1 as he crosses the line now. The championship is done. It's been done pretty much exactly what Peter Hills wanted. The penultimate victory, and 2022's Formula Vee champion is Peter Hills. There it is, done and dusted. Phenomenal effort there from Peter Hills to come through, put the pressure on. I didn't think he was going to be able to get through, but the amount of pressure he supplied there. Association classes won out once again by Theo Vermaak. He had a fantastic run. He was in the top 5 initially for the first part of the race. And that's how we wrap it up here for DOE and Start My Car Formula Vees. Your new champion crowned here with the victory and the demise of his closest rival, Lendl Janssen, in that first couple of laps. There's Roy Douglas making his way back to his car, which will be brought back in the pit lane. But Peter Hills fastest on the last lap, fastest for the entire season as he wins the championship and the penultimate race of the season. And the Mangaza boys now in formation flying down that back straight as they finish up with Jaco Shricks between themselves and Brandon and Vaughan. Gert van der Berg eventually hung on to 5th to keep out MD Bester. Vermaak takes the association class ahead of Carl Watt and Marcel Bluchnoot. But what a way to finish up 2022's championship. It's not done yet, remember. Still one more race to go, which means there's absolutely no pressure on anybody. This is the overtaking maneuver attempted by Peter Hills. It was late braking and very late roll into turn 4 there for Gert van der Berg to try and hang on to it. Unfortunately, he ran wide. Got into the kitty litter. He kept it buried through the kitty litter, fortunately. It didn't pin him into the wall. And he slots back up into 5th place behind Vaughan Hills and just ahead of MD Bester. That is the championship wrapped up, done and dusted for DOEs. And waiting in the sidelines is Car Care Clinic's Superhatch.
Now here is a success story. Car Care Clinic service centers are located countrywide. We guarantee personal attention as well as the best customer care around. For all your major repair work and servicing needs, Car Care Clinic is the best. You'll be amazed at our rapid turnaround time and customer guarantee. Car Care Clinic is not just your #1 service center, we are #1 on the racetrack as well. Car Care Clinic franchises are available nationwide. Car Care Clinic, we love cars.
Oh, looks like Claudio Audio down there at the gate. What's up, Audio? Waiting for Superhatch to make their way out onto the track. Superhatch is very, very tight in this championship. Andre Danhauser, Devin Piazzamusa and Francis Aldrich all still fighting hard. Let's go and find out what their plans are for this first heat of the Car Care Clinic Superhatch.
Next up, the Car Care Clinic Superhatch category. 3 points in the championship as you go into the final round. Andre Danhauser, stalwart of the category, always out front, a Class A contender. You can't fight them on the track, but somehow you've got to score more points than these guys. 3 points, 94, 95, 96 points. How are you going to do that?
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky. The weather forecast doesn't look very promising at this stage, so you don't know what's going to happen. Plus also the quality of the Class A field, you know, dry, wet, you don't know who's going to happen and who's going to win. So yeah, tomorrow I suppose, got to risk it for the biscuits, eh?
Well, good luck with that.
Thank
Francis
you.
Aldrich, you're hoping to take the big trophy home and all the prize money and all that sort of thing that goes with us. Tell us your plan.
I'm hoping so, but I need to beat this guy. So it's really going to come down to what happens tomorrow, and looks like it's going to be quite a rainy event. So it's going to be interesting. Really going to be interesting. We're going to get our best shot, of course. But yeah, the wet changes the whole thing. So stay on the track, I suppose, is rule #1. Eh?
One good thing, Devin's got other things on his mind. In fact, I heard it on Hot 102 the other day because he's just got married.
I did indeed.
And no pressure there, but married, big sponsor of the radio station there.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on me, but the weekend started off really badly because we had clutch problems, but I brought my armbands and the canoe with, so hopefully it's going to work out tomorrow. So just got to try and keep it on the island, beat Francis tomorrow, hopefully, and see what happens with Andre. Obviously that's out of our control, but yeah, I'm hoping for the best. And I wouldn't call it a ball and chain because I might be a bit quicker now that I'm
Good luck to you, and guys, hope your windscreen wipers work, and I hope the tires stick in the red.
right. Well, thank you. Thank you.
So coming down into turn 8, GNH Transport Corner, it's time to get our first heat of Superhatch done and dusted. The Car Care Clinic Superhatch. And it looks like a little bit of a emoji on the side of Mel's car there, hey? Does that mean she's going to be causing a little bit of that on track today? I think so. I like that one. Oh yeah, so it's all the lots of that, where the stuff has gone down. It certainly is. Vinyl is definitely a lot cheaper than metal at this stage, and particularly when it comes to automotive parts. So as they line up, Leonard Archer and Dan Houser front row. Look out for Karel Stoltz and Louis Skoltz ahead of Stefan Verschier and Ishmael Beloy. Duran Gunnison and Seton Naidu. Then it's Nick Martin and Christian van Wyk. They'll be pushing hard there for Class B honours. And Miles Spur in that Class B hunt as well. You can see the Car Care Clinic car at the back here of our shot as we're about to go racing. Class C up for grabs as well, as we heard. Devin Piazzamussa will be pushing to try and get that championship wrapped up. He's got some work to do though, still to sort it all out. Aldrich still in with a chance. And Dan Houser still in with a shot here for the Superhatch category championship. Moira Grundy's just joined us for the V8 Supercars. Well, Moira, you're going to be waiting a little while. Still a bit of work to be done here amongst other competitors. We've got about 5 more heats of racing before we get V8 Supercars back on track. But it is now Superhatch down towards turn 1. And it's a good start from the pole man by the looks of things. But inside line from Dan Houser is definitely the line to be on in tricky conditions. What a start from Stefan Verschier. Not where he wants to go. The Runx just falling into the wayside and into the way of a couple of cars. Ishmael Beloy being one of them. Stefan Verschier for Pretoria North Toyota in that Runx, going from mid-pack to the back in the space of about 50 metres. That definitely didn't work out for him. Piazzamussa with Aldrich just ahead of that. That's the two championship rivals fighting hard for Class C and for overall. Dan Houser out front has to win. He needs as many points in the bag as possible to try and bridge that gap between those two drivers. Stoltz behind him as they cluck in. Nice start there from the ACD Welcome car, as you can see. And all of a sudden under attack almost instantaneously from the man from Car Care Clinic. So Leonard Archer and Louis Skoltz go at it side by side to the top of the hill into turn 5. Car Care Clinic Honda wins out over the ACD Welcome Hyundai. Wide, oof. Not where you want to be going there. That is Darren Gunnison just getting it completely out of shape out of turn 5 and opening up an opportunity for a whole bunch of cars to get through on him. There is the retirement of that Runx from Pretoria North Toyota. Stefan Verschier out of race 1. His teammate Karel Stoltz goes in on the attack though onto Dan Houser. Dan Houser not in the standard yellow colours we'd normally see him in as they head down in towards turn 1. 2 and 3 fighting hard, leading Class B at the moment. Good start from Nick Martin. He's got a little bit of breathing room there with Seton Naidu and Ishmael Beloy between himself and Mal Spur, who sits in second. Spur on the attack, looking for a way to sneak through and get on the inside of Beloy. She does that. Great drive there from Mal to squeeze out and get through. And then behind that, they start to get into a little bit of a rhythm. As it looks like Class C being led out by Piazzamussa, Aldrich, and Aldrich. George and Francois behind the 1027 car there of Devin Piazzamussa. Move there coming from Naidu. Naidu looking for a chance to get ahead of Nick Martin. That's a Class A car fighting with Martin. Seton Naidu, Nick Martin in Class B. Still side by side and a change of position there for Malsberg. Oh, big move on the inside. Darren Gunnison. Late braking from Mal, runs wide. That has an opportunity, but good driving there from Mal to open up the opportunity to get through there on the Honda. Gunnison there inside line and Jonathan DeToy coming into play as well. Yeah, John DeToy coming in there just trying to pick up on all the Hondas involved in this race. Remember, there are 4 of them. Mel hangs on for now. She almost got squeezed out, and here comes Christian van Wyk. Christian van Wyk now sneaks in to take 3rd place away from Jonathan DeToy. DeToy in the Class B Honda this time out as opposed to the Class A one he would normally be piloting. That, of course, is in the hands of Seton Naidu as they come down under braking for turn 2 once again. Pressure from the NBR car there of Christian van Wyk. Looking to dive on the inside and find a way through on Mal Spur. Mal Spur hangs on. Here comes Jonathan DeToy. DeToy looking for a chance in the background as Stoltz, Dan Houser change up for the lead. Karel Stoltz ahead of Louis Skoltz, ahead of Dan Houser and Leonard Archer. Class A leaders changed up. Class B still in the hands of Nick Martin, but 3rd place changes up into the hands of Jonathan DeToy into turn 4. Ishmael Beloy bringing Devin Piazza Musso along for the ride. Piazza Musso in the hot 1027 car, closing onto the back of that Trans-Africa Racing Honda of Ishmael Beloy, bring him into contention for the back end of Class B and pulling him away from the rest of Class C. Both George and Francis have got no answer to the pace there of Piazza Musso. Down the hill goes Seta Naidu, just ahead of Nick Martin. Top 5 pulling away now from that Class B leader. Now Spur comes into turn 8, trying to maintain the advantage she's got over Jonathan du Toit, who's now trying to close her down and find a way past, bringing along Christian van Wyk and Ishmael Beloy. Beloy's lost a little bit of ground in that last pass though. A little bit of ground lost there from Ishmael Beloy's point of view. Ground gained there big time under braking from Jonathan du Toit into turn 2. Close that gap up rapidly. Top 4 in Class A heading into turn 4. PAR Rubber is the sponsor on Danhauser's car. It's not the yellow one that he normally races, it's all white now. Maybe looking for some new livery for 2023, but it's Pretoria Noord Toyota taking on Car Care Clinic into turn 5. Louis Scholz and Karel Stoltz side by side. Nice little run here. Toyota Etios hanging on for dear life ahead of the Honda. Honda Civic is a very, very good car to be in Superhatch. Couple of, oh, as I say that, I might have given a commentator's curse there. The 32 car gets out of shape big time as they head on into turn 2. Definitely not the way to be doing that, that is for sure. And I think that might be Darren Gunnison, who's out of shape again for the second time. A little bit of inside information coming from Wouter Roos, who's in our studio at the moment. Remember that the Hondas have got the ABS to play with as well, so it definitely helps them out in terms of braking. Didn't help him out though into turn 4. The ABS might have not worked into turn 4. But look at how it's crabbing. There's a big problem on that Honda. The 32 car there of Tieran Gunnison with some big issues. And you'll see he won't even be able to make a turn. Here comes the Hyundai. The Hyundai up the inside looking for a way through on the Opel Corsa. And the ACD Velcom car looking to dive on the inside of that PAR machine of Danhauser. Scholz and Stoltz continue to fight for the lead. Danhauser and Archer fighting for 3rd and 4th. Nice maneuver there from them as well. Great bit of maneuvering here from the ACD Velcom Hyundai to close that gap down again on Andre Danhauser. So great little fight here. Danhauser has to be at the front end though. He's got to try and take a victory in Class A if he wants to stay in contention for the championship. But of course, with Devin Piazza Musso taking victories, that could be a tough ask there for Danhauser. And the other man closest in the rival is sitting in 3rd place at the moment for Class C. So it hasn't quite gone according to plan there for Francis Aldrich. Jonathan du Toit now ahead of Christian van Wyk. Continues to make that gap a little bit more between himself and that man, his teammate for Trans-Africa Racing, Ishmael Beloy. Beloy's got huge pressure coming from Devin Piazza Musso. Piazza Musso all over the back end of the Honda. Behind that you can see a little bit of a maneuver happening, and you can see that's just starting to sort things out here. A couple of guys settling down, but it's not over just yet here between Beloy and Piazza Musso. We heard there from Devin Piazza Musso, having married his beautiful wife, Charisse ex van der Merwe, now Piazza Musso. She will be piloting her car a little bit later on in Class B of the Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. Also with Hot 1027 on the side of it. Change up for the lead as Scholz hits the front. Oh, and Karel Stoltz just misses the back end of him. Evasive driving has slowed him up, and it's brought Danhauser back into the picture for 2nd. Danhauser now looking to try and squeeze through on Karel Stoltz as he makes a couple of mistakes after nearly running into the back end of Louis Scholz. So this is going to be a fantastic run here. Louis Scholz was quickest on the last pass. He'll stay quickest now that he's at the front, I'm sure. And maintains a little margin. Jonathan du Toit now opening up a smaller and a slightly bigger margin, I should say, over Christian van Wyk for 2nd and 3rd place in Class B. You're missing Mel. Mel's made a mistake somewhere on track as well. She's fallen a little bit further back down into 12th overall behind Darren Gunnison. And they come down into turn 2. That is the leader of Class B. Total, Rexdiff and Gearbox. NATO Forces Peugeot of Nick Martin. And here comes Gunnison. Wow, this is a big run. Naidu, I beg your pardon. Seta Naidu having such a good run here in the closing stages of Car Care Clinic Superhatch Race 1. Close right up onto the back of that pack of 4 that are fighting for the lead. A 5-way fight here for Class A. And it's not done yet. Awesome stuff here from the Car Care Clinic category. We've got another one of those coming up, and another 3 of them, in fact, coming up for the rest of the day with the 111 and Sports and GT class still to get out on track. Stoltz on Skoltz, not close enough. Louis hangs on to keep Carl out. About to start their final lap. Any man can do it here, and Danhauser wants a piece of that. Change up for the lead into turn 1. Stoltz hits the front, Skoltz the second, Danhauser possibly the second into turn 2. Late braking from the Pro Auto rubber car, no, just runs a bit wide, keeps out Leonard Archer. Seta Naidu waiting to pick up the pieces with a lap to go. This should be fun and games. Absolutely amazing stuff here from all of our Superhatch competitors. Great to see a nice big field of Superhatch competitors. They've been kind of dwindling a little bit during the mid-pack and the mid-season, but they've found some numbers here into the final round, that is for sure. And Car Care Clinic Superhatch are in full flight right now. Class A up for grabs. Stoltz hangs onto it for now. Louis Skolt's going to try and get on the inside of him with a small change of surface flag being shown into turn 5 now. Is there a little bit of wetness out on the circuit again, or has somebody run wide and pull some debris onto the track possibly? As they come out of turn 5 into 6, into 7 now. A little short squirt down the hill and into turn 8 for the last time. It is Carl Stoltz for Pretoria Noord Toyota in the Etios is going to get the victory. He's going to win it out over Louis Scott from Car Care Clinic. And to the line, it's just Danhauser. Hangs on for 3rd place to beat out Leonard Archer. There's Mal Spur, still currently in 4th in Class B. But a bit further back than what she'd like, that's for sure. Something might have gone wrong there somewhere on track. She was up to 2nd place at one point. Nick Martin will get 1st. Jonathan de Toy will get 2nd in Class B's, and Christian van Wyk for NBR Racing will come through there for the 3rd spot in the Ford Fiesta. Mel will finish in 4th ahead of Ishmael Beloy. The 35 machine coming through there is Darren Gunnison to finish 11th overall. And then it's Devin Piazzamusso who wins out the Class C battle and possibly puts one hand onto that championship. Stoltz from Skoltz and Danhauser, your top 3 in Class A. Class B is Nick Martin, Jonathan de Toy and Christian van Wyk. And then it is Devin Piazzamusso, Francis Aldrich and George Aldrich, your top 3 in Class C for Superhatch. Up next we go into the second of 4 heats of the BMW M Performance Racing Series. It's classes D and E that are in the pre-race area, making their way onto the track shortly. And then on the track racing Clubmans, 111 GT Sports and Saloons, and Pabar Volkswagen Challenge Class B still to do their first heats of the day.
Now here is a success story. Car Care Clinic service centers are located countrywide. We guarantee personal attention as well as the best customer care around. For all your major repair work and servicing needs, Car Care Clinic is the best. You'll be amazed at our rapid turnaround time and customer guarantee. Car Care Clinic is not just your #1 service center, we are #1 on the racetrack as well. Car Care Clinic franchises are available nationwide. Car Care Clinic, we love cars.
see the BMW taxi car making its way around. This is classes D and E of the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series. Great to hear the news that M Performance Parts are sticking with this category for another 2 years, signing a deal with Bernard and his team. And looks like they're going to be on Dunlop rubber for 2023 as well. Great to see that too. Extending that massive amount of input coming from ATS Motorsport and Dunlop South Africa to be part and parcel of a lot of the race series that race around the country, including global touring cars, Formula V, not Formula V, Polo Cup is where I wanted to go. Apologies for that. Formula V, of course, on Bridgestone tyres, and of course extending the long-standing relationship that both the Car Care Clinic categories have got with that brand. Awesome to see that Tans Bazet and his team from Sumitomo and ATS getting behind this brand of racing too. Arguably one of the biggest growing categories in the country at the moment, with 50 cars at the BMW M Festival at Kyalami. Bernard de Gavert was telling us that he could possibly have had 60 if he wanted it, but was limited to 50 cars on the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit at the M Festival. And today, 43 of them, which is the reason for the split in the classes. And the chance now for Eugene Goos and Bernard de Gavert on the front row to have a bit of fun of their own in the limelight. Benny Late and Shane Krobler will be behind them. Manny Ribeiro, he's in the taxi car, of course. He'll be looking to push through rapidly, try and stay at the front end if he can. And Nicholas Herbst is alongside him. Then you've got Dave Rees and Neil Pillay, Ari van Heerden and Farad Ibrahim, head of Sean Dodd and Zahir Sidat, Johan Miller, Diovold Smith, Anthony Pretorius, Nicholas Fletcher, Mark Krobler, Nancy Rietveldt, Javelin Ramsamy and Neil Reynolds, making up the field here of 20 cars going to battle for classes D and E. Pace cars off. Pretoria North Toyota 86 makes its way back into pit lane. Eugene Goos will now dictate the pace. The Master Mose man looking to try and stay at the front end ahead of Bernard de Gavert. The boss man as they head towards turn 1. Lights out and we're racing. Good start there from Shane Krobler as well for Mayfair Gearbox as he heads into turn number 2. He'll be into third place, having got through into third there on the start. Nice start there from Doddy as well as he comes through there. Sean Dodd just making his way through this pack of Class D and E competitors all combined here. This category, of course, growing in numbers, as I mentioned. Arguably one of the biggest growth in South African motorsport came out of BMW M Performance Class Racing. And they've done an amazing job to keep this club up and running. Very successful for a long, long time. And they go in towards turn number 4. And it's Shane Krobler making his way up through the field rapidly, trying to get through the De Gavert as they go to the top of the hill. Could be a possibility of a change up here for second as the rest of the pack come up to the top. The braking, De Gavert being forced wide. Slowly but surely some manoeuvring happening, coming out of Benny Late, and Late looking for a chance to get through as well as they come through there for the first time. Late fighting hard with Manny Ribeiro, but it's close. He's got to get home before it rains again so he can cut the lawn. So the Master Mose man hanging onto the front end of this pack big time. De Gavert has dropped from second down into 4th place. He's got Krobler and Herbst who've got through on him. The rest of the pack come across the line and complete their first lap in anger. They've got 9 to go. It's a 10 lapper for these Class D and E BMWs. Close from a standing start, getting down to a 1:17.224. Not standing start, rolling start, but from the start. Dodd under a bit of pressure there as well as they went through. He's got Rees just ahead of him. Ari van Heerden is applying the pressure onto the back end of him and bringing Johan Miller along for the ride. Ribeiro now ahead of De Gavert. De Gavert under pressure as they head into turn 4. Leighton Pillay driving on the inside. Amtech and Cars Auto Machine there of Sean Dodd. Stays just in the mix for that top 10. Late braking. into turn 5, and Digavea trying to return the favour. Quite close enough to do it though. On Ribeiro and on Benny Late. Johan Miller having his own little fight in the second half of this pack of cars. Dodd hangs on, 735 behind him is Reese. And then you've got Ari van Heerden and Johan Miller. Anthony Pretorius just behind them. '21 is Benny Late. He's got Neil Pillay on his tail. Herbst up the road from them, trying to close the gap down there on the 17, or the 171 car I should say, of Shane Grobler. A gearbox car there, slightly different machinery than what he'd normally be in. He was normally in a dolphin-shaped BMW for a while. Now changing up into the 325 IS. Shadowline BMW, now in the hands of Shane Grobler. Famous racing colours on that car as well, almost DTM style racing colours on that car. Late braking coming from the 70 machine. Very late from Anthony Pretorius to get through on Miller. Jan Miller had to give that one up. So second and third come down onto the breakers into turn number 8, GNH Transport Corner. De Gavea from Dodge still. 735 having a fantastic run. Just needs to bridge the gap ever so slightly there. So Dave Reese will be looking to do that. Trying to close down on Sean Dodd and Bernard De Gavea. Pretorius putting the pressure on now. Close that gap down onto the tail end of two cars ahead of him. Harry van Heerden and Dave Reese as the Master Mose man hangs on to the lead for now, but being closed down rapidly by Shane Grobler. And Grobler also in with a bit of a fight here as we get up towards turn 5. So it's close from Grobler. Third place at this stage, Nicholas Herbst looking pretty dangerous. 13 2s out of Nicholas Herbst, 12 9s coming out of Shane Grobler. Fastest man on track at the moment is Shane Grobler. And that's the reason he's been able to bridge that gap onto the back end of Eugene Goos, who's looking to try and hang on from the pole man, or from being the pole man, I should say, to taking the victory. Ari van Heerden is closing the gap down on Pretorius and leaving Johan Miller behind him to fight it out here with the Fireball BMW. Always great to see that car in the mix. And as they come down the hill, you can see it's really, really tight between the three of them. Pretorius dives on the inside, finds a way past. Miller hangs onto the inside line. And Miller fighting with Dewald Smith and Richard Miller. Reinhard Miller, I should say. Reinhard Miller. So Reinhard and Johan into each other's clutches. In-house rivalry between the Miller boys. Batty Rietveld all on his own sim. So looking for a chance to close that gap down ever so slightly onto the two Miller boys ahead of him. But Goos hangs on for now. Or does he? I think there might have been a change-up. I think Herbst is through. Herbst is... no, it's not. It's a back marker they're coming up on. Apologies on that one. It looked like Herbst had got through. Back marker about to be caught now. Oh, it is Herbst. It is Herbst. I beg your pardon. It was. I should have gone with it. Black and lime green car there of Nicholas Herbst now leads out as they cross the line and get to the halfway stage. Rain, by the looks of things, coming down, is it? Yes, it is. You can hear it on the camera covers as well, so going to affect these cars' abilities. These are rear-wheel drive BMWs. Ribeiro shaking the taxi car left and right. Just seeing if he's got enough traction to stay out there. Eugene Goos tiptoeing around turn 2. Just ahead of Shane Grobler, coming up on the back end of another one of the back markers. Stricken car on the outside of the exit of turn 2. Oh, Nick Fisher's out of shape. That's our championship leader. Overall championship leader. And Ribeiro completely locked up out of turn 1 into turn 2. That's a full 360-degree turn that Manny Ribeiro was able to do there as Bernard De Gavea comes up to join him up close and personal. Pretorius turns into turn 2 with the back end stepping out ever so slightly. It's now time for 4 and 5 gears, boys. No 1, 2, and 3. Stay out of 1, 2, and 3. Stick to 4th and 5th. That way you keep the revs down and you get the torque down, and there's no ability for those cars to spin out, particularly in rear-wheel drive cars. Eugene Coast still hangs on. Or was he in second? He's still in second. No, he's in second at the moment. It's the black and green car. There it is. There's the leader. There comes Nicholas Herbst down into turn number 8 one more time. Coming through on the 52 car there. It looks like some spinners all over the place. Fireball's out of shape as well. Reinhard Miller backing it into the back wall there. Is that on the back straightaway? It is. Up into turn 4. Eugene Coast hangs on for second. Shane Korber's still in for third. And now, what are they going to do about these tricky conditions? It's starting to rain even harder. It's got even worse out there. The greenhouse BMW trying to stay out of harm's way here for the last couple of times. They've still got 4 laps to go in now very treacherous conditions. Yellow flag on the outside of turn number 3's entrance. Can see somebody's been out of shape on the back straight. Look at that tire mark on that back straight away. Someone went left, right, and eventually turned into turn 4. Eugene Coast now trying to close the gap down on Nicholas Herbst now that the conditions have changed. He seems to have the ability here in the rain. You can see a lot of these drivers have left the one window open on their car just to get some air into these cars. They are set up for dry conditions, these BMWs, so wet weather is certainly a major hindrance to them. A lot of them don't even have windscreen wipers, but now with the windscreen wipers in full effect, if they've got them, and hopefully with a bit of venting there as well. Change of surface at every single part of the circuit right now. Anthony Pretorius, 70. 80 is Bernard de Gavea. Behind him is Dodd. And in the background, sideways from the 111 BMW of Ari van Heerden. Van Heerden has got out of shape on that back straightaway. Leader comes across the line and completes another lap. As we saw the 325 getting completely locked up out of turn 3. Luke Herbst hanging on for the lead for another 3 laps. Dodd through. How's this? 70 is Pretorius, 90 is Dodd, 80 is de Gavea. They're fighting in 10s here. CRS Auto and Amtech BMW now through on de Gavea. There is Anthony Pretorius, 70, 90, 80. That's how they line up with the 735 of Dave Rees behind them. And Rees closing down on the back end now of Bernard de Gavea. And de Gavea accountants and shield panel beaters. BMW. It's Dodd, Sean Dodd, just circulating, trying to stay on track, trying to stay out of harm's way. Do not want to make any mistakes at this point in time. Lead car up into turn 5. He's got half a lap over that pack of cars we were just concentrating on now in the greenhouse BMW. So Nick Herbst looking for a chance here to possibly take the victory. With 2 laps still to go. He's got about a 4.5 second lead over second place. And at this stage, that's still Eugene Coase. 130 gets out of shape as well there. That was Dierwald Smith. Certainly not what he wanted, that's for sure. But Herbst starts his penultimate lap. Eugene Coase not too far behind him. Look at that. You can see that the gaps come down slightly there between Coase and Herbst. Johan Miller circulating and trying to keep it on the black stuff. And in the background, here we go again. 111 out of shape one more time for Ari van Heerden. He's having a tough time out there at the moment. So Van Heerden gets back on track for the 3rd time after making a few little mistakes. Needless to say, we've still got a fight on here for the lead because I don't think Eugene Coase is going to give this up without a fight. Herbst is pushing hard, so is Eugene Coase, and so is Shane Schwabler actually in the Mayfair Gearbox 325 IS. So as they come flying through turn 4, not as fast as what. Ooh! Coase being caught out there by, looks like a plastic packet of some nature that's gone onto the circuit. I think he thought it might be something a little bit bigger than that. And he had to take evasive action into turn 4. Very lucky that it didn't spoil his run out of turn 4 up the hill. Fight still on here, big time though. That's Ribeiro. He's already done a 360-degree pirouette out of turn 1. He's now just literally tiptoeing that taxi around. The BMW taxi car here from the BMW Racing Series Club. Manny Rivera. Oh, is that? Yes, it is. That's the second time we've seen the 130 car out of shape. Dierwald Smith gets it wrong again, and they're onto their final lap. So it looks like this greenhouse BMW's got it all to do. And see a couple of guys have joined us here on our live stream feed as well. Oh, but out of shape there. Perhaps making a mistake into turn 2. Rob Priest just joined us from KwaZulu-Natal. Mark Friedman's joined us from wherever he is in the country. Probably watching from a rival brand's workshop or floor, selling some other German manufacturer cars, I'm sure. And Matthew Miller's in there as well, watching the Miller boys go at it. Perhaps making a small mistake, that's for sure. Thought you might be at work there, Mr. Friedman. Should be selling those cars with the 4 rings, as opposed to watching BMWs. But needless to say, we're glad to have you here, bud. So we're into the closing stages here of race 1 of classes D and E of the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series. And the greenhouse BMW of Nicholas Herbst looking to hang on and not make any mistakes. But with that one mistake, Eugene Goos has closed it down. Not enough though. Too little too late for the Master Mose BMW of Eugene Goos. Down the hill. And for the last time into GNH Transport Corner. Coming up on the 28 car of Nicholas Fisher, championship leader. He'll be looking just to circulate to finish up, and he'd probably even give... No, he won't. I thought he might give Herbst a run to the line and give him a chance to not have to do that additional lap. But the flag is out nonetheless, and he has taken the checkered flag as well. So there you have it, wrapping it up. Nicholas Herbst over Eugene Goos and Shane Grobler. Benny Late's going to hang on, by the looks of it, for 4th. With, yeah, I think that was grey and M Performance Colours BMW of Neil Pillay on his tail. Then Manny Ribeiro will come through there in the BMW taxi to beat out the 70 car of Anthony Pretorius. Doddy looks like he's going to finish up just ahead now of Bernard de Gavea. So it's 70, 90 and 80 is how they're going to finish up for our first heat of the BMW M Performance Racing Series classes D and E. There is unofficial results of Herbst and Goos ahead of Shane Grobler, who was quickest on the last lap. Benny Late and Neil Pillay beat out Manny Ribeiro, with Pretorius, Dodd, de Gavea and Dave Rees making up the top 10 in the BMW M Performance Racing Series. From BMWs we head into Clubmans Racing and National Sports Car class. There they are, waiting to go. I'm sure the open cockpit drivers are not going to be too happy about their choice of vehicle today. But we'll see how they go with the Clubman category. And On the Track magazine, of course, their sponsors. We're looking forward to a big fight amongst our Clubman Series Racing. And then we've still got Car Care Clinic 111 and GT Sports and Saloons and Pabar Volkswagen Challenge Class B to wrap up our first heats of the day. on the track with On the Track Racing's Clubman Series and National Sports Car Club. Brad Benningfield will lead things out there in the Shelby as he heads towards turn 4. Gerald Wright and Dean Wilson will be behind him in the sports car side of things. And then it is Mark Harvey Wallbanger and Dirk Lawrence who make up the front row of the Clubman's class. Chad Visser and Kobus Brits behind them. And it's Wayne Pereira and Johan Labuskakny in the Subaru. He'll be just ahead there of Charles Darroch. It looks like Rodney Crace, Jonathan Visser, Marianne Eminis in the BMW. Good to have her there. Wonder Woman back into racing again after a bit of surgery in the mid part of the year. And supposedly Fabienne Lance is supposed to join them, but I know that Fabienne had some problems with her car in the first race she participated on earlier on in the day. And I think there's a possibility she hasn't been able to make it out again. Let's have a quick chat to our two drivers involved in this category. And that is Dirk Lawrence and Jonathan Visser.
About to go out on the track, the Clubman's category, also one of these categories with no rules. And looking forward to a great race. Dirk Lawrence, just tell us about the Clubman's a wee bit, what goes on there.
We just like racing. That's why we don't have rules. Just come and race, have fun. It's what it's all about.
And it's a category that's been around, I mean, I remember the old days of Kyle Army even. Clubman's was a big category.
40 years?
Yeah, 40 years at least, I'd say. And Jonathan, looking forward to it?
Very much, Dave. Had a bit of a sabbatical for about 11 years now, so good to be back. Nice to be back with the camaraderie with the boys out on track burning some rubber, so good fun. Nice to be here.
Well, it's fantastic to have you here as well. Fabian, you're driving in two categories today, so by the time you get out with the other one, you'll have a bit of experience on the conditions.
So that is the plan, to try and gain as much experience as possible. That's why I entered in two classes for this weekend.
I don't think you're a person who needs experience somehow.
It's
been around a bit, huh?
Yeah, so I'm a pro in go-kart racing, but a car is a little bit different.
And the prize money, who's going to take the prize money home today?
I hope I am.
Well, good luck, guys. We're really nice to have you here and give it hell out there.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dave. Cheers.
They always do, Dave, that's for sure. Always great racing expected from Clubman's and National Sports Car class. NSCs might be a one-way battle here for Brad. Benningfield, of course, will be a tough man to beat in that Shelby, but take nothing away from Gerald Wright in these conditions. National Sports 2000 is very, very good, and it's been a giant killer in its day, particularly in the endurance series, but here in the sprint races might be a bit more of a hard task to catch that Shelby. Let's see what happens now as Paul gives us a big sneeze in the background and we go racing. Victoria no Toyota pulls off, and the sports car class will set the pace at the front end. Shelby Can-Am versus the Sports 2000 as they go across the line and start the race in full flight. Sports cars will start slightly ahead there of Mark Harvey Wallbanger, who's got Dirk Lawrence, the man we just chatted to, on his inside into turn 1. Porsche 924 taking on the Honda Ballard from Azoic Panel Beaters and JDR Tuning. As they head into turn 1, it looks like it's an advantage to the Porsche, and Harvey Wallbanger hangs on for now. He's got Visser behind that, and then Pereira side by side by the looks of things with Brits as they come out of turn 2. Behind that it's Labuskakny and Giles Darroch. Looks like Brits with a bit of problems in the Polo. I kind of touted that Gerald Wright might be good in the wet, and he is. The Shelby might be battling to get the power down. It's got a little bit more power, a little bit more grunt in it, which means you've got to play around with that gearbox and stay in the higher gears, not in the low gears, which is possibly why that Sports 2000's got a small advantage over the Shelby right now. But the Shelby under braking up into turn 5 returns the favour, or does he? Oh, it got close there. Brad just getting sideways and slideways into turn 5, trying to find a way through. Oh, background, got a spinner already. Looks like that might be, I think it was the Nissan that spun out there. Anton Bitzer. Bitzer getting out of shape there in the Nissan. Oh, Subaru out of shape as well, and he gets it lit left, right, centre. All-wheel drive into the grass. No, it didn't work out quite. Here we go. Is that a number 27 car out there? Oh, it must be a number 27 car getting it that sideways. Spectacular driving always comes from the 27 cars. So, Subaru out of shape at the top of the hill from 5 into 6 and 7. And now we see whether Visser can do anything about Harvey Wallbanger. and Azoic panel beaters, Dirk Lawrence. Wallbang has moved to 4th. He's behind the Grange Workwear Golf now of Pereira. Maybe finding conditions a bit more treacherous out there. Pragma Polo, here's Brits. He's into 5. And hangs on now just ahead there of Charles Darroch. Charles Darroch looking to try and close the gap down there between these first 5 in the Clubmans category. On Track Racing magazine. Fantastic to have them as part and parcel of the sponsorship for the Clubmans Racing. Up to the top, Harvey Wallbanger looking to close the gap down now and find a way back ahead of his rival, Shot Fisser and Wayne Pereira. Brits on his tail. In the 00 car there is Charles Darroch. It's a silver Golf just behind that Pragma Polo. Darroch's got a little bit of room now between himself and Rodney Crace in the 3rd of the Hondas. Gerald Wright hanging on. Interesting to see here in wet weather conditions how the sports cars have not gotten away from the saloon cars. Kind of an evil and level playing field now with the wet weather conditions, giving the guys in the saloon cars a chance for an overall victory here amongst the sports cars who would usually be a lot quicker than them. Crace off track as well, gets a little bit out of shape out of turn 8, trying to bring it onto the track safely and hopefully not in anybody's way. That's why he was waiting for a chance to get through. So it's Hondas 1 and 2, Golf in 3, Porsche in 4, Polo in 5 at this stage. It's Sports 2000 versus Shelby Can-Am versus Nash Special. That's how they run in the sports car class in terms of chassis and the type of motor vehicles involved in this category. It looks like, yeah, some maneuvers there from Dean Wilson and an attempt here from Dirk Lawrence in the Azoic panel beaters and JDM tuning Honda for a chance to get through on the Nash Sport, and he's on the inside and he's going to go. He's going to have a go here as Dirk Lawrence, side by side with Wilson. Wilson trying to keep him honest. He gets forced onto the inside of turn 7 by Dirk Lawrence, who slides out of 7, and there goes Wilson. Wilson out of shape. Wilson loops it out and gets out of shape coming out of turn 7. And he'll have to slot in now behind the 00 of Charles Darroch. So a big maneuver being pulled there by Dirk Lawrence to get through up in the 3rd overall. In the background, it's Pereira who gets out of shape. The Grange Workwear Golf loops out of turn 8. And Wilson does it again down into turn 8 as well. So it looks like Dean Wilson's rhythm has been affected slightly there after that maneuver from Dirk Lawrence to get through. Visser in 2nd. Harvey Wallbanger still in the 3 spot in the ADAP Porsche. And behind him, it's Brits in the Pragma Polo. Darroch in the Silver Dream Racer. Golf 1, 00 on that car. Looks like Dirk Lawrence is up for a challenge here on the Shelby. The Lube Fusion Shelby about to be caught in past here by Dirk Lawrence in very trying conditions. I think Brad Benningfield might be feeling the effects here of the race action in the wet in a Shelby. Not an easy car to drive in the wet, that's for sure. Lots of power in those rear wheels, so you've got to be very ginger on how you apply that. It's a V6 Nissan engine in the tailpiece of that Shelby. Looks like the little Honda Ballard is up for the challenge, that's for sure, with Dirk Lawrence behind the wheel. He's going to have a go as Dean Wilson loops out again. 4th crash and 4th spin out there for Dean Wilson. Fortunately back on track. And here comes Dirk Lawrence inside of turn 1. Benningfield lets him through. So Dirk Lawrence ticking them off here one by one. Now sets his sights on Gerald Wright in the Wright Motorsport Sports 2000. Great little fight here between the sports cars and the saloon cars. Looks like Fisser might be up for the challenge as well. Chart Fisser was quickest on the last lap at 28.4. Benningfield did a 29.7. So he's about a second quicker, just over a second quicker than that Shelby Can-Am in 2nd in the sports cars, 3rd overall. Marion Emmons has spun out as well, coming out of turn 7. Looks like Wonder Woman just not going to be able to catch that car of hers as she comes back on track. Gingerly back onto the circuit, hopefully back on track as well. Looked like he might have peeled into the pit lane. Wright running wide. Look at the lines that Gerald Wright is using as well, using the outside lines, the dirtier lines, to try and find some kind of traction out there for that Sports 2000. It's not always ideal to be on the race lines in these kind of conditions. Sometimes they'll be looking for traction wherever they can find it. Sometimes it's out on the dirty lines. Benningfield also with a bit of a moment there out of turn 7. Back end stepped out ever so slightly. He caught it though. Chart Visser would have seen that. And he might have a go here now. Alvin Wallbanger still hanging on for 5. He still maintains the gap over Kobus Brits for 6th place in the Pragma Polo. Randall Motorsport Honda closing in on that Shelby Can-Am, the Loop Fusion Shelby Can-Am. Here is Marion back on track, about to be caught now by the leaders. Oh, it's the Dean Wilson show. Every corner so far. I think the only one he hasn't spun out at yet is turn 1. He's done turn 2, he's done turn 3, he's done turn 4, he's done turn 5. That's turn 2 that we've just seen him spin at. So maybe it's just no, turn 6 he has spun out as well. So it's just turn 1. Haven't seen Dean Wilson spin out yet. You definitely know when he's spinning out at turn 1 though, that's for sure. That could end up a lot worse for Wes. Dean doing a great job though. These are treacherous conditions. Tough to be in a sports car, tough to be in any car or any format of motorsport in these kind of conditions. Gerald Wright has made a mistake. He's run into the kitty. Pressure's on Gerald Wright. He buckles under the pressure from the Azoic panel beaters, and JDR Tuning Honda slots up into 3rd place just ahead of Chart Visser. Benningfield up in the 2nd now, leads the sports car class, 2nd overall on the road. Saloon car Clubmans category leads out, and it's Dirk Lawrence and his JDR Tuning Azoic panel beaters machine that leads overall over Benningfield. 3.5 laps to go of this Clubmans category racing series. On track has been fantastic action as always. It is a pretty good race out there, isn't it, Natasha? I'm glad you're enjoying it. We're enjoying it just as much. Trying to catch all the race action as it unfolds here for the first heat. On track Clubmans. Again down onto the breakers into turn 8 they come. They'll be starting their 3rd last lap in anger now. Harvey Wallbanger still keeping out the Pragma Polo, and Giles Darroch in the 00 Silver Dream Racer Golf. Marianne back on track this time, a lot smoother from her. Trying to keep it all together now to finish up the season, and she's just ahead there of Wayne Pereira. Pereira looking to make up some ground after he spun out earlier on. And pulling away now from that Wright Motorsport Sports 2000. Here they come into turn 4. Benningfield. Oh! I was about to say, Benningfield having a look on the inside. He just didn't quite get the line right and was very lucky to catch that. If a Shelby steps out on you, it's very difficult to catch. You can ask any one of the previous Shelby Can-Am National Championship drivers how hard those cars are to catch in the wet. Great job, Brad. Just managed to hang on to it. Benningfield now applying a bit more pressure, putting pressure on himself with that little mistake as well. Let's see what he can do as he comes down the hill now. Can he bridge that gap onto Dirk Lawrence? Lawrence with the windscreen wiper off means the rain has stopped. It's just wet road conditions that they're on. Orion Eminis out of 5 into 6. Lawrence down into turn 2 as we come back from Mario Nunes coming out of turn 6. Wright closing the gap down onto Brad Benningfield, trying to get back up into the lead of the sports car class. Third overall, second in the sports car class is where he stands, with a lap and a half to go. Lube Fusion Shelby still pushing. You can see Benningfield out of the turn 4 there, with the back end stepping out means he's not giving up. He still thinks there's a chance to get through onto the back end of Dirk Lawrence and maybe even get past him for the lead. Joe Wright in that Sports 2000 doing such a good job. Led out initially, and a small mistake down in turn 2 cost him. Got to third. About to start their penultimate lap. No, about to start their last lap, in fact. Last lap here for Dirk Lawrence to hang on, possibly for an overall victory in on-track racing magazine's Clubmans category. Nice to see Nick Martin climbing out of his Superhatch Rex different gearbox and Total Peugeot and straight onto our live stream to watch what's happening out on circuit. Maybe looking to pick up some pointers. Maybe not. Good to have you here, Nick. Good job on that first victory. And there's Bitzer. He's had a bit of a tough time early on. We saw the Falcon Tyres Nissan, unfortunately out of shape. And he had dropped right to the back of the field. And about to be caught now by the leaders as they head up to the top of the hill for the last time in this first heat. Big move on here from Benningfield. Is he going to have a go? He's right underneath that bumper. Not close enough to outbrake Dirk Lawrence into turn 5. Could possibly have a go into turn 8 though if he continues the momentum he's gained here. Closes right onto the tailpiece now of the Honda. Watch for the drive down the hill. Will Benningfield try and light it up down the hill? Get that little extra squirt to have a go. No, he's not close enough. He's going to settle for second overall and first in his class. Dirk Lawrence is going to get first overall and first in his class as they come to the line for that checkered flag. So it's Dirk Lawrence who wins out overall. Benningfield giving him a wave there. Great job there from Brad Benningfield to win out the class, the SR3 class of National Sports Cars. Gerald Wright will be second and third overall on the road in that category. And then it's Chart Visser, Mark Harvey and Kobus Brits will make up the top 5 in the saloon car class of Clubmans. On-track racing Clubmans make their way off the circuit. That is the unofficial results there. Lawrence from Benningfield, Wright, Visser and Harvey. Remember that Dirk Lawrence and Benningfield are the top 2 in the National Sports Car class. It's Dirk Lawrence from Chart Visser and Mark Harvey, your top 3 in the Clubmans Racing Series. And we'll be back shortly with action on track from Car Care Clinics, 111 and GT Sports and Saloons. Making their way onto the circuit for their first heat of the day. It's Car Care Clinics, 111 Sports and GTs making their way onto the track, and looking forward to a big battle between them as this championship will be wrapped up here today. Before we get into it though, let's head into our pre-race interviews with Johan van der Vyver and Roland Hopkins.
Now here is a success story. Car Care Clinic service centers are located countrywide. We guarantee personal attention as well as the best customer care around. For all your major repair work and servicing needs, Car Care Clinic is the best. You'll be amazed at our rapid turnaround time and customer guarantee. Car Care Clinic is not just your #1 service center, we are #1 on the racetrack as well. Car Care Clinic franchises are available nationwide. Car Care Clinic, we love cars.
Next up, Car Care Clinic, 111 Sports and GTs. And Mr. van der Vyver, you might have a bit of an advantage with your car if the track does happen to be slippery and wet. Do you think?
It's not really true. You know, I've worked very hard this year to try and stay on the tar, and it's working quite well, but there's no advantage. My car's better than I am, so.
I was going to think of something clever to say to you, but you can always bounce back. But good luck, I'm really looking forward to your car in these conditions.
Thank you very much.
And then Roland, Class B competitor, so there is the championship still up for grabs and all that type of thing. So Car Care Clinic right behind you, big prize money for you guys, you're going to earn millions. You're going to put on a great show, aren't you?
Yes, we are. I just think tomorrow is going to be a difficult day. This rain keeps on pouring, and I'm not sure how we're going to qualify, but yes, it's going to be a wonderful championship to finish. I think there's only 10 points between first and second and third, I think. So it's easy for one of the guys to pass at this stage. Yeah.
Just quickly about breaking out of lap times. Obviously won't happen in these sort of conditions, but you haven't had much of that this year anyway, have you?
No, not much. The only class that I know that had breakouts was A2 GT, but on the B side, A and B side, not much. Didn't break out.
Well, good luck, guys. Hope you have fantastic fun out there. Give it hell and put on a great show.
Thanks, Dave.
This is going to be some fun and games, that's for sure. 111 Sports and Saloons, and still a championship up for grabs here. JP van der Walt and Andre de Lange should be on the front row, but I don't see Andre de Lange there. Just trying to pick up on his car. That Ford Focus is not on that front grid, that's for sure. Louis Scholz and Wouter Roos will be second row of the grid, ahead of Gerard Henning and Adrian Dalton. Adrian Dalton, of course, currently leading in the GT categories championship. Class A, I beg your pardon. Class A. Got to try and remember all the permutations here, Paul. There's 5 categories to go through here. When I go into voters' list, it'll probably be easier if I pull that list up. Then we can see exactly how they stand. So, as we look at these guys making their way around for the start of this one, it's Johan van der Vyver, Leonard Archer and Louis Scholz, the top 3 in the GT Sports and Saloon Car Championship. And they're pretty tight between them as well, 99, 79 and 68 between those guys, and of course there's 10 points up for a victory. So it's basically van der Vyver and Leonard Archer who have to go at it for that part of the championship. Then if I pull up the rest of that, with Sports and GTs and the 111s combined, there is a big fight between Adrian Dalton and Wouter Roos in Class A, Hopkins and Labotsky for Class B. Maritz Leroux basically wrapped up Class C, so we don't have to worry about that. But here we go into race action. Going to keep an eye out on the points and what's happening on track at the same time. Let's see what they go into turn 1. Leading things out around the outside, looks like it's going to be hanging on for dear life from JP van der Walt's point of view. JP, new man to the series, but that Audi is definitely not a new car to race action on any point of view. Oh, Gerard Henning with some problems. The RBTS Racing Golf goes straight in turn 2 and off the track through the kiddie litter. Looks like he might have had a little touch between the two cars into it, and a little bit of damage there in the front end of that car too. But it's JP van der Walt who leads out ahead now of Scholz and Leonard Archer. There comes De Lange from the back of the pack. I'm not quite sure why he didn't get to the front end, and he making some small mistakes in the front wheel drive Ford Focus as they go in towards turn number 4. Henning on the sideline, definitely not where he wants to be, that's for sure. Comes the toy inside of Harvey Wallbanger, yes it is. Mark Harvey and Mark the Toy going at it. Back-to-back races there for Mark Harvey. So he'll have an idea of what the conditions are like out there, which should give him a small advantage as they come through to complete the first lap. It's Louis Scholz putting the pressure onto the back end of JP van der Walt. Henning was there, but he's now fallen by the wayside. Bob Neal joins the party at the front end. Nice run there from Neal as he goes through. And this is where things could change up. Mike O, nice to see him back into racing as well, as they come down into turn 1 with that pack. Hopkins and Archer, side by side. Just ahead of them is Adrian Dalton, the championship leader in Class A. Dalton fighting there with Wouter Roos. Wouter Roos with the advantage over Dalton at this stage. But remember, there's 10 points up for grabs, and well, Wouter's got to make up at least 40-odd points to try and win this championship over Adrian Dalton. So it might just be a case of Wouter trying to win out the championship, and well, the racing, I should say, on the day, and leaving the championship to be decided. Back into race action now from 111 Sports and Saloons point of view. The Car Care Clinic category in full flight here for the penultimate time of 2022. Wouter Roos fighting hard with his championship rival in Class A there. But Adrian Dalton is 3 cars behind him, which is exactly where he needs him to be if he wants to try and stay in the hunt here. Dalton has to have an absolute nightmare here for him to lose Class A. Roland Hopkins is fighting hard, just two cars behind that, and looking to try and stay ahead. And I didn't see Wayne Lebotsky on track in that pack at all. Harvey Wallbanger and De Lange going at it as they head towards turn 4. Trying to pick up on that Shield Golf. It's a long way back if it is out there. In fact, it's too far back, I think, for my liking, and I think Roland Hopkins could possibly wrap up. Yeah, he'll be wrapping up Class B here today in this first heat. Great little driving here. Didi Medida, of course, also looking for chances there for Class D honours. Maritz Leroux for Class C. Van der Pfeiffer fighting hard here with Leonard Archer as they get to the top end of the field. You can see Van der Pfeiffer in that Dev Law Subaru fighting with the Hyundai. CD Valcourt, man, having a great day so far in both categories he races in. Heading down the hill just behind them, you can see them starting to line up in the form of Yorick Smith and Darren Gunnison. Josh Reyes and Tishan Govender. Marius Malherbe in the back end of the field too. This is the fight here between Archer and Van der Pfeiffer for GT's 5th and 6th place on track. Van der Pfeiffer playing the conservative role. You can see a dry line starting to form for the first time down that back straightaway today. We've had some tricky conditions in the first couple of heats of racing for the final round of this. Oh, is that? It's the iProtein and Platinum Wheels Audi. Yes, it is. JP van der Walt's made a mistake up at the top of the hill. That potentially is the race leader off track and in the kiddie litter. Definitely not where he wanted to finish up, that's for sure. So it's Scholz who leads out now over Philip Meyer. Second, well, first of the Porsches, but second of the ADAPT and People Group Porsche. So it's the Porsche of Philip Meyer who's now made his way up into 2nd place. Bob Neal, he's there in 3rd. And the rain comes down. Oh, did I give that the commentator's curse of note? We got a dry line forming down the back straight, and here comes the rain. Can't ask for better than that. Apologies for that, guys. Nothing I can do about it, but that's how it goes sometimes. So, now we get into it. And we get into it big time. Let's get back to live action here on our screen. And live action big time here as De Lange gets a little bit out of shape into turn 4, trying to get through there on Harvey Wallbanger. Let's see how it goes now as they head down into turn 5, or up to turn 5 I should say. Fights on here big time between the Porsche and that Ford Focus. Scholz looking to maintain his lead. Stay out of harm's way. Cannot afford to make mistakes right now with 3 laps to go. Yeah, I see that. We've had to restart Facebook. Apologies on that one. Something went wrong on the Facebook feed there. YouTube, you guys should be up and running with no issues. We did have a small break in proceedings, but we are now into... Wow. I've raced in these conditions here at Zwartkops. I can tell you this is not nice. You do not want to be in a race car when it's coming down this hard. Unless you're in a Mini in the extreme sports cars. And you can start picking off those Ferraris one by one. Woo! Hard downpour. Hardest rain we've had all day long. Welcome back to all of our friends and fans here on the second part of race action here of the final round of all of the extreme. Oh! Is that the ADAP car of Harvey? Yes, it is. Harvey Wallbanger and Mark DeToy have come together. They're on the exit of turn 3. And there goes another car. That's Brits. Brits in the Pragma Polo goes straight into the wall as well. It's getting real out there. Very, very treacherous conditions to be racing in, I can tell you. Everybody backing out, just trying to survive. That goes Pete Portlita goes through there. Red flag. Red flag comes out. And that's right on time as Marius Malherbe goes past that red flag going, great call. Yo. It's got extremely hard out there at the moment. Red flag waving frantically on all the corners, bringing this race to a close. Definitely not how they wanted to finish that one up, that's for sure. They've only finished 6 of the 10, so that's not enough, I don't think, Paulie. They may have to bring them out for another couple of laps. There was a car into pit lane, but they would have to come to the line on a rolling start. That would be the rule in racing. Looks like there might be a car crashed in turn 1 as well. There it is, De Lange on his side after a massive moment. Look at that. Andre De Lange with a massive moment in the Ford Focus. He's rainy conditions. You can see he's on semi-slicks there. That's one of the reasons he might have got out of shape. It's not usually a man who'd get out of shape there. Brits is back on track after putting the Pragma Polo into the wall and just missing the Porsche. That's the reason why we've had to stop the race. They've got a Porsche and the Z4 of Mark DeToy on the exit of turn 3. Very lucky that Pragma Polo Classic here of Kobus Brits avoided those 2 cars. There's DeToy looking at the back end of that Z4 with some massive damage. Front end of the Porsche with some big damage as well for Harvey Wallbanger. I don't want to say it, but he lived up to his name today. And now the rain has completely stopped. How nice is that? How many conditions do you want to throw at us today? Come on, Lord. What are you doing out there? Jason Loosemore, you'd be loving life right now as you joined us on our live stream. So that's the one car that read the rules. On a red flag, come to the line. Don't go into pit lane. So it looks like at least one of them read their rules. It looks like Marco Sullivan, yeah. There's Gerard Henning trying to do some running repairs to his RBTS Golf to see if he can get it up and running again. And I can see there's a possibility he could get a restart here. Or is he going to get some assistance there? Is that Linda coming to give him some spare parts? There's a couple of spare parts that went flying into turn 2. De Lange's car back onto 2 wheels. his good friend Harvey Wallbanger running down there to make sure he's okay. I think Mark Harvey might have witnessed that one. He could possibly have been involved as well because they were pretty much up close and personal, those 3 cars. DeToy, Harvey and De Lange. Phew. So, welcome to Zwartkops if you've just joined us on our live stream. Cloud9 is one of those people who's just joined us. Albert Jacobs is back again, so is Jason Nussbaum and Tucker. We've had some chaos here in the Car Care Clinic, 111 and GT Sports and Saloons. It is Marco Sullivan. You can see by the green overalls. Only Marco would be running green overalls, living up to his Irish. Yeah, I think it's either from the Chevy Nova, or possibly from when he ran in. I think it was in one of the Fiats or Alphas he ran in as well. And he was in a Rover as well at some point in his career too. He's got a Triple S Chevy that he runs in the historic category too, which is a very fast little car. A lot of experience there behind the wheel of that little Honda. So Vanna Smith, you've just joined us once again from New Zealand. Big action here at Zwartkops. There is the front end of Mark Harvey Wallbanger's Porsche, the ADAPT Porsche 924. the front and back end of Mark du Toit, and if I'm not mistaken, I think it's also Andre de Lange. Those three cars are the reason we've had to call a red flag out and had to stop this one a little bit short than what was expected. Until we got more information, we'll be back shortly with you here from the action at Zwartkops. Load shedding came into play as well. We had, everything you throw at us was thrown at that race. Rain, a dry line, then more rain, then a massive crash, then some load shedding, then Facebook decided to shut us down, went to restart. Could you ask for any more action? No. That's how we do it here at the Extreme Festival Regional Final.
Dave, can I cover the camera with plastic bag, please? The wind blew it off, so I had to go fetch it.
Great job there from the Zwartkops Marshals / Kyle Army / Red Star Marshals. Joint effort now between all the marshals at those 3 circuits to get our 3 111 sports and saloon car category cars recovered, back in the pit lane, and hopefully into the clutches of their various teams to do some damage repairs if possible. But damage repair now is for second place in this championship. Dr. Hannes Skeepers has already taken the Class B championship overall for 2022, and he'll be starting down in 6th place, giving Stian Krill and Elmer Cruiser that front row. And then it's going to be Ross Butt and Stelio Nusias fighting hard for 3rd and 4th place off the line. Ryan Thalay makes a welcome return into Class B Pabar Volkswagen Challenge and lines up alongside the new champion. And behind that it's going to be Tanae Nkube, Bevan Williams, Francois Van Zel and Jacques Hayes. Anthony Pretorius climbs out of his BMW and climbs into the Bucketless Racing Polo alongside Adrian de Beer. Charisse Piazzamusso, I have to get used to saying that. Congratulations to her and Devon on their wedding only a couple of days ago. So Charisse Piazzamusso starting in lucky number 13 ahead of Luigi Ferro, Robbie Cassani, Mohamed Karodia for Team Red Racing, and then it's Alpha Mussolini, Lindsay Kleur, Martin de Beer and Mitch Kutsia at the back for Class B in Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. Reason for the split in the categories: there are a huge amount of competitors involved in this one. 20 cars on the grid at the moment, and over 20 cars in Class A and C combined as well, which is why they've decided to split the categories and give them each their own race start. Couple of cars getting a few little final adjustments, a few little indications from their team members either side. We have a green flag at the back, so we just need to clear the grid. As soon as we are ready to go and cleared, we'll be racing for the first time for Class B in the Pabar Volkswagen Challenge on Dunlop tyres in some very tricky conditions. Going to be in for an interesting time of it, as we've just had a massive rainstorm. There's still a lot of water on the track, and we've just seen 3 cars taken out in the 111 sports and saloon car category. 5-second board going into lights on and lights off. Ross Butler going to try and get off that line as quickly as possible to run with the man in front, Stian Krill. He's done just that. The man behind that, though, Ryan Thalay. A little bit of rust there on Ryan Thalay's point of view. And Thalay goes into turn 1 a little bit further back than where he started in 5th place, alongside Dr. Hannes Skeepers. We watch Luigi Ferro in the PMD machine running through into turn number 2. A little bit of spray coming up is going to make it pretty difficult to see into turn 2. But everybody seems to have got through there unscathed, which is really nice to see. See Robbie Cassani in the mid pack there, starting to make his way through as they come now into turn 3 onto the back straight for the first time in full flight. It's going to be the man who set the pace early on, or is it? No, it's not. It's the 22 car of Stelio Nusias who leads things out. He's ahead now of the hard charger, Elmer Cruiser, and Stian Krill down to 3rd. Francois Van Zel under pressure from Jacques Hayes on the outside, and Anthony Pretorius on his inside and trying to find a way past the Bucketless Racing car, trying to find a way through there on Van Zel. Stian Krill closing on the back end of the ATE brakes car of Cruiser. On the Cruiser with pressure, big time there from Krill. And Ross Butt in there as well, good start from that one. Oh, Robbie Cassani getting a little bit of help there from Torres as he got out of shape. He just got the back end stepped out, he comes across the grass, and somebody going off in the sideline there as well, so big problems. I think it might have been Ryan Thalay. Yeah, Ryan Thalay getting a little bit out of shape out of turn 7. And Cassani's got back on track as well. Jacques Hayes for Platinum Wheels, and Ace Auto goes through there into the lead. So across the line, Stian Krill was the leader on the start, but it's not Stian Krill at the moment. The plain blue car. Is Stian Krill in the plain blue car? Okay, apologies, I thought he was in the Creative Ink car. So they must have changed those 2 cars up. As they come through there, Mike McGregor joins us along with Philip Bannister and Roy Gardner. Big welcome to you guys. Chris Donnell's here too. on our live stream feed. 22 cars, Tian Krill with a little bit of manoeuvring there. On second place is Ross Butt. Elna Cruz's dropped back into 5th place now, tucked in behind the Buccaneers racing car of Anthony Pretorius. Mohamed Karodia coming through there for AST Transport, and the manoeuvre through there, under attack and looking for opportunities. Elna Cruz making a small mistake. She's dropped her back slightly. As you can see, into the clutches there of Bevan Williams and Tanane Kube. Anna Skipper's finding it difficult there for the Daneford Dental Studios car. Remember, he's wrapped up the championship for Class B, so he's just looking to finish up the season. Charisse Piazzamusso for 102.7 Racing coming down the hill now. I'm going to try and close that gap down that she lost earlier on. Didn't quite get the qualifying all done and dusted in tricky conditions earlier on yesterday. Started from 13th overall and has made her way possibly just inside the top 10. So it's Creel from Butt, Nusias, Bevan Williams and Elna Cruiser. That's how it stands at this stage. Top 5, Tanane Kube behind that, then Bevan Williams just up ahead of the road from him. Jacques Hayes looking to make up some ground now onto the back end of Anthony Pretorius. The two of them trying to close down on Tanane Kube. Anna Skipper's in 9, Charisse Piazzamusso into the 10 spot. Stian Krill doing an amazing job, 28.064 on his last cross of the finish line to set the fastest lap of the race so far in these trying conditions. It's not raining as such, it's just drizzling now, but the water is definitely staying on track, and that light drizzle is continuing to impair the driver's abilities to go in full tilt like they would usually be doing. Good dive up the inside. Oh, Hayes runs wide. Hayes runs wide, and he's following a line that the Creative Ink car of Ross Butt took. So a couple of cars there having some problems here. Skipper starts to get a little bit out of shape. Pretorius helping him out again. Anthony Pretorius and the Bucket List Racing versus DDS Dental Studios machine as they head down towards turn number 8. Is that Butt going into pit lane? It is. Ross Butt heads into pit lane in the Creative Ink car. Oh, and Skipper's out of shape, and retaliation for the car in front of him getting out of shape. So Pretorius in the Bucket List car got completely sideways out of turn 8. That's giving an opportunity for Tanane Kube to get away from them. And he's pulled a big margin now over that battle between Pretorius and Skippers. Charisse Piazzamusso closing in on the back end of the two of them. And then behind that, it's Elna Cruiser, Adrian De Beer and Francois Van Sale. Jacques Hayes, as we saw, just went off at the top end of the field at turn 5. Stian Krill doing it all right at the front end, leading things out. And getting away now from Stelio Nusias. Nice little fight on there between him and Bevan Williams for 2nd and 3rd. Tanane Kube is 4, 5 is Pretorius, 6 is Skippers, 7 is Piazzamusso. Then it's Elna Cruiser. Inside line from the 11 car of Adrian De Beer trying to find a way through there on Francois Van Sale. It's the pressure onto him. Speaking of pressure, here comes Bevan Williams and squeezing into 2nd place there. Oh, Ilio Mussolini off track around the outside of the kiddie litter. Looks like down at the exit point of turn 2. Getting back just before turn 3. De Beer closing on Jacques Hayes, who's been off track already. He's now trying to recover. Possibly going to be hindering the opportunities there for De Beer to get through on Francois Van Sale. Whoa! Background, massive maneuver there from Thalay. Ryan Thalay getting it completely out of shape again. Yes, there he is. And Thalay catches it only just to get back on track. You can see Ryan Thalay, he was a multiple championship contender and a champion in his own right in this category at one stage. Ryan Thalay had a little bit of rust there, I think, and starting to feel the effects of that rust because he's been off on a few occasions. Looking for a chance now, possibly to try and get back into the hunt at the front, but after a couple of off-track excursions, it's going to be very hard there for Ryan Thalay to get back into the hunt at the front. Nusias losing ground now to Bevan Williams, falling into the clutches of Tanane Kube. And Kube being caught hand over fist there by Skippers and Pretorius. Two ladies fighting hard just behind that, ahead of the recovering Jacques Hayes for Ace Auto and Platinum Wheels. Then it's Van Sale behind him. De De Beer, Mo Karodia looking for a top 10 if he can. And then Lindsay Kluwer just behind that. These conditions are definitely causing some pain and anguish for the drivers out there. Frustration levels also starting to pick up on a couple of drivers as they're getting stuck behind cars that they don't usually contend with, or not able to close on those cars that they would usually be way ahead of. So very leveler is the rain. Leveling this to bring everybody back into contention, including Charisse Piazzamusso. On the Cruiser now, falling into the clutches of Jacques Hayes. Hayes closing on Cruiser, trying to get back into the top 10. Here comes Cruiser. Hayes on her inside, looking for a chance to dive through. Looking for a chance and doesn't quite make it stick. That's the leader in the foreground of the shot there. It's Tian Creel, 7.5 seconds up the road from Bevan Williams. Williams in second, following at it with Anthony Pretorius as they come out of turn number 7. Still side by side and wing mirror to wing mirror down towards turn 8. Skipper's late on the brakes, but he's going to be on the outside line, and that's going to cost him dearly. He gets it lit up, and he'll have to come back in just ahead of Tanay Nkube, who goes and takes some evasive driving to miss Skippers, who's sliding out of turn 8. Oh, how's that big splash? Right into Charisse Piazzamusso's windscreen from Tanay Nkube. Now they come down onto the brakes into turn 2. Skippers closes in again on Pretorius. He wants by. You can see Skippers possibly a little bit quicker than he wants by. You can see Skippers possibly a little bit quicker than Pretorius. He has got a bit of battle scars on the front end of that car, and that might be hindering him slightly. Bevan Williams in second. Almost 8.5 seconds down the road now from Stian Kriel, who leads out. Stelio Nusia still in the 3 spot. Once again, Thalay. Has Thalay gone off almost every single lap at turn 2? I think possibly that might be the case. Ryan Thalay likes the outside of turn 2. Adrian De Beer trying to make up some ground now as well. Martin De Beer a little bit further back in the pack. But it's Adrian who wants to try and get himself up into potentially a top 10. He's in 10th place at the moment, but he'd love to be in single digits. Jacques Hayes has closed the gap down now onto the back end of Charisse Piazzamusso. Down the hill one more time for Stelios. Pretorius, Skippers, Tanay Nkube. There is your champion, sliding into turn 8 again. Back end steps out again for the Dane Fern Dental Studios car. And once again, Tanay Nkube runs wide out of turn 8. And back through his puddle. Another bit of roost there for Charisse Piazzamusso, and Jacques Hayes follows her through to get ahead of Tanay Nkube, heading towards turn 2. Possibly that might have changed up. Oh, Stelios getting out of shape now. Stelio getting a little bit out of shape out of turn 2. Here comes Hayes and Charisse Piazzamusso. Nkube involved in it now, 3 by 3. They head towards turn 3. Piazzamusso on the inside, Hayes on the outside. Dry line is on the end, Mr. Tanay Nkube. Pretorius looking for a chance to get through here, possibly up to 3rd place. He's got through. The WeFix cars unfortunately losing ground there. Stelio losing out to Anthony Pretorius for Bucketless Racing. Oh, Dr. Hannes Skippers off track now as well. The last 2 laps he spun through turn 8 and got a little bit lit up. This time out he decides, no, I'm going to run wide onto the grass. So Bucketless Racing's Anthony Pretorius up to 3rd place. WeFix cars into 4 with Nusios behind the wheel. Foncel trying to close that gap down on Cruiser as well, just in the background. Keep an eye on that gap. See, there's going to be a chance there. Elna Cruiser's caught Tanay Nkube. She'll be looking for a way past on Nkube around the outside. They must come to the line, and then they'll be told whether or not they're going to restart. I don't think they will restart this one, which means it'll bring us to the close of our first heats of the day's racing for all of the categories racing here at the final round of the Regional Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops, the home of the Extreme Festival. and the arena of motorsport just west of Pretoria in South Africa. If you've joined us from all around the world, that's where we are today. Zwartkops International Raceway. And it looks like that might be Pabar Volkswagen Challenge Class B all wrapped up for the first heat. We've had some really interesting racing all day long due to the conditions that we're in. Provisional and of course unofficial results as they crossed the line after lap 8 had been completed. Creel, Williams and Pretorius ahead of Nusios, Skippers and Hayes. They'll still get classified despite the crash that brought the red flag out. Piazza Musa finished up in 7th after starting in 13th. Tanay and Kuba in 8th. Van Sel and De Beer make up the top 10. Elna Cruiser in 11th from pole, or from the front row. That didn't quite go according to plan there for Elna's point of view. Ryan Thalay makes a welcome return into Class B and into Volkswagen Challenge. Fastest lap on the last lap, and dropped him down to 12th place with the head of Mo Carodia, Ilio Mussolini, Kleur, De Beer and Mitch Kutsia. So we set into, I'm sure there's going to be a small break in proceedings to get a couple of cars recovered. But after this we go into the start of the day's proceedings again with a small circuit cleanup if necessary, and Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, Heat 2. What's up, Dalton Venter? Big time and great time to join us, bud. Wet weather conditions and second heat of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars about to make their way onto the track for the second heat and second time today. And the last time for 2022. I beg your pardon. For this penultimate time. There's 3 races of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars today. So there you go. Warnie Rogers and Tucker, what happened? Well, there was a big incident with 2 polos down into turn 2, which caused the race to be stopped for Class B's. Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. Moira Grundy's joined us as well. She'll be supporting Warren Lombard, possibly. What's up, Moira? Hope Natal's a bit drier than it is up here in Gauteng at the moment. Yes, you're not seeing something wrong there. Mackie Adlam is in the Mobil 1 grid Ford Falcon. According to information that's been fed to me by Andre de Kock from the Citizen Motoring, everybody else out there is on wets except for Antoine Marks, who doesn't have a set of wets. So he's had to go and do a full heat on slick tyres. Should be pretty interesting stuff. Dalton Fenter, I think that's a great idea. Get yourself a V8 and come and race this, buddy. You'll enjoy it. Fortunately, as you can see, with V8 racing in the rain, it doesn't stop them from racing, as opposed to what happened here today and a week ago with the motocross. Getting stopped because of treacherous downpours at the racetracks that you should be there. Durban is sunshine at the moment, according to Moira Grundy. Thanks for that, Moira. Glad you guys are enjoying all the sunshine here. Table View in Cape Town apparently is bright sunshine too, but we are in absolutely horrendous conditions here. Pouring with rain, and V8 Supercars about to go at it for the penultimate time in 2022. Front row, Terry Wolford and Warren Lombard. Julian Familiaris and Frankie Mateo ahead of Mackie Adlam and Thomas Reeb. And as I said, Mackie Adlam in the Ford Falcon, not in his usual steed. And he's handed across to Rudy Barnard to pilot for this weekend. So should be some fun and games. And Jason Underwood, thanks for that. The UK is glorious, he says. Thanks for that, Jay. Glad you're enjoying it, buddy. Here we go. Double yellows down into turn number 1. It'll be every man for themselves as they come out of turn 2 and into 3. That's where they get the green flag to go racing. Wolford followed through there by Lombard. Lombard wants this second victory. If he can get it, he's going to try hard to get it, that's for sure. South of Wales is also apparently stunning. So thanks for that. I'm glad you guys are having some great weather. We're not. This weather should be in the UK, not here in South Africa. But anyway, we're enjoying all the racing nonetheless. Larry Wolford out of shape as they came out of turn 2, getting the power down to try and follow Thomas Reeb on the inside of Di Matteo. Familiaris closing on the back end of Lombard as they come through and into the mix for the first time, up into turn 4. Looks like Di Matteo's battling there slightly in the rain. In for Autocraft Machine coming through there as well. That is JP Nokia. Not difficult to spot that car in these conditions. Toy and Micheline Otto have joined us as they head up into turn 5. Move on the inside from Rudy Barnard to get through on the Italian Stallion. Looks like Di Matteo is having some problems there. JP Nokia is about to get through on him as well. So out front it's Wolford. Lombard in second, Familiaris is third. Mackie Adlam in the Ford Falcon is there in 4th place, just ahead of Thomas Reeb as Di Matteo peels off into pit lane. Italian Stallion is out of race 2. Big loss to the field there. Big Mustang coming through there of the 66 car of Alki Compound. But it's a Ford out front. Ford in second, and the first of the Chevys is the Corvette of Julian Familiaris going into turn 2. Second of the Chevys is in the hands of Thomas Reeb, and then Larry Wolford, second Corvette and third Chevy powered machine just behind him. So out front, Wolford getting the job done. Getting away now from Warren Lombard, from Julian Familiaris. Mackie Adlam trying to close that gap down in the Mobil 1 grid Ford Falcon. Very difficult conditions in these big V8s. Massive amounts of power. And of course that lock diff at the back makes it even more difficult. You've got to literally thread the pedal and feed it on so gingerly. You cannot afford to make any mistakes in terms of your ability to put the foot down on that power. Remember, there's no traction control. There's no ABS on these cars. It's all driver skill. And into turn 8 goes Terry Wolford in the Fuchs machine. And Fuchs Ford doing everything right at the moment to stay out front ahead of the Pep Boys Automotive Ford Falcon and the Chevy Corvette of Julian Familiaris. Amtech N4 Autocraft Corvette of JP Nokia. Actually not picking him up on the timing monitor as well, but he's definitely out there. Came back in there, just with a little correction there, up into 8th place, ahead of Alki Kampan. As we heard, and Tony Marks is the only man out there possibly on slick tyres. Bit of a gamble. When you've got nothing else, that's all you can run on. So he's out there on slicks, with the rest of the drivers on their wet weather tyres. Harry Wolford in the Jet Corvette. Into the back end of the Cafe 9 Automotive. And race 1 winner, Thomas Reed. Mistake from Rudy Barnard up into turn 5, just ran a little bit hot. Maybe a little bit too late on the brakes, but remember, you also got to be just as ginger on the brakes as you are on the loud pedal, because hard braking in these conditions will also loop these cars out very easily. They got fat tackies, but those tackies will battle in wet weather conditions. Wolford maintains the lead at this stage and stays ahead of Lombard. Shouldn't be too much of an issue here for him with 5 laps to go if he can continue on his merry way and maintain that rhythm. Lombard doesn't have an answer, and Familiaris could also be asked to have no answer to Lombard's pace for 2nd and 3rd. Adlam in 4, Rebus 5, Larry Wolford is 6, and Rudy Barnard up to 7th place ahead of JP Nokia. Everybody just tiptoeing right now, don't want to show their cards if they have any. It's going to be hard to hide the cards up your sleeves in these conditions. Although the way that Terry Wolford is driving, he's like a man possessed out front there at this stage. Fastest man on track for the last 2 laps. Only man to get down into the 1:21.4s as Rudy Barnard runs wide. Barnard running wide out of turn 4 in the Adlam Auto Jaguar. Wolford comes down under braking into turn 8. Starts another lap and starts the second half of this race. Adlam, Reed and Wolford. Look at how hard those Goodyears are working to dissipate the water off the tyres and onto the track to give them as much traction as possible. Still, the rain comes down here at Zwartkops. The crowds are not going away though. The people that are here are the hardcore Zwartkops race fans. And rain or shine, they will be in the grandstands supporting their favourite drivers. And loving the rolling thunder in the rain. Looks like Familiaris might be just turning the wick up there ever so slightly. Last run from Familiaris was half a second quicker than Warren Lombard. 21.2 as opposed to the 21.7 from Lombard. Only about 0.7 of a second between them. So it looks like Familiaris might be looking for a second spot here in race 2. If he can find a way through there on Lombard. That's definitely what he'll be looking to do. Lombard with a little bit of a squirrely move out of turn 7 down towards turn 8. G&H Transport Corner seen lots of action today. Possibly still a whole lot more to come. Still lots of race action to come our way as well on the live stream. We've got Silver Cup coming up next, NX Legends, third and final heat of their weekend. Pabar Volkswagen Challenge classes ANC second race, as well as the Lotus Challenge. DOE Formula Vees will be back on track a little bit later. But let's see whether or not Familiaris can do anything about Warren Lombard here, with about 2.5 laps to go. Disappointment here for the Italian stallion. Franco Amato circulating once again back on track, but about 4 laps down, so not going to be doing his championship any good here in terms of whether he can stay in contention for second place overall. Remember, Mackie Adlam wrapped up the championship here at the national round of the Extreme Festival only a couple of weekends ago, taking his 6th title in this category. Blue flags waving there for Stevie Herbst, warning him that Terry Wolford's coming along to get through. Wolford slides past and continues on his merry way with 2 laps to go for Wolford into turn 2. Wolford doing a lot of good here for his championship in terms of possibilities of second overall. Thomas Reed down in 5th after a win. We got Wolford with a what did he get? A second in race 1 and a first chair in race 2. So this is definitely advantage Terry Wolford. JP Nokia out of turn 2 onto 3 and heading to that back straightaway as Wolford heads towards AMG Driving Academy on the left hand side there, right hand side of our camera shot. Possibly closing in on Anthony Marks as well, and Alki Kampan, as Wolford starts his final lap. He will be concentrating beyond measure right now to stay on the black stuff and avoid any mistakes. Wolford heads towards turn 2, coming up on the back end there of Alki Kampan. Oh, sorry, of Anthony Marks, I beg your pardon. Anthony Marks will be there first before he gets to Alki. I don't think he'll get to Kampan in this one, as they come flying onto that back straightaway for the last time. It's the Fuchs Ford out front. Anthony Marks about to be caught and passed. Lombard maintains second place over Familiaris, but it's only by a second. Will Julian have a go here and Lombard on the last lap? We'll have to wait and see, as Wolford comes up on the back end of Anthony Marks. Any car out there with slick tyres on, making it a little bit more difficult, although they are big fat tacky, so that's the reason why you can still pilot the car around. Maybe not at full flight, that's for sure. Flag is standing by here for Wolford for the second victory of the day, and that's 1 victory and 1 second place headed towards Wolford's attempt to get second overall in this championship. Flags out, waiting in the background to see whether it's going to be Lombard. It is only just. Warren Lombard going to just beat Familiaris to the line, and look at Adlam in the background. Mackie Adlam trying hard. Oh, Larry Wolford trying even harder as he comes down into turn 8 and gets completely sideways onto the grass, fires it up again, and the 2 Corvettes go through ahead of him, which means JP Nokia is going to finish up ahead of him, and so is Rudy Barnard. So Wolford goes from 7th to 9th with that small mistake down into the final corner. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, 1 more to go, and looks like it might be advantage Terry Wolford for second place in the championship. We'll have to get those points into the final race later on today. Wolford and Lombard ahead of Familiaris are your top 3 overall, and then it's Adlam, Reed, Nokia, Rudy Barnard, Wolford and Kampan beating out Anthony Marks and Steve Herbst for the 11 cars, finishing up race number 2. We move into Silver Cup Racing 2.0 up next, and our coverage of this final round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport here at Zwartkops, the international arena of motorsport. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 1 That's always a good sign. Blue skies in the background. But unfortunately, the rain doesn't come from that side. It comes from behind us. So we'll have to keep an eye on both sides of that circuit. But a bit of blue skies is always a great respite for the rain that we've had so far. And lots of race action that's happened out on track. Jean-Andre, I did get your message. Thanks for that, buddy. I will attend to that when we get into Formula Vee a bit later on. Looks like there might have been just a slightly incorrect call there from our side. But the race action was thick and fast in that first heat. So we'll get to that when we get to Formula V's. But now it's time to go racing for Silver Cup 2.0 once again. Andre de Lange, race 1 winner, is definitely not back on track after that big incident in the 111 Sports and Saloon Car category race. Let's see what's going to happen at the front end of this one as Paul van Niekerk and Karel Stoltz go at it. It'll be the Golf versus the RX-8 down towards turn 1, and looks like Paul van Niekerk might have got the drop. Blicknote Jr. diving into 3rd place in the Mazda 323. So they eventually start to sort things out there. Andries Draper at the back of the field. He'll be in the mix there with Reiner van Zyl and Nissan Sentra. See all the space frames, most of them taking those front windscreen, because they're Perspex windscreens, out to give them a little bit of breathing room and possibly some vision, because Perspex in the wet makes it very, very difficult to see, particularly when it misses up. Rob Priest, you've just joined us. Thanks, buddy. How you doing? Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far as van Niekerk leads out over van Niekerk. And in 2nd place, it is the 323 Mazda of Fred Blicknote Jr. Normally piloted by his dad. This time out, he's decided to climb in the wheel. Bits are side by side with the 217 as they go out of turn 4. Golf versus some low-slung saloon cars. Slightly higher versions are the Golf ones. And then you can see coming into play there, the space frames as well. As Julio Riga tries to come back at it. Chris Cronier side by side there with Noah van der Walt as they go in towards turn 6. Behind him, it's Otto. Heading down the hill. You can see Arriga trying to make up some ground now. Ahead of the 101 of Henning. Noah van der Walt in the 209. Mike Rebecca, Lichtenberg Raceway, Golf 1. Just behind that, Chris Cronier trying to close down on the back of Neo van der Walt, trying to find a way through there on that little Golf 1. Golf 1 needs out at the front end though. No problems at all so far for Paul van Niekerk. 8 laps of race action coming away for the last time in 2022 for our Silver Cup category. Silver Cup Racing 2.0. It's Golf 1 versus Mazda 323-1, we could call it. RX-8, Grange Workwear Golf 1. Silver Cup Racing's machine there, that is Gerard Henning on the 101 Golf 1. Ahead now of Arriga in the Mazda space frame. He's also been closed down rapidly. Oh, someone off at turn 4. Charles Darroch. Or Kenny Darroch, I should say. King Kenny off the circuit. Dave, if you can get us a shot of that 101 Golf, I just want to see if it's Henning or if it's Van Rooyen at the wheel. This one coming down now, maybe a little bit of a close-up on that one. No, that's Noah van der Walt. It's the white one a little bit further up the road. Sorry, I should have given you that one as the white Golf as opposed to the blue one. They're sharing the car today. That's the car into turn number 1. And that's Henning. So Henning driving in both of the categories. 217 off track. And Chantal Bacchus, unfortunately, just making a small mistake. She'll get back on track, though, relatively easily, I think. Yeah, there you go. If you look at that Golf 101, it says Henning and Van Rooyen on the side. I thought Jannie Van Rooyen might be sharing the duties there with Gerard Henning today. It looks like that's not the case. 620, oh, out of shape there for Thomas Hollier. Thomas Holler just getting a little bit sideways out of turn 2. Managed to catch it though and stayed on track. Oh, King Kenny's having a tough time out there. Kenny Darroch losing position there to Chantal Bacchus, who was off only 3 corners ago. So some fun and games in the back of the field as well as at the front. A couple of guys just getting to grips with conditions out there. Otto being caught now by Arriga. Oh, that's the way you do it. Slide out of turn 5 onto the grass, onto the kiddie litter, onto the grass again, and just managed to stay ahead of Anton Bitzer. Bitzer, of course, in the RX-7 Mazda. Putting the pressure on here to the unique raceway from Polokwane's 620 driver, Thomas Holler. Oh, here we go. Pereira getting through, and Bluchnote Jr. giving him a thumbs up there. Probably because of the action that we saw between the two of them coming out of turn 2. King Kenny, is he going for a spin at every corner like we've seen earlier on? And now drives right in front of Andries Draper. Draper fortunately saw him coming and avoided coming together with that Golf 1. Bluchnote Jr. coming back at Pereira now as they head towards turn 5. Wayne Pereira slides as the leader, Van Niekerk, is off. Paul Van Niekerk's gone off at turn number 5 and now drops back down to 4th, if I get it all right, because Carl Stoltz still involved in that. No, it's not. He's now dropped to 3rd. That is the lead now changed to Wayne Pereira. This is the leader coming down towards turn 8. Wayne Pereira leads out in the Grange Workwear Golf 1. Carl Stoltz must have made a mistake as well in the Mazda RX-8. And he's now dropped out of contention here. So we've got 2 Golfs and a Mazda 323 fighting for the lead of Silver Cup's final heat of 2022. Back down into turn 2. Dub Developments Golf there of Paul Van Niekerk will need to make up some ground now if he wants to take the lead back. There is Stoltz. He's now just ahead of Noah van der Walt and Henning. Chris Cronier behind that with Otto closing down on him in the Audi A3. Arriga unfortunately has fallen a little bit further back. And Hollier behind that. That's the gap that's opened up, and there is the man who was in 2nd place initially in his Mazda. Under attack now from Noah van der Walt as he dives up into turn 4. Nicely done there from Noah to get through on the 777. So RX-7s fighting amongst Golf 1s. That's kind of the look and feel of Silver Cup. Looks like it's more RX-8 than RX-7, but according to the list it's an RX-7 that Carl Stoltz is piloting. Here comes Noah, late on the brakes and not able to get up the inside, but he's definitely putting pressure on out of turn 8. Little slide there from the Golf. Might have cost him a little bit of time and giving a chance now to Henning to have a go. Henning had a look. Tucks in behind now, decides no, not yet, we'll wait a little bit longer. Find a spot, maybe at turn 2 here under braking. Oh, there you go, pressure's on. Van der Walt makes a mistake under the pressure from Gerard Henning. Henning not able to capitalise on it. Van Niekerk with some problems, slowing down the back straightaway. Initial race leader, Paul Van Niekerk. And he managed to catch a completely sideways Golf 1. That's possibly what cost him a little bit of time there. So it's Grange Workwear's Wayne Pereira out front ahead of Fred Bluchnote Jr. in the Mazda 323. Tarzan car is absolutely hauling, trying to close that gap down on Wayne Pereira. Coming into the closing stages now. They've got 2 to go for these two. Let's see what Pereira can do to keep Blicknote Jr. out. Van Niekerk's been pushing hard, but I think he might have just lost the rhythm there. And there's not enough time for him to make up the ground that he's got there between Van Niekerk, himself I should say, and Blicknote Jr. and Pereira. 2 to go into turn 2. Pereira using the outside line, cutting back on the inside. Inside line being used by Blicknote Jr. Otto and Cronier having some fun as well. It's not done yet for 7th and 8th place. Oh, is that the Golf getting out of shape again of Nao van der Walt? I think it was. Nao gets out of shape, giving Karel Stoltz a chance to come back at him. Henning wasn't close enough to capitalize on it. As they get onto that back straight away, we'll get confirmation of that. Here they come. Yeah, Nao van der Walt out of shape, giving Stoltz a chance to close that gap down. And he's brought Henning along for the ride. So the 2 Golf 1s and the 7 going at it. 777 Mazda RX-7 heading to the top of the hill. Inside line from Stoltz. Look at the late braking from the Golf of Nao though. I think there was a bit of pressure being applied and hoping for a mistake like that. Nao's not worried about it. He's able to catch that front wheel drive Golf 1 of his if it gets out of shape and stay ahead of the rotary powered Mazda RX-7 behind him. Here they come down towards turn 8 to start the final lap. Oh, onto the grass this time. That could be costly. He might have to keep with that learner driver sticker on the back of his car if that's the kind of mistakes he's going to make. Onto the last lap, giving Stoltz a chance to get through. Stoltz gets into 4th place. Here's the leaders onto the back straight away. Blicknote Jr. giving Wayne Pereira a run for his money here. Not going to give it up without an attack here from the Mazda 323. Pereira late on the brakes into turn 5. Blicknote Jr. a little bit earlier, but cautious going in here. Trying to apply some big pressure onto Pereira to make a mistake from that Grange workwear car. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. He's going to hang on here by the looks of it for the win. The back markers, they're not going to come into play really, because here they come to the line. Last time he has to climb onto the anchors for 2022 in anger, and across the line, and the final blood for Silver Cup goes to Wayne Pereira and the Grange workwear team. Mike McGregor will be happy with that. Dub Developments machine of Paul van Niekerk had the race lead, made a mistake, and that 2-litre turbo comes across the line in 3rd place. The drive there from van Niekerk to recover. Further back, this is Cronier versus Otto. Mendoza looks like it's going to hang on to beat out the A3 and does so. The flag comes out there for Silver Cup Racing 2.0. So it's Wayne Pereira from Fred Blicknote Jr., Paul van Niekerk and Karel Stoltz. Ahead of Gerard Henning, Nao van der Walt and Chris Cronier. Jean Otto finished in 8th place. Bitzer looks like he's going to hang on for 9. And Arriga will come through to make up the top 10 here for our Silver Cup final heat of 2022. INEX Legends are on standby for their 3rd and final heat of their 2022 championship. Which one of the Robertsons is going to take the victory? We'll have to wait and see. Or is there going to be a spoiler coming from Carl Lawrence? It looks like he might be starting from the front row. Right, into the final heat of INEX Legends for 2022, race 3 of the weekend. We've had one win to Jagger Robertson, one win to Devin Robertson, and we now have Carl Lawrence on pole position alongside Gerard Roux. So some fun and games expected between the two of them. Roux will be looking to try and wrap up a Masters side of things again. Rian van Niekerk and VW van Niekerk will be behind them. Then it's Charles Roux and Sebastian Lanzetti. Jagger Robertson and Devin Robertson start from the 4th row of the grid, just ahead of Richard van Heerden. Van Heerden will be alongside Ian Upton. And we've already seen some big incidents in race number 2 of this one between Carl Lawrence and Edwin van Niekerk. They came together at turn 5. Johan van der Vente, Cyril Jacobs Sr., Tyler Robinson and Niels Jooster. And then you got Cyril Jacobs Jr., Francis Day, Jaden Goosen, debuting only a couple of race meetings ago in this category. Really good to see him having an opportunity to get behind the wheel of one of these cars and show what his prowess is like in terms of his race ability. Young Carter, he's now looking to come into this full-time in the Young Lions category, fighting with Cyril Jacobs Jr., Tyler Robinson, all looking to wrap up the Young Lions title, along with the Pro category title and the Masters category title here this weekend at Zwartkops in the final round of Regional Extreme. Here they come. 19 cars lined up and ready to go for race 3. Liqui-Moly INEX Legends have been superb all race season long, and some more of the same coming your way as they come out of turn 8. Carl Lawrence will set the pace. He will dictate the pace from the front end. He'll be looking to keep out the two van Niekerks behind him, and more importantly, keep out Roux alongside him. Try and stay out of harm's way, possibly take the final victory of the season, as they're now all under starters orders. The lights are on, waiting for those lights to go out and the hammers to drop. Here we go. Jagger Robertson pulls out from road 4, looking for a way around the outside of Vierbia, and looks like Rian van Niekerk as well. Tucked in behind him is his teammate Devin Robertson as they head towards turn 2. Carl Lawrence on the inside hangs on to the lead and hangs on to the whole shot. Jagger Robertson diving through into 4th, but he ran a little bit wide. It might drop him back down into 6 spaces. He lost out a little bit of ground coming out of turn 2. No, he hasn't. He tucks in right behind Roux as they go into turn 4. Up towards turn 4, expect to see some big changes. Watch for them panning out here and fanning out. Van Niekerk hangs on ahead of Lawrence. Here comes Jagger into 3rd. Devin up into 6th. He squeezes through and gets ahead. Roux behind Jagger Robertson. Van Niekerk just ahead of Devin Robertson. Then it's Lanzetti looking for a chance now on Charles Roux as they get up onto the braking point for turn 5. First time they've been up the hill here in sunshine. It'll be a completely different scenario for the INEX Legends. A little bit squirrely there from the 96. Or 98 Cyril Jacobs Jr. Just getting it a bit out of shape there. But it's all about Van Niekerk out front. Devin Robertson squeezes through, makes up one position into turn 8, and now goes up into the top 4 overall behind Jagger Robertson, his teammate. Jagger looking for second on Carl Lawrence into turn 1. Fastest man on track that lap was Jagger Robertson, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue to get through there. And he's now looking to take the lead into turn 2. Jagger dives up the inside. Great driving from Devin Robertson to try and find a way through there on Gerard Roux. Following him is van Niekerk. Vierbia and Devin side by side. In fact, there might be 3 by 3 as they go onto the back straightaway. It is. Look at that. 3 cars almost side by side coming onto that back straightaway. The second pack of cars. Here they come. Devin tucks in behind Vierbia. Gets a little bit of draft and assistance up onto that back straightaway and through. So Vierbia van Niekerk now ahead of Roux. Roux under attack from Lanzetti. Lanzetti joining that party. 4-way fight for 4th. 3-way fight for 1st, 2nd and 3rd, and here comes Jagger Robertson to the front end. Carl Lawrence looking to go with him. Devin Robertson hangs on to keep out Vierbia van Niekerk as they go into turn 6. Double right-hander, left hand flick into 7 down the hill towards G&H Transport Corner. And at this stage, a massive maneuver from Devin Robertson to try and close that gap now on Carl Lawrence. Lawrence trying to do the same thing to find a way through there on van Niekerk. Rian van Niekerk under attack into turn 1. Who's going to have what it takes to come out of turn 1 in the lead? It's Jagger in the lead. He gets a little bit out of shape out of turn 1. Rion hangs on to keep Carl Lawrence at bay for now, but Lawrence looking to dive on the inside. Can't quite get there. Here comes Devon. Devon on his inside looking to spoil the day there for Carl Lawrence and keep out VW at the same time. VW van Niekerk and Rion van Niekerk fighting with Devon Robertson and Carl Lawrence, allowing Jagger Robertson to get away at the front end. VW has a look into turn 4. Devon keeps him honest with a little bit of late braking. Not really braking to the corners, basically a little lift off in these cars. And then back on the loud pedal, which is exactly what he's doing now, up towards turn number 5. Carl Lawrence sees him coming, dives on the inside, gets through on Rion van Niekerk. Devon Robertson's going to follow him through. Devon looking for a chance to squeeze into second now. Of course, Carl Lawrence in a mistake. Perfect position there from Devon Robertson. Right line and perfect position allows him to slot up into second place and bring Lawrence along for the ride. Remember, there's a bump draft allowed in this opportunity, in these races. You can get up close and personal onto those metal bumpers and use the bump draft effect. And that's exactly what Vierbia and Rion will be looking to do now to stay in contention with Carl Lawrence there for third. Devon closing on Jagger. Very tight between the two of them. The van Niekerk's going at it there for 3 and 4. Make that 4 and 5 with Carl Lawrence in third. Lanzetti now ahead of Rue. Rue ahead of Rue. In-house fights here amongst the families for sure. It's amazing to see. Robertsons, van Niekerks, Jacobses, all fighting hard. And it's not done yet. We've still got 6.5 laps to go for these drivers. Back straight away, Funafenta having a little bit of a fight of his own there. He's got Johan Juster on his tail looking for a way through. Tyler Robinson hanging on possibly for the young Lions at this stage. Looks like she might be leading that out. Ahead of Jaden Kussen and Cyril Jacobs Jr. Here they come. Leaders back towards turn 8. It's about a half a lap gap they've got over the back end of the field. Carl Lawrence closing down on Jagger Robertson, who's lost the lead there to Devon. Here's the pack heading down the hill there, led out by the 88 of Juster. Tyler Robinson leading the Young Lions category. She's got Ian Upton and now slots in just in the background, watching for the return of both Cyril Jacobs Jr. and Jaden Kussen. Fights on. Kussen looking for an inside line and he's found it. 2 white cars absolutely evenly matched coming out of turn 2 onto 3. Back to the front. How do you want it? 3 into turn 5. Usually ends up in tears. They all slot in line astern eventually. To get through there. Vierbia van Niekerk are going to join the party and make it a 4-way dice for the lead. Devon hangs on for now ahead of Jagger and Carl Lawrence. Robertson and Robertson 1 and 2. Vierbia van Niekerk in 4th. Not too far off the back end there of Carl Lawrence. Upton now under attack. He's got Jacobs Jr. on his tail. Looks like there's going to be a bit of a fight on there because Jaden Kussen has got through. Arnie and Upton is starting to close the gap now on Tyler Robinson, which is exactly what he needs to do if he wants to win out the Young Lions category. Jagger's not done yet. He's coming back at Devon Robertson. Has a look up the inside into turn 5. Is he good enough on the brakes to outgun a former world champion in this category? He is. Late braking from Jagger, and the 1 car slots ahead of the 11 car. Oh, a little tag. No love lost there between the family members. There'll probably be only one rule, not to take each other out, but that was very close between the two of them, and Carl Lawrence was licking his lips saying, yeah, do that. I'll take that first place away from you if none of you want it. Vierbia and Rion van Niekerk still in 4 and 5. Lanzetti is 6. Charles Roux continues his battle with his brother Gerard. And they're fighting there with Eerdwan van Niekerk. Not quite there as the other one. He's fallen by the wayside a little bit. VW Finnick applying the pressure onto the back end of Carl Lawrence. 4 cars in it. Any one of these 4 can take this championship. Any one of these 4 can take this last championship race, I should say. Jaden Coerson up in his second place now in the Young Lions category and onto the tail of Tyler Robinson. Robinson is just up the road. You can see her in his sights. Jaden took the overall at the last outing for the Liqui Moly INEX Legends. It looks like there's going to be more of the same here. As Coerson looks to close down on Tyler. Tyler wants to hang on, possibly for the overall win in the Young Lions category for this weekend and the last race of the season. Sure. 2 Robertson boys are going to be going at it here big time. Devon looking to show his younger family member the way around and does so into turn 8. Reed takes the lead with 3 to go. Fights on. No team orders. Via sneaks up ahead. Gets through on Carl Lawrence. Lawrence lost a little bit of ground there. Lanzetti's under a bit of pressure as well, as you can see just in the background of that shot. Lanzetti still fighting hard there. It looks like Upton and Rue. Top 2 getting a little bit of breathing room there over Via Finnick, who's also got some breathing space on Carl Lawrence. Charles Roux, Edwin Finnick and Gerard Roux just behind that. Another dive, another look on the inside, possible change up for the lead. Recovery 1 heading down towards, just before the second pack made their way down there, and yellow flags. That's turn 4. So there's yellow flags in 4. That's the car in turn 2. Was it turn 1? That's why we need a recovery vehicle. Once again, it's 15. Who's had some problems, and is that a safety car that's been deployed possibly? I think it might be safety car deployed, yes. Safety car has been deployed. There it is in the background, heading down towards turn 3. So another incident there for the 15 car, unfortunately. Back right wheel completely off that car as well. Incident with Carl Lawrence in race 1 for Edwin Finnick. Now all on his own, some by the looks of things. He's lost it into turn 1. So it's time for a bit of duties here for the Pretoria North Toyota 86 pace car. Pack making its way onto the back. Straight about to catch the back end of that 86. Good possibility of this finishing up under safety car conditions, which is not what Jagger Robertson wanted. Devon's in front. He'll be rubbing his hands with glee if this is the case, having not to fight the last 2 laps with the younger member of his family. Yeah, someone needs to let the 88 car know that when you're under safety car, try and keep it on track as much as possible. Lights are still on that Toyota 86. Possibilities of maybe 1 lap of race action to come your way here. Or if that Toyota stays out, we're going to finish under safety car. Safety car has still got the lights on, and we are going to finish this under safety car. So Den Braven Liqui Moly INEX Legend of Devon Robertson is going to take 2 out of 3 for the weekend. And Jagger Robertson shaking his head there as they come across the line, realizing that they're going to finish up under safety car conditions. BMW M Performance Parts Race Series classes A, B and C are in the sidelines and in pre-race, waiting to go. So that's not what we wanted here in the closing stages of this third and final heat of the Liqui Moly INEX Legends. So to run through it as they come past turn 4, it's Devon Robertson, Jagger Robertson and Vierbeer van Niekerk who'll be taking the pro category. Charles Roux, Gerard Roux and Richard van Heerden will take the Masters side of it. The young lines, looks like Tyler Robinson is going to hang on to beat out Jaden Goosen and Cyril Jacobs Jr. Yeah, we're under safety car to finish this one up. That's a pity. Ticket flag's going to come out here for Devon Robertson. He's gifted this one. Didn't have to fight too hard on these last 3 laps with Jagger. Formation flying for the two of them across the line to wrap things up here for the 2022 season in the INEX Legends, proudly brought to you by Liqui Moly. That's certainly not the way that Devon and Jagger wanted to finish up. They were up for a great dice along with Vierbeer. But they come out the hands waving to the crowds and saying thanks to everybody for the support. Former world champion there, taking 2 wins of the 3 races this weekend. And his young family member, Jagger Robertson, comes through there to finish up in 2nd place ahead of Carl Lawrence, who is just behind Vierbeer van Niekerk for 3 and 4 on track as they come to complete. Disappointing, yes, but what can we do? It's Devon Robertson from Jagger Robertson, Vierbeer van Niekerk, Carl Lawrence, Sebastian Lanzetti, and Charles Roux will take the victory in the Masters ahead of Gerard Roux and Richard van Heerden. Tyler Robertson beats out Jaden Goosen and Cyril Jacobs Jr. for the young lions. Up next, BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series classes A, B and C. BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series back out on track for their final heat of classes A, B and C. Looks like Leon Lopes has got his car sorted out. Fabio Fedetto will be on the front row with him. Alongside second rows, Thomas Portkita and race 1 winner, William Einkamera. Repeat that if he can. Carlo Garbini also had some problems. He's got that sorted out alongside Jan Everstein for row 3. Ramsey and the German. Andreas Mayer with the number 1 plate. He's there on row 4. Lorenzo Galtieri, Nick Naidu, then it's Varish Gunpath, Trevor Long, Troy Cochrane and Mark Dutoy. I'm not sure if Mark Dutoy's back there though. Unless they got that car sorted out. It says Mark Dutoy on the timing monitor, but I don't think he's crossed the line. Because that Z4 was in serious need of some panel beating at a Zoic panel beaters, if they could get it there in time and back. It's only down the road, so it shouldn't be too far. Renier Smith is definitely back in it though, as is David Oosthuizen. Stein. Here is the German, man with the number 1 plate, the man to beat this season. That's another phenomenal season. He had to fight it hard amongst the turbocharged cars there in his naturally aspirated BM. Pace car rolls into pit lane. We are under starters orders with Leon Lopes to dictate the pace on that front row alongside Fedetto. Let's see if Fabio can change his luck in the second heat as well. Here we go. Lights out and down towards turn 1. They go for the second time of asking for classes A, B and C in the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series. Trevor Long in the roof surgeon BMW already applying pressure, so is Portkita. Portkita dives up the inside, gets through on Fedetto. Einkamera trying to go with him. William Einkamera in that 555 BMW looking for a way through. As he's got Garbini on his tail and Everstein not too far behind. Garbini though with some issues though coming out of turn 2. Saw one of the black BMWs slowing down. No, it's not Garbini. There's Garbini tucked in behind Fedetto. Then it's Ramsey. He's under threat there from Galtieri. Everstein onto the back end, and here comes the German. Andreas Mayer making his way to the top of the circuit, looking for a way to get into that top 5 if he can. While Ramsey's looking to open up the door for him. Everstein certainly gave him a chance as he got out of shape, and the German went round the outside of him with no issues at all. David Oosthuizen making up some ground there in the mid-pack. Found a way through, I think, on Hein van der Merwe. So it's Andreas Mayer now making up ground, but not quite where he needs to be, or where he likes to be. Trevor Long heads up the second pack ahead of Cochrane. It's the back end of Class B and the front end of Class C. He leads Class C at the moment ahead of Cochrane. That's the Class C battle there between the roof surgeon and the Arrow Automotive car. 2 BMWs fighting hard for Class C honours. David Oosthuizen joining them as well, with Hein van der Merwe and Renier Smith not too far off the back end. Class A at this stage is Lopes and Portkita ahead of Einkamera. Class B is Garbini, but he's got the German not too far behind him. So we're going to change that up. Oosthuizen looking on the inside of Cochrane as they come out of turn 4. For a late bit of manoeuvring there coming from Van der Merwe. Hein van der Merwe late on the brakes up into turn 5. He's very late on the brakes. Somebody had to give way there. Oosthuizen hangs on to the inside. Cochrane on the outside. He'll hang on to that outside line for turn 7. It'll become the inside line for 7 and 8, and that's exactly what he did in the Arrow Automotive BMW. David gets a bit out of shape coming out of 7. Looks to dive on the inside of Cochrane. He shuts the door. Not going to make it easier for David Oosthuizen or the man on his tail. It's Van der Merwe. While they fight it out, it's giving Trevor Long in the roof surgeon BMW a chance to get away and control things from the front end of Class C. Class B's Garbini ahead of Galtieri. There is Garbini, there is Galtieri, and 2 cars back from that. Behind Fedetto comes the German in 3rd in Class B. They now head to the top of the hill one more time, up past Universal Motorsport towards AMG Driving Academy. The old Zwartkops club that's now been taken over by Toyota Gazoo Racing. Deep in there. Stein doing a superb job as well as he starts to close things down there in that mid pack. Looking for a chance to be in it with Lyle Ramsey and the German. They're trying to just get onto the back end there of Fedetto. Be able to close down possibly on Lorenzo Gualtieri in the Sav Speed BMW. Top 3 or top 4-5 going through here. Garbini in the Kimbo coffee machine. Let me get ahead now of Porquita as they go towards turn 5. You can see just up the road there as he comes under late braking. Oh, good driving there, Nicola Garbini. Very late braking to squeeze through. Get up the inside there of Thomas Porquita. You saw him coming, opened up the door, give him a chance. Renier Smith now into the mix with Fanamava onto the back end of Cochrane. They've all caught Trevor Long. And Long under pressure here for the lead of Class C. 75, the bit Oosthuizen looking to take it from him, and he looks like he's got it. Yes, he has. Oosthuizen dives on the inside, gets through. Trevor Long demoted to second in Class C. They're lining up in the background, as you can see, for that third spot. And a late braking from Renier Smith nearly got him through on Cochrane. Cochrane shut the door on him. Didn't give him any room to play. Might lose out though. Yeah, compromise his drive on that defensive maneuver. And he loses to Renier Smith into turn 1. Comes back in him into turn 2 though. Not quite close enough. Fanamava's in the mix. Looking to pounce on both of them. Got ahead of Porquita now, trying to get away from him. Bridge that gap. He's also running the creepy crawly pipe out the car. Trying to get some air into that car as Lotus leads things out over Einkamera. Einkamera now ahead of Garbini. Porquita into 4. So William Einkamera, race 1 winner. Trying to get onto the back and stay with the pace that's been set there by the Fast Developments BMW of Leon Loubser. Good driving here from Porquita, but he's lost some ground, as I said, to these top 2. He also lost the position to Garbini. And Garbini now is definitely closing on the back end of Einkamera. 106.3s and 106.1s out of those 2 cars, so very evenly matched. Trevor Long under attack now, early race leader in Class C. He's got Fanamava and Cochrane behind him. Fanamava goes side by side, Cochrane goes on the inside of the 2 of them, had to back out of that. Fanamava onto the back straight, trying to get onto these 2. Leading Class C at this stage is David Oosthuizen. Renier Smith now, Fanamava into 3rd, Cochrane to 4 as they go into turn 4. Initial race leader in Class C, Trevor Long, demoted down into 5th place. So the Roof Surgeon BMW losing out lots of ground here in the second half of the race. Leaders about to come across the line, and they'll be starting 3 to go. Well, they already crossed the line. In fact, they're on to 4 to go, I beg your pardon. So 4 laps to go for these cars. Second place, William Einkamera into turn 5. Loubser down towards turn 8. Big margin as he starts his 3rd last lap. Leon Loubser, seasoned campaigner in that BMW, also spends a lot of time in time attack events as well. Very good at time attack events is Loubser. Right now his time is being spent at the front end of the BMW M Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C, and leading overall and Class A. Andreas Meyer closing down on Lorenzo Garteri. Looks like there could be a chance here for the German to get through on his rival for Class B. To the top they come. The German is definitely a lot closer to the back end of Garteri. Lorenzo feeling the pressure now in that SAF speed BMW. As Lotus's heads into turn 2. Penultimate lap now for Leon Lotus. Continued action here between De Wit-Westhuizen and Renier Smith for the front end of Class C. Westhuizen hanging on with a lap and 2 corners to go. The German now on the attack. Here he comes, looking for a way through on that SAF speed BMW. Back markers coming into play there for him. It's helped him out slightly. Next car up the road will be Nick Naidu. And he'll be watching in the rearview mirrors as Andreas Meyer goes on the attack to try and find a way through there on Lorenzo Garteri. Pure tight stuff here. Here we go. Andreas Meyer around the outside of turn 7. Has he got the drive down towards turn 8? No, Garteri hangs on. Lorenzo hangs on just ahead of the German as they start their final lap. Looks like Fedetto's joined that party. Lotus's onto the back straight into turn 4, our leader. He'll be heading to the top of the hill now. BMW M Performance Class A and overall going to be taken by Leon Lotus, turning his luck around after race 1. He did not finish race 1. Parked on the sideline on the exit of turn 1. This time he's going to be taking the top step of the podium. Here he comes. Flag is out and Lotus takes it. Class A and overall, William Einkammer is going to come through for second in the 555. Nick Quimoli and Yokohama BMW comes through there for second place overall. Here comes the battle between Sav Garteri and the German. Fedetto just behind that as they come down into the final corner. Lorenzo Garteri going to hang on and he goes across the line in the Sav speed car to win out over Andreas Meyer. Fedetto behind that. And nice run there from Naidu. He's been lapped but finishes up nicely ahead of Lyle Ramsey on track. And that's how we'll wrap things up here for classes A, B and C in one of our biggest categories of the day, the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series. There comes Class C to the line. De Wit-Westhuizen eventually breaking the gap and getting away from second place Renier Smith. Or is that Van der Merwe who's come through there in second? It is. Van der Merwe has come through for second ahead of Cochrane. Something must have happened there on Renier Smith on that last lap. He finishes in 5th place behind Trevor Long. So let's have a look at the unofficial results there for classes A, B and C. Lotusha, Einkammer and Garbini are your top in Class A. And it's Lorenzo... No, Garbini's Class B, I beg your pardon. So Garbini will take Class B ahead of Garteri and Andreas Meyer. Fabio Fedetto will then get 3rd place in Class A. Class C is De Wit-Westhuizen, Hein van der Merwe and Troy Cochrane. As we wrap up BMW M Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C here at the final round of the Regional Extreme Festival at Zwartkops. Let's get back into action now from Lotus Challenge. And the two championship rivals are on the front row for the final time in 2022. Basically, Thomas Faulkner has to just finish this one up and he'll have the title. Jeff Kruger has to win it. And something has to go dramatically wrong there for Thomas Faulkner in order for him to lose this championship. Lots of pressure though. In the past we've seen this championship go right down to the last lap. Happened at Red Star Raceway only a couple of seasons ago when Mackie Adlam took his first title over Jeff Kruger. Won it by 1 point on the last lap. So there's lots of race action to come your way now into turn 1 as Class L gets into the mix almost instantaneously. Matt Nash around the outside trying to find a way through ahead of John Kruger. Looks like it might be only one car missing from that grid at this stage. I didn't see the JPS Lotus there, so possibly not making it back out there was Van der Walt. But it is definitely Thomas Faulkner ahead of Jeff Kruger, and that's exactly how he'd like to finish things up with the final victory of the season to seal the deal on the championship for Faulkner's incredible season. Mackie Adlam going to throw a little cat amongst the pigeons there, and Jeff Kruger going for the lead into turn 5. Kruger squeezes out Faulkner. Adlam comes on for the right. Oh, nearly a tag there between Kruger and Adlam as they came out of turn 5. He moves up into second place. Jeff Kruger now leading ahead of Adlam. Faulkner into third. Thomas would have looked at all of the various ramifications and permutations that could happen in this race. He'll know exactly where he needs to be if Jeff Kruger leads the race. Looks like second place would be better than third though, if you take his body language at the moment. Behind that, Andre Himon leads out the charge coming from Matt Nash. Little lock up on the brakes there from Adlam into turn 2. All problems there for JP. JP Nokia parked on the inside of the main straightaway. That could potentially bring out a safety car if they can't get that car out of harm's way in time. Attack from Faulkner. Gets through on Adlam, or doesn't. Oh, he tries to. Adlam sees him coming and slams the door firmly in his face. That in turn runs Adlam wide, and here comes Himon. Himon on the inside looking for a chance now to squeeze through on Faulkner. Spoil his championship run a little bit more. Gets on the inside. Ooh, nearly touching between the two of them as well. Turn 5 has had lots of action here. More of the same to come here in Lotus Challenge Heat 2. Final race of 2022. Jeff Kruger doing it all right at the front end. Where he needs to be to stay out of harm's way and potentially still have a chance. Double yellow flags down into turn 8 by the looks of it. Someone's run wide into turn 8, so no overtaking. Whoever's having a chance to overtake will have to back out of it, just like that man had to do right there. The 77 car having to back out of that one due to the fact that we've got that car of JP Nokia's on the inside line at the pit gate. Jean de Toy backing out of his opportunity to get through there on Nick Hodgson, or on Miles Downett I should say. Miles Downett was lucky to survive that because JP was having a big look. Not JP, Jean de Toy, a big pardon. JP's parked on the sideline, Greg. Jean de Toy was the man we're talking about. Matt Nash looking to get onto the back now of Andre Himon. Faulkner looking to return the favour here on Adlam. Adlam keeping him very honest. Kruger out front. Universal Team Red Racing man leading the pack over the Adlam Auto Lotus. Faulkner in third. Big move here from Rudy Barnard. Finding a way through there, Jeff Gable. Just behind that leading pack. Nash pulls away from the two of them. Sean Hewitt all on his own, some by the looks of things there in Class A. Ahead of John Kruger and Brett van Rensburg. Looks like Sean Hepburn might lead out Class L. He does. Hepburn ahead of Fulton and Davide Favo. Andre Duplessis behind that with Downett and Dutoy. Hodgson down in 18th. About 9th in the Class L fight. For Lotus in full flight up towards turn 5. And Rensburg trying to close onto the back end now. Here comes Class L. 51 car there. Ooh, change up for the lead. Change up for the lead. Adlam's at the front, Kruger to second, into the clutches of his championship rival and the man who would be king after this one. That's Thomas Faulkner looking to get on the inside of Kruger. Not going to give this up without a fight. So apologies there for the loss of the pictures. We've got a bit of load shedding at the circuit. Just waiting for them to reboot everything and get back on track. The load shedding's hit Zwartkops here. Just waiting for picture to come back to us now as we get into the second half of this race. And it's getting thick and fast there with 5 to go. 5 laps down, 5 to go for Lotus Challenge 2022. Kruger fighting hard with his arch rival Thomas Faulkner. Adlam leading at the front end. Kruger looking to come back at Adlam, but he's got Faulkner on his tail, him on behind that, and Matt Nash about to join the party. Nashville making some big maneuvers there. Rudy Barnard's pulled slightly away now from Jeff Gable, who's done the same thing on Sean Hewitt. 4-way fight for the lead as Faulkner goes on the inside of Kruger. This time he looks a little bit more dangerous, but Kruger keeps him honest. Himon on the inside. Faulkner having to go defensive. Didn't see Himon coming, had to be late on the brakes into turn 5. He's done that. Matt Nash even later than anybody else around the outside, coming to join the party. Nashville on a flyer here. Looking at the lap times, he's also one of the quickest cars out there. 11 ones coming out of Matt Nash. Everybody else in the 2s to 4s to 6s in that front pack. So Matt Nash definitely the fastest of those first 5 cars. Allowed him to bridge that gap and join the party, as we said. Hepburn. Clarcell still led up by Sean Hepburn. He hangs on only just because you see a little bit of a margin over Andrew Fulton and Davide Favo. Davide Favo with a bit of pressure now onto the back end of Fulton. Looking for second place as opposed to where he is right now. Change up for second at the lead of the race in Class B. Faulkner's through on Kruger. That's where he needs to be. That will definitely secure in this title. Adlam will look for the last victory. Kruger looks to go defensive on Himon and on Nash. Doesn't want to lose that final podium position. He might lose the championship here to his arch rival over the last couple of seasons, Thomas Faulkner. Faulkner hits the front, or does he? He's trying. Faulkner wants to wrap this up with the final victory. Change that number 2 to number 1 for next year. And he's doing it all right. Not giving up without a fight. Prepared to risk it, to go for the victory to secure the deal. Favo through now, up in a second ahead of Fulton. So that's how things have changed there. Duplessis behind that as they line up in Class L. Down on Detroit just behind that as they come down into turn 2. Back to the front of Class B. New leader. The champion-elect has hit the front for the first time in race 2. And now you can see, look at the body language on that car. Look at the body language on the driver. Determined to get this final victory and wrap up the championship is Thomas Faulkner. He finished second in the Gazoo Racing Cup. He's looking to finish in the front of Lotus Challenge for 2022. What a spectacular season Thomas Falconer's had. 2 to go as they head down in towards turn 2. Sean Hewitt. Kruger crosses the line. So it's all to play for here. For second place, I would have to say. Because Falconer's got his head down and is heading for that checkered flag in a lap and a half's time. Adlam going defensive on Kruger. Kruger going defensive on Himon. Himon going defensive on Barnard. Barnard's broken away ever so slightly there from Matt Nash. 3 into 5 usually ends up in tears. This time they all stay line astern. So is Barnard into second by the looks of things. Is that the 8 car? Oh no, sorry, I beg your pardon. It looked like the 8 car. It's Adlam in second. It's not the 28 car of Barnard. He's moved up and looking to dive on the inside of Andre Hemon as they start the final lap. Thomas Falconer on his swan song lap here. If he can keep it all together and stay on the black stuff. What a way to wrap up the 22 championship to take the final victory. As I said, it comes down to the final laps in Lotus Challenge on so many occasions. Probably more of the same to come later on in 2023. That number 2 will become number 1 for 2023. Jeff Kruger will have to come and fight it again to see if he can take a 7th title in Lotus 7s. That's what I know he's pushing for. He'd love to have 7 in the 7s. Adlam's late on the brakes. Jeff Kruger keeps him honest around the outside. Keeps him honest again around the outside into 6. He'll have the inside line for 7. This could be perfect timing here from Kruger. Oh, he just makes a slight mistake. A little bit out of shape there. Allows Adlam just to squeeze through. Adlam goes defensive into turn 8. He's not going to let him through. Your champion and final race winner is Thomas Falconer. Jeff Kruger and Adlam having a little shake of heads as they came through on that last lap. Brilliant stuff. Duplessis hanging on now, possibly still in with a chance of second place in Class L. Just up the road will be Hepburn. Here he comes down to the line. Class L for Sean Hepburn. And another victory here for this man. He's been really good all season long as well. And that should put him in contention for a good finish in 2022. Duplessis will come through for second. Looks like it's Fulton for third. And behind Fulton, they lined up in the order of Miles Downard, David Favo, and of course Nick Hodgson, the top 5 in Class L. There is your unofficial results. Thomas Falconer, fastest man on track on that last lap. Fastest man of the season as well, taking the overall victory here today and the championship for 2022. Up next, we head into Pabar Volkswagen Challenge classes A and C for their second heat. Rolling to the line now for the final time today and for 2022 season. Pabar Volkswagen Challenges classes A and C. Number 1 for 2023. Rory Atkinson will start on pole position for the last race of the season alongside race 1 winner, Bevan Masters. Expect a big battle between them. The number 1 car from 2022, and unfortunately has been lost in terms of overall as well as Class C's championship to Rory Atkinson. And Ian Walker also took a huge amount of honour in winning Class C's overall championship. Look at the position of that CPS warehouse car. Already in attack mode, slightly to the right of that starting grid line at grid 2. Wayne Masters is there. One car that's missing will be, of course, Valdi Mankies, after a big incident between himself and Tehran in race number 1. Calls down first red flag of the race meeting. Chris Dell back on track. Dean Ross and Mfana is back again. Also saw Dean Ross in the Norbrake and Azoic panel beaters polo. Mussolini will start his final race with the number 1 plate on pole position, alongside the man who took that number 1 plate for Class C away from him, Ian Walker. Green flag at the back. We're going into starters' orders. No, we're not. Now we are. 30-second board. Changes to the 5. Wait for the lights. Masters almost instantaneously on the attack, coming across, looking to get into turn 1 in the lead. He's got the drop by the looks of it, but no, Rory Atkinson hangs on around the outside and gets the whole shot. Mussolini gets the whole shot in Class C. Great start there from Yachty. Oh, Chris Dale and Masters coming together. One goes sideways, one ends up in the kitty litter, one stays on track, only just. I don't know how Wayne Masters was able to catch that one, but he was very lucky to. You've got Nocias tucking in behind Walker, behind Mussolini. Top 2 getting away now, almost instantaneously off that little bit of fracas behind them. So it's a big charge here from Smallberger for 3rd as they go into turn 4. Masters coming back. Dell into the mid-pack of Class C. So Chris Dell with some work to do now as they come out of turn 4. Let's have a look at it down into turn 2. Yep, little touch there between the two of them. Masters slides down into turn 1. He catches it. Only just puts 4 wheels onto the dirty stuff, but Chris Dell was backing it into the kitty litter. Had to wait for the field to come through. He tucks onto the inside line and continues on his merry way in that mid-pack of Class C. Smallberger now from Barbaglia. Might be a little bit of in-house monetary maneuvering happening amongst the drivers in Class A as well, I believe. Should be interesting to see how they finish up here in this second and final heat of classes A and C. Right now, it's Atkinson who leads things out, controlling from the front. Masters back up the inside of Dean Ross into turn 2, looking to get through on Barbaglia, who's just ahead of him. Then set his attention on getting through and getting past, possibly with a push-to-pass there. Yeah, no, these ones don't run push-to-pass mechanisms. It certainly looked that way as the Performance Masters polo comes alongside the Pabar car and gets through on Barbaglia. As I said, now sets his sight on that Sabertech car of Derek Smallberger up the road. Dean Ross looking to come through, find a way past on Barbaglia, who goes defensive in the Pabar car into turn 5. Keeping out that Norbrake and Azoic panel beaters polo. Not an easy thing to do there. Dean Ross has got some good pace. Atkinson and Bevan Masters getting away. Look at the gap they've pulled now. Pulling away dramatically over the rest of this pack. But it is Atkinson who leads things out as they cross the line again. Walker sideways. Gets it onto the inside curb. Puts some wheels up in the sky. It looks like there was a little bit of maneuvering happening there as well as they come through now. Charles Anderson As Walker tries to make up some ground, that's why he's pushing so hard. You can see he's dropped back slightly after a mistake that we didn't quite get. Mark Castle into that 4th place. Back to the front end of Class A. And it's Bevan Masters still trying to find a way through there on Atkinson. Atkinson continues to lead. Yachty leading for Class C at this stage by the looks of it. Just getting confirmation of that. Castle in 2nd, yes. Cruiser in 3rd, Anderson in 4th. Not quite sure what's going on with our timing monitor though. It's gone a little bit haywire. We'll get that sorted out, I'm sure, during the race. Just up the road there from them. That's Chris Dale, remember, trying to make up some ground after getting into the kiddie litter in the early stages of the 2nd race. 6 laps to go. And wrapping this championship up. Remember, the championships have all been decided, so it's literally just the last blood of the season here for the drivers involved in classes A and C. And later on this afternoon, Class B battle to resume on track. Atkinson is Class A and overall champion. He'll run that number 1 plate again next year. VHIT machine. CPS warehouse car. Bevan Masters on his tail looking for that last victory. Mark Castle in 2nd place behind Yachty and Philip Cruiser behind him. That's your top 3 in Class C. Mussolini's gone missing. Pierluigi Mussolini right at the back of the pack after a mistake. And I'm sure it was between him and Ian Walker, because Walker also dropped very wayward and to the back end of the field pretty rapidly. Michael Zaviro ahead of Spammers and Luigi. So Pierluigi Mussolini behind the rookie driver. Top 2 heading to turn 4. In Class A. No change, no look just yet from Masters. Maybe waiting to pounce later on. Not going to show his cards too soon here to his rival, although he's later on the brakes into turn 5 than he has been all race long, putting a little bit more pressure onto Rory Atkinson. Fastest lap of the race there going to Bevan Masters so far. 13.506. Tinusia still hanging on for the lead of Class C. He'll be ecstatic if he can get a win in Class C, that's for sure. Particularly in the last race of the season. Just boosts your confidence into the next season if you can get that last victory. Walker closing on Castle now, looking to try and get up into 2nd. Ran up the ground he lost earlier on, and he's caught and passed the ATE car there of Philip Cruiser. Sabertech Polo on the inside of turn 1. That is Derek Smallberger retiring his Polo. Double yellows into turn 1 there for a long time as they try and get the Sabertech Polo out of harm's way. Back straight, Barbaglia under pressure from Ross. Looks like coming to join the party there is Medium Mfana. Walker all over the back of Mark Castle now. Castle in the Easy Parts car looking to try and hang on, but Walker's on the inside for Cycles United. And he's through. Ian Walker will now try and set his attempt to close down on Yachty. Yachty Nusias is going to be a tough man to beat that far up the road though, with only 3.5 laps to go. Back to Class A's lead into turn 2. Oh, mistake from Atkinson. Oh, problems. Atkinson's got a problem. Something's broken on that car. What if it's another engine issue? He had some issues on that car. They had to replace the engine. And Atkinson now pulls to the sideline. Masters 1 and 2 again. Formation flying again from the two Masters boys for first and second. It's CPS Warehouse's Bevan Masters ahead of the Performance Masters Polo of Wayne Masters for 1 and 2 in Class A. Nightmare stuff. Can you imagine if this was for the championship? Fortunately, it's not. Definitely not the way that Rory Atkinson wanted to finish off his season. He wanted to do like a couple of other drivers have done today and wrap up their titles. Stamp them with authority with a final victory of the season. Looks like it might be 2 victories here for Performance Masters, or possibly 2 victories for Bevan Masters in the CPS Warehouse Polo. Well, Baglia still under massive threat here. Look at this. Mfana and Ross all over the back of him. That's the leader. There comes the second place battle, which is now Mike Barbaglia. And I think that's why you're seeing Dean Ross and Mdia Mfana putting a little bit more pressure onto Mike Barbaglia. Now, Smallberger's on the sideline, out of the way, out of the car. Guys all know that that car is in the inside line of turn 1 as Dean Ross gets through and looks for a chance to get up into second. 2.5 laps going towards turn 4. The leader should be heading towards turn 4. There he is. No, he's third at this stage. No, he's not. Atkinson's made up some ground. He's made his way back into contention there and back into third place. There is our leader into turn 6. Two laps to go here for these guys. As they start their penultimate lap, it is CPS Warehouse's Bevan Masters who leads out Class A over his brother Wayne in the Performance Masters Polo. Atkinson, whatever the issue is, he sorted it out. Maybe that car just went into limp mode. Sometimes with the engine changes that can happen. He's been able to at least secure third place and get back ahead of Dean Ross and Mike Barbaglia. Ross now ahead of Barbaglia. I think it's going to be changed for the top 3. Possibly still a fight on there between Barbaglia, Ross and Mfana. Out of turn 5, looking for second place. Christel looking to make up some ground after going off earlier on. Now not too far off the back end of this little fight, and he needs to be. Barbaglia now trying to come back at Dean Ross. And Fana there as well in the mix as they come down the hill. They're just behind Rory Atkinson, who managed to find a way through on them. So in the background watching for Christel as well to close things down here on these two. Or these 3 I should say. Oh, problems Atkinson. Atkinson running completely off track. That's right in the middle of the circuit. So lead car on the final lap up towards turn 5. Bevan Masters for CPS Warehouse. Wayne Masters in second for Performance Masters. Bevan's going to make it 2 out of 2 today as he heads down the hill for the last time. Charles Anderson, that was just ahead of him there in the second of the Pabar cars. Pabar Volkswagen Challenge, 2 wins out of 2 starts for Bevan Masters in Class A. Brother Wayne will come through for second. Just behind that, a couple of Class C competitors coming through there to wrap up their day. Barbaglia gets through and coming to the line. Will finish up in third place. Head of Ndia Mfana, Dean Ross and Christel. Yotti Nosius hanging on for the lead here of Class C. I tell you, it's not going to be an easy run here. He hasn't had it all his own way. He's had to fight hard for it. But he's managed to stay out front since he got there in the WeFix Cars Polo. And that's the gap he's got over the Cycles United car of Ian Walker. The new champion will finish in second place. Yotti will take the win in Class C's here for the final time in 2022 for Pabar Volkswagen Challenges classes A and C. Up next, we go into the DOE Formula Vees. See how things are going to finish up there for that championship. We'll be chatting a little bit about how it stands and what the standings were after race 1 as we get into DOE Start My Car Formula V. There is the unofficial results for Pabar Volkswagen Challenge classes A and C. Evan Masters, Wayne Masters and Mike Barbaglia are the top 3 in Class A. And it's Yotti Nusias ahead of Ian Walker and Mark Castell for Class C. DOE Formula Vees making their way out onto the track for the second time today and the last time for 2022. And I'll let you know, the championships are all decided. Peter Hill's taking his 4th championship, took the first one in 1999, and he went back-to-back in 2010 and 2011, and now in 2022 takes his 4th title in his 4th decade of motorsport in South Africa, having won some motocross titles and Formula V's in the past, as we saw. Great to see some history in the making, as well as the 5 Hills boys make their way onto the track again. And it's the first time in South African motorsport history that we've had 5 members of the same family racing in the same national championship heat. In the Association Championship, it's also wrapped up, as Theo Vermaak's performance in race 1 was enough for him to take the title. So it's literally any man to take the last 2 victories in the Association and in the main Formula V class now, on the last time of asking for 2022. Also, news in from Gendre. Gendre telling me that the incident between himself and Josef Kotze was deemed to be in Kotze's fault, not in Gendre's fault. So Josef Kotze deemed to be the protagonist in that incident in turn 4 that caused some issues in our first race start. So hats off there to Gendre. Sent me some information, passing it down the line so we can bring you all the updated stuff there. Josef Kotze found to be at fault by the COC after that incident in turn 4 where the 2 of them locked up wheels. Trying to get as much heat as they can out of the drying track here at Zwartkops. We started the morning with some drizzle and light rain. It got heavier and heavier through the morning and into the afternoon. Now it seems to be drying up. We are watching the southern and southeastern side of the circuit to ensure that we don't have any more rain headed our way to spoil the day for the last couple of races. This is the 7th last race of the day. We've still got 6 to come after this to wrap up the 2022 season for the regional side of Extreme Festival. Peter Hills will start his championship run in the last race of the season on pole position after he's just wrapped up the title in the first heat of the day. Jaco Schricks is alongside him. Brandon will be just behind that. Vaughan Hills alongside Brandon, Gert van der Berg and MD Bester. Theo Vermaak in 7th ahead of Carl Watt and Marcel Bluchnoot ahead of Sief de Toy. Gendre Leroux and Michael Koenig will be starting from about the 6th row of the grid. They'll be just ahead of a big pack of 24 cars about to go to battle, celebrating 57 years of Formula V racing here in South Africa, showing that one of the longest standing single-seater championships is certainly still providing phenomenal action at every single time they get onto a racetrack. Ernie Vermaak and Jannie Geyser will be just ahead there of David Austin. And then it will be the rest of this pack getting ready to go now as that 5-second board gets pulled away. The lights go out and we go racing. Down towards turn 1 here at Zwartkops. A big left hand, slightly off camber. As they go into that one, they all sort things out. Clinton Kane in that mid-pack, already fighting hard there with the 5-3 car. Roy Douglas seems to have got his car sorted out and back into the action, which is good to see. He had a DNF in the first one. The rest of the pack coming through there, Matthew Hills and Lendl Janssen. Now Lendl Janssen have to come from the back of the pack after that DNF in race 1, which cost him the championship as well, remember. He'll be a man to watch out for, picking them off one by one. Starting to do that even instantaneously down that back straightaway. Red car on the inside line is Janssen, heading into turn 4. Ahead there of the 13 car, so not a bad effort there from these guys to get through this first lap unhindered. Gert van der Berg tucked in behind Schricks. It's Hills who leads out though at the front end. Gendre side by side with Michael Koenig, going down into turn 6 and 7 now. Koenig goes around the outside. Good line there from Michael Koenig to get on the outside of the 27 car. Now down into turn 8, second group of cars. In it is Carl Watt. He's behind Vermaak. Vermaak behind MD Bester by the looks of it, as they head down into turn 1. So leading 4 getting away ever so slightly. Second pack of 4 on their own, some fighting for 5th place. Watching for the progress there of that number 91. Bull Securities car. And that's 8, 9. He's up to 10th, or he's challenging for 10th there with Michael Koenig. Is Lendl Janssen with Gendre Leroux as well in the Liqui Moly Formula Vee. late on the brakes. Try and get on the inside. MD Vesta doesn't quite make it sick though. He's got Carl Watt on his tail looking to close him down. Maybe spoil his championship run because he's also looking to wrap up his 2022 championship winning race of race 1 with the final victory of the season as well here in race 2. First 4 in towards turn 1. Second 4 heading there now. Hills hangs on. Shricks in second. Van der Berg in third. Kobus Brits has just joined us online after a big incident earlier on in the day in his polo. He's joined by Angus Anderson and Hans Tings. Thanks, guys. Thanks for joining us here on our live stream feed. Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far. We really have had an action-packed day here at Zwartkops. The weather's played its part as well with bringing us some rain and shine and some cooler conditions earlier on. Now into a lot of sunshine here into the afternoon. Heading up to the top of the hill now, a little chopping and changing. A little bit further back there, Michael Koenig and Sief de Toy still fighting hard. Got Vaughan Hills, not where he usually is. Vaughan Hills, I think, is fighting there with Roy Douglas by the looks of things. Or Ernie for Mark, one of the two. Carl Watt. Here comes Janssen. Lendl Janssen now into single digits from the back of the pack. He's up to 9th place. So we've got 4 cars fighting for the lead. 4 cars fighting for 5th. And then Lendl Janssen trying to close down on that second pack of 4. Hills looking certainly like he's got a chance of wrapping up this championship with the final victory as long as he can keep Shricks out. But Shricks goes late on the brakes, locks up, runs wide. Ooh, Gat van der Berg had to back out of that one. Nearly went up the gearbox of that V in front of him. Shricks, he's late braking, cost him dearly. He's dropped from potentially the lead into 3rd. So he only loses 1 position actually, but he was attempting to get to the front end of the field. Koenig and Vaughan Hills fighting hard. Lendl Janssen has closed down onto the back of that second pack and is now into the clutches of Marcel Blucknout. Vaughan Hills, Koenig, Sief de Toy. Another lap completed by these guys. Remember, these guys run a 12-lap heat. So there's still 9 to go for them. Hills maintaining his lead at this stage. Gat van der Berg would love to spoil that final victory opportunity for him. Finish his season. The last time that number 1 plate will be on his car with the final victory. Seeing the curbs though. Tapping those curbs on a few occasions now is Van der Berg. As they head down towards the final corner one more time. Starting 8 laps to go. Mills runs wide, keeps the defensive line into turn 2. Koenig pulling away ever so slightly now from Sief de Toy. Roy Douglas. Ernie for Mark and Henk van der Berg behind that. Good to see the effort from the team to get van der Berg back on track. Henk van der Berg had a big crash yesterday, so he was lucky to get back on track here for these heats. Roy Douglas late on the brakes, down into turn 2. Can't quite get through there on Sief de Toy just yet, but he's definitely trying hard. Peter Hills, Van der Berg in second, Shricks in third. Coming up on the back of Ernie for Mark now. Ernie, I'm sure, going to give them lots of room to get through. MD Bester pulling slightly away now from Theo for Mark. He makes his way down into turn 2. Hills controlling things from the front, not putting any wheels wrong, looking to swan song this championship with the final victory. Toy closing in. Oh, big move on the inside from Douglas to get through on CF the Toy. Didn't quite get there. Koenig was under attack from CF. Changed his mind. Speaking of attack, well, the man with the number 1 plate hits the front. Overtakes the new champion. So is this going to be a DOE Start My Car victory here for Gert van der Berg on the final time of asking? Or was Peter Hill's going to make him work even harder for it? We saw the last round here when the V's were at Zwartkops. The back straight in this position on the last lap is not where you want to be. You don't want to be leading, particularly when the cars are so close. You want to be in 2nd or 3rd place to use that slipstream. That might be a possibility. 6 more laps to go. We're at the halfway stage of this race. Roy Douglas on the back end of CF the Toy, coming through underneath for Mark as Michael Koenig leads them through. Nice run there from Kotza. Clinton Kane, Helder Gavea, Trevor Hills, that's the back end of the field. Leaders should start to close in on them pretty shortly. Henk just ahead there of Ernie for Mark. Still no change between those 3 as they head towards turn 4. Keiser coming along for the ride as well there. Yannick just in the background behind Ernie for Mark. Wow. On that last pass, as we're watching the back markers heading down towards turn number 8. CF the Toy's eventually given up and lost out there to Roy Douglas. Douglas sneaking through. He'll continue the fight though. Look at the gap that's opened up here at the lead of the race though, as Peter Hills looks like he might have to settle for 2nd place because Gert van der Berg has just gone and done a 1 minute 10.333. Fastest lap of the race, fastest lap of the day there for the Formula V's. And you can see those Bridgestones are now coming into their own. Track conditions are perfect. Dry lines, no more rain. A little bit of heat coming into the tarmac as well now from the sun being out. Here come the leaders down towards turn 2. Brandon Hills still hanging on for 3rd. MD Bester, Lendl Janssen, Theo for Mark. Looks like we may. What's going on at the front end there? I'm just looking to find a car that's missing. Jacco Schricks is the car I was trying to find. I think Schricks might be on the inside of turn 1 there, Dave. There's a car I was just looking for, and Jacco Schricks is dropping by the wayside and dropped right down to the back of the pack. He may have retired his car on the inside of the entrance to turn 1. Yeah. There we go. Confirmation of that car parked on the inside line. Schricks out. Even out the car, out of harm's way, over the barrier. Roy Douglas now through on Michael Koenig. reversing that position and taking the advantage over the younger driver. Tori now trying to come back at Koenig as well. Leader's about to come up onto the back end of some more back markers. Up to the top they go. Finding a way past eventually. Not really getting any hindrance from him either, so good driving from the back marker to stay out of harm's way. Here they come, back down the hill, complete another lap. We'll be starting the penultimate lap here for Gert van der Berg and Peter Hills. The man who was king and the man who's just been crowned king. With 2 laps to go now in DOE Start My Car Formula Vees. Great drive here from Lendl Janssen. Silver Lakes, Volkswagen and Bull Securities car. He's up to 5th place overall behind Brandon Hills and MD Vesta. Andre Leroux just in the way there for now, but he must have had an issue somewhere on track, or the timing monitor might have gone a bit hayward. I see Leroux is down in 21st place, but he's in between MD Vesta and Lennel Janssen. Theo for Mark behind that. Now Jean-Andre Leroux is definitely a couple of laps down according to my timing monitor. Top 2 about to start their final lap as they head down the hill to GNH Transport Corner. We saw some frantic activity into turn 4 as they close in on Helder Gebaer. That was at the last time we were at Zwartkops with Formula Vees. Will we see a slipstream attempt here from Peter Hills to win out the championship with the final victory? He's certainly going to try. Clinton Kane just up the road from them as they get onto that back straightaway. Oh, defensive driving from the number 1 car, Gert van der Berg. Not going to give any room there to Peter Hills to get through on him. Hills carries greater corner speed out of turn 4. He'll have to go around the outside of Gert van der Berg. Yellow flag though, so he'll have to back out of that. Yellow flag makes him back out of it into turn 5. That could cost him the victory possibly, that yellow flag. This is the final run to the line. 2 corners to go. Oh, we're going to see a chance now for it. No, I don't think he's close enough. He's going to settle for second. He's got the championship. Gert van der Berg, the outgoing champion, will get the final victory of the season. As the flag comes out there, Van der Berg wins. Peter Hills comes through for second place after winning the championship in race number 1 already. Nice turnaround of luck there for Jean-Andre Leroux in the Liqui-Moly car. And your champion in the association class, he does exactly what he needs to do. Finishes up with a final victory for the association championship as well. Congratulations, Theo Vermaak. And Peter Hills, your 2022 Formula Vee national champion and association champion. It's 4 decades of racing there for Peter Hills and 4 championships. 99, 2010, 2011 and 2022 for Peter Hills. He wraps up another championship here in the incredible DOE Formula Vee Championship for 2022. Van der Berg, Hills and Hills are your top 3. And in the association class, a good run there from Theo Vermaak to beat out Carl Watt and Marcel Bluchnoot. That wraps up the 2022 championship for DOE and Formula Vees. Congratulations to the champions. We'll be back shortly with more action on track here at the final round of the regional championships of Extreme Festival with Car Care Clinic Superhatch.
Now here is a success story. Car Care Clinic service centers are located countrywide. We guarantee personal attention as well as the best customer care around. For all your major repair work and servicing needs, Car Care Clinic is the best. You'll be amazed at our rapid turnaround time and customer guarantee. Car Care Clinic is not just your #1 service center, we are #1 on the racetrack as well. Car Care Clinic franchises are available nationwide. Car Care Clinic, we love cars.
How much closer do you want a championship to finish up? Well, in Car Care Clinic Superhatch, this is how it stands. Andre Danhauser on 103 points, Devin Piazzamusso on 102 points, Francis Aldrich on 101 points, and Nick Martin on 99. So there are a whole bunch of variables that have to happen here. For Nick Martin to win, Andre needs to finish 5th or lower, Devin needs to finish 3rd or lower. For Francis to win, Nick has to finish 2nd or lower, Devin has to finish 3rd or lower, and Andre has to finish 6th or lower. For Devin to win, he must win, and Andre must finish 4th or lower. And for Andre to win, he needs to finish 3rd or better. That's how it's going to be here into the final race of 2022's Superhatch category, courtesy of Car Care Clinic. So lots of permutations to look at during this race. We'll keep an eye on them as we go through it. But looking at the way they're going to line up, it's looks like it's playing into the hands of those top 3. Nick Martin with an outside chance. But certainly not over yet, and it never is in Superhatch. It's always gone down to the wire on numerous occasions. Think about the battles between Brett Garland and Jonathan DeToy in the past. Even the two DeToy boys in their own rights having some fights in this category. Nick Martin, multiple champion in his own right, will be looking for another one if he can get it. But he needs lots of things to happen for him to take the championship. So they line up with Seton Naidu on the front row, alongside the ACD Welcome car there of Leonard Archer. Danhauser's in 3rd. He's got Louis Stoltz alongside him in the Car Care Clinic car. Stoltz behind that. And it's the 2 Hondas. And Darren Gunnison and Ishmael Beloya will be looking to come through the field as rapidly as possible and try and stay out of harm's way in terms of the championship, but look for victories in their own right. Danhauser has to get to the front. If he wins or gets 3rd or better, that will be the championship headed towards Andre Danhauser. Let's see what happens now as they get underway. Here we go. Down towards turn 1 once again for the last time in 2022. Great start from Seton Naidu. Looks like he's hung on for the whole shot. So it's Naidu into the front with Louis Stoltz behind him. So it's Hondas 1 and 2. Oh, and ACD Leonard Archer gets completely out of shape into the kiddie litter on some Cole Dunlops into turn number 2 and slots in right at the back of the pack now. It's going to help Danhauser out ever so slightly as he now comes up into 3rd place just ahead of Stoltz, exactly where he needs to be. 3rd or better will secure him the title. Here comes a move here on that mid-pack. Nick Martin is leading his category. He's got to win his class, but Andre Danhauser has to finish 5th or lower, and Devin Piazzamusso has to finish 3rd or lower. For Devin to win, he's got to finish in the front of Class C, and Andre's got to finish in 4th place. So much to play for here. Opportunities at every single corner. Louis Stoltz for Car Care Clinic goes into the lead of the race as he slots up the inside of Naidu. Seton Naidu with no answer. I think Danhauser went with Stoltz, potentially up into 2nd place. Mel Spur in the Car Care Clinic Polo on the back end of Jonathan DeToy with Christian van Beek just ahead of them. Danhauser going on the attack, looking for 2nd place on Naidu into turn 2. Carl Stoltz trying to follow him through there in the Etios from Pretoria North Toyota, race 1 winner there. Might come out of turn 3 onto that back straightaway. Ishmael Beloya ahead of Nick Martin. Nick Martin leading things out at this point for Class B. But he's got to hope that Andre Danhauser falls back, and so does Devin Piazzamusso. He's got Mel Spur on his tail. Christian van Beek losing out there to Mel Spur. Devin Piazzamusso hangs on. Ahead of Aldrich, the two championship contenders in Class C, still fighting hard. This is what it's all about in Class A. Pro Auto Rubbers, Andre Danhauser now into what is second place. Third place, I beg your pardon. Didn't see Louis up the road there. It's Louis Scholz who leads out, of course. So Louis Scholz leading. Danhauser in third, exactly where he needs to be. Third or better. That's where he's got to be, and he's doing everything right. Keeping Seth and Naidu behind him. He doesn't have to worry about those two in front of him. They are not in contention for the championship. So if he lets both Louis Scholz and Karel Stoltz get away, it's okay. Malspur diving on the inside of Ishmael Beloy, bringing along for the ride there Christian van Wyk. It's Trans-Africa Racing's two Hondas on the outside. Malspur for Car Care Clinic and Nathan's Motorsport on the inside. And right behind her, NBR Racing's Christian van Wyk. Oh, in the background, someone out of shape there big time. It's Gunnison by the looks of things. Oh, wow! Right in front of Devin Piazzamusso. Fortunately, Devin saw that cap happening and backed out of it. So did Francis Aldrich. It could have ended up in tears as Gunnison got completely out of shape there, out of turn 3, putting wheels onto the dirty stuff and then doing a full 360-degree turn on that back straightaway. Beloy, DeToy, and Van Wyk. Nick Martin pulling away now from Malspur, who's looking for second in this second race. Second last time down into this one for an opportunity here for the second of the Hondas. Up to third for DeToy. Jonathan DeToy into third place now for Class B. Christian van Wyk and Ishmael Beloy nearly coming together as they went into turn 1. Let's have a look at that back straight spin there. Gunnison puts 4 wheels onto the dirt. He loops out 180 and then 360 right in front of Devin Piazzamusso and Aldrich. The two of them very lucky to avoid the spinning Honda. He eventually gets back on track though after catching himself and maybe probably a clean pair of shorts. Danhauser under attack now from Naidu. Oh, Seth and Naidu not playing the game here when it comes to the championship. Danhauser has to finish third. He cannot afford to let that Honda through. There are just so many permutations in this race. Stoltz, that's how it stands. 1 and 2. Naidu into turn 8. Diving on the inside, looking for a way through there. To spoil the day for the Pro Auto Rubber Opel Corsa of Andre Danhauser. Looking for his first championship in Car Care Clinic Superhatch. Piazzamusso. He's made up some ground in that Hot 1027 racing car. Going to get onto the back end of Leonard Archer, who's also making up ground after that first lap incident into turn 2. It's a lot of ground that Leonard Archer's made up in the space of these first 4 laps. Lots of work still to be done here for a lot of drivers. It's not over yet. Nick Martin leading where he needs to be. But Devin Piazzamusso isn't where he needs to be, and neither is Andre Danhauser if Nick Martin wants another title in Superhatch. Martin might move up to 3rd overall. Francis Aldrich might drop to 4th overall if they stay as they are right now. Such an incredibly close championship in 2022 for Car Care Clinic Superhatch. Danhauser was not expecting this amount of hassling coming from the Trans-Africa Racing man there, Seth Naidu. You can see Andre is just concentrating, not prepared to make any mistakes. Scholz and Stoltz. How awesome would it be if Louis Scholz could win this last race? The man who puts the money behind the series, running in that Honda. and looking for the final victory of the season in the class that he sponsors. Here they come into turn 5. 777 Car Care Clinic Honda versus that hard-charging Etios from Pretoria North Toyota. That would also be a real nice way to finish up the season there for Stoltz. 2 second places. Here we go. Another lap completed, 2 to go. Dan Nauser hangs on. He must be thinking to himself, come on, Seton. Give me a chance here. Not going to be giving up here. Seton Nadu looking for a podium. Dan Nauser looking for a championship. De Toy looking for second place in Class B and tries to find a way through there on Mal Spur. Spur goes defensive into turn 2, holding that inside line. Jonathan De Toy knows that the outside slingshot might be on here. Hitting the late apex out of turn 2. Mal Spur hangs onto that inside and goes slightly quicker out of turn 2 to keep Jonathan De Toy at bay. Nick Martin continues to lead Class B. But the other contenders in this championship are not playing the way they should for him to wrap up the title. Archer through on Van Wyk. What a recovery here from Leonard Archer. He's made his way back up into about 7th overall after coming from the back of 17 cars. 10 positions in the space of 8 laps there. Brilliant stuff from Leonard Archer. Can you imagine if he'd stayed on track where he could be? He certainly could be putting in a little bit of thorn amongst the roses at the front end. Oh, Stoltz is on it with a lap to go. Carl Stoltz has decided to turn the wick up there in the Pretoria North Toyota Etios. Will he have a chance now of spoiling the final victory for Louis Scholz? Louis wants it big time. Dan Hauser looks like he might have just bridged the breathing space there for this last lap. Louis Scholz heading up to the top of the hill for the last time in 2022. Carl Stoltz will have to be exceptionally late on the brakes to get through on him. He might close that gap down, but Louis was very good on the brakes into turn 5 here. Into the right-hander. Frick through the left down the hill. Here they come. Top 2 for Superhatch in the last race of the 2022 season, and it's going to be the man who puts his money where his mouth is. Louis Scholz in the Car Care Clinic Honda to take the victory over Carl Stoltz in the Pretoria North Toyota. But watching in the background for Dan Hauser, is it going to be Dan Hauser for 3rd? If it is, Dan Hauser will take the championship. If he gets 3rd place, he's got it. Andre Dan Hauser comes through for 3rd place, and the Superhatch champion is Andre Dan Hauser for Pro Auto Rubber. Nick Martin is going to come through for the win in Class B. It might move him up to 3rd place overall in the championship, with Malspur finishing in 2nd. 3rd place in Class B looks like it's going to go to Jonathan De Toy. Devin Piazzamusso has won Class C, but unfortunately Dan Hauser's 4th or lower was not on the card there for him to wrap up the overall title. There he comes across the line, and Francis Aldrich in 2nd place. That might not be enough for him to hang on to 3rd overall in the championship. We'll have to get confirmation of that later on. But congratulations there to Louis Scholz for the victory. Although on the timing monitor it says Carl Stoltz. Not quite sure if that's right. We'll have to wait for that confirmation. It's unofficial results we've got in front of us, of course. It looked like Louis took the victory ahead of Carl. Maybe the timing monitor has got that completely wrong. We'll wait and see as they come through there. But more importantly than anything, Andre Dan Hauser, your overall Car Care Clinic Superhatch champion for Pro Auto Rubber. A great job there from him to wrap it up for 2022. We now move into the 2nd heat of the BMW Car Club Racing Series performance class, and that is classes D and E, who are waiting to get back on track. Lights out on that Toyota 86 as the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series classes D and E make their way around for the second start and their second and final heat of the day and of the season. It's Bernard de Gavea who's on pole position alongside the man sponsored by Evoid, taxi man, Manny Ribeiro. We're going to try and come through there as rapidly as possible and try and stay in the hunt there with Bernard de Gavea as they line up for their second heat and the final time for this season. Neil Pillay and Benny Late behind them. And then it'll be Shane Grobler and Eugene Goos looking to come through the field. Eugene Goos, remember, is a man who ran at the front end almost the entire race in race number 1. And here we go as they restart things for race 2. Goos, the lawnmower man, the Master Mowers car, pushing hard from the word go. Saw a couple of spins from that car, the 111 machine of Arie van Heerden in race 1, but it's dry conditions now, which is ideal for these BMWs. That's how they're set up. These cars do not like the rain. Definitely love it when it's a bit drier, and it's absolutely ideal right now. Dry track, a little bit of heat in the tarmac, giving those tyres a chance to get up to speed and up to temperature as Ribeiro goes round the outside in the taxi. Try and hang on for the lead, at least for a lap. But pressure already being applied onto him as they get up towards turn 5. De Gavea tries to find a way past, can't at this stage. Pillay and Late behind that. Grobler and Goos closing in. Nicholas Haps also looking to try and get back to the front to take the race victory like he did in race number 1 in the wet. So he's got prowess in both wet and dry conditions in the greenhouse BMW. It's the black BM in the background with the green stripe down the right hand side. Grobler goes through, looking for a chance now to get through on Late. De Gavea running very, very high and wide out of turn 1. It's given Pillay a chance to pounce and he's got through to second. And line up in the background, Goos trying to get on the inside of Grobler. Change of steed there for Shane Grobler. He's in a different version of the BMW in that Mayfair gearbox car last time out. Now in that 325 IS. Here comes Eugene Goos. Goos inside. Oh, good line there from Eugene Goos. Could potentially get up the inside of Bernard de Gavea and use de Gavea as a brake marker. On the outside goes the 21 car, as you can see, and Late just having to hang on to that outside line. Couldn't quite get through on de Gavea. And now attack from Eugene Goos. Moves Late down 1 and Shane Grobler into the mix there as well. So the taxi hangs on. Ribeiro at the front end. He's got Pillay on his tail. Late on the inside here. Grobler around the outside of turn 8. Watch for the cutback though, if he can get it. No, he doesn't have to because the cutback was defended well. Benny Late's hanging on for now, but around the outside eventually Shane Grobler from Mayfair Gearbox squeezes out the ITAS machine. Then comes the greenhouse BMW to do the same thing into turn 2. So race 1 winner, Nicholas Haps, making his way through the field. Ribeiro keeping out Pillay for now. Up to the top, back up towards that rival brand of motorcars driving academy. BMW's on track, AMG's on the left hand side. It's awesome to see only a couple of weekends ago at Kyalami 50 BMWs in the BMW car and performance racing series. And Performance brand getting behind this series for 2023 as well and signed up for another 2 years. That's awesome to see an OEM like BMW getting behind a race series that promotes their brand. Dunlop will be jumping on board as well. Hans Bizet, ATS Motorsport and Sumitomo Rubber supplying the rubber for these guys to play on next year. Good move there from Miller. Johan Miller finding a line just to get up the inside of that Z3. car 100. Mike Krobler attacking Miller and defending on Arie van Heerden. Dave Rees about to join the party along with Reinhard Miller and Anthony Pretorius. Pretorius eventually finding his way into this little pack of cars fighting for the latter part of Class E. Sean Dodd getting away from that pack. Come out of an issue there for the 130 car of Dierwald Smith. This was a great fight though. How's that for a bit of differentiation in BMW models? It's a 328 Dolphin shape, Z3, 325 IS, 325i, and coming through to play, a little Z1 as well. Great battling here. Pretorius coming on the inside. Looking for a way through. Doesn't find it just yet. He's had a busy day in the saddle as Anthony Pretorius. Certainly loved life here at this final round of the Regional Extreme Festival at Zwartkops, the International World of Motoring. Continues to fight there for second place as Pellet's now hit the front. Neil Pellet with those yellow lights, really easy to spot him on track. Running with that gunmetal grey colouring as well as the M stripes down the middle of the car. Looking for a victory here in Class D. Dodd at this stage hangs on for Class D, Class E, I beg your pardon. Sean Dodd ahead of Nicholas Fisher. Nicholas Fisher in second place, Paulie, should wrap up the championship overall, I think, eh? Because he's got a bit of a margin over the rest of this pack, so second place in Class E should give Fisher the title for the BMW M Performance Class overall champion. So that's the leader of Class E there for Amtech and CRS Auto, Sean Dodd. Gavaya has dropped down to 7th. 7th overall and 7th in Class D. Three and a half laps to go here for Pellet. Just working out some of the ramifications here of this championship while we're concentrating on the effort that's being put in by the drivers on track as well. Battles continuing as they come down towards turn 2. Arie van Heerden looking for a chance now to just hang on to the lead of this little battle that he's involved in. Reinhard Miller at the back there with Pretorius. Some side-by-side action between BMs out of turn 3. Johan Miller, Arie van Heerden putting some wheels onto the curb there. It's great to see everywhere you look some defensive driving from these drivers as Fisher hangs on for second place in Class E. Will be enough to wrap up his championship by the looks of it. Miller, Joe Transport, BMW. He's under a little bit of threat there by the looks of things. Bit of a smoking gun coming from behind there. How's this fight though for Class E? 7 cars, all within about 2 seconds of each other. Miller, Reeser, Miller, Pretorius, Ramsamy, Rietveld and Krobler. Yeah. While they're fighting, I hear that from our producer in the background, Sean Dodd is just disappearing. Massive advantage over this pack of Class E competitors because of the amount of fighting that they're doing in-house here in Class E. Team Fireball at the back of that little pack. Front end of Class D though, no worries at all for Neil Pillay. 3.5 seconds up the road from second place Manny Ribeiro in the taxi. Sure. Pillay looking good. No worries at all there for him. On to the final lap they go. Ribeiro still hanging on for second, but he's got a big push now from Eugene Gous for second. Gous putting the pressure onto the back end of the taxi. Master Mo's man coming along for the ride. As I said, he'd be a man to watch out for in the closing stages. He's got Krobler behind him in the Mayfair gearbox car and Herbst in that greenhouse BMW. They're not going to catch Pillay. He's going to hang on for a possible win here in Class E. To the back end of Mike Krobler. He might let Mike Krobler finish this one up without overtaking him, but we'll wait and see what the checkered flag has to say about that. Should be enough space here for him, yes. So yellow lights ablaze down into turn 8 for the last time. It's Neil Pillay for the win in Class D. Ribeiro's going to hang on. The Airvoid taxi comes through and avoided a chance for Eugene Gous to win out that battle for second. Benny Late for Class D's 6th place. De Gavea, that's 7th place there. And to the line, you should be seeing Sean Dodd just behind that to win out. There he is. Class E win goes to Sean Dodd for the Amtech and CRS Auto BMW team. 2nd place should be Nicholas Fisher, and if it is, that will be the championship wrapped up for Nicholas Fisher. Overall title for BMW M Performance Parts. In fact, it's not going to be 2nd, 3rd. It's going to be 3rd because Ari van Heerden's got through on him. Van Heerden comes through, Fisher will get the 3rd spot, and even 3rd place should be enough to wrap up the 2022 BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series Overall Championship. Congratulations there to Neil Pillay for the win ahead of Manny Ribeiro and Eugene Gous. Krobler and Herbst, your top 5 in Class D. We go all the way down to Sean Dodd in 8th place, who wins out over Ari van Heerden, Nicholas Fisher, Dierwald Smith and Johan Miller, top 5 in Class E. And that wraps up BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series for 2022. We certainly hope you enjoyed all the action we've brought you and all the action they provided at tracks around the country. Up next, we're heading into on-track racing's Clubmans Racing and National Sports Car class combined. Drier conditions, it might be advantage the sports cars. On-track racing, Clubmans about to do their second and final heat of 2022. Making it around, it should be advantage of sports cars in the drier conditions. We saw in the wet conditions, Dirk Lawrence was able to give those sports cars a run for their money and eventually finished up at the front end of the field. But Brad Benningfield and Gerald Wright will be on the front row now with Dean Wilson behind that. Those sports cars should get away from the pack of saloon cars behind them with the drier conditions, and definitely a lot more traction available to the slick tyres they'll be running. As they head down towards turn 1, lights go out. Dirk Lawrence looking to get the drop there over Chart Visser and Giles Darroch, and he does so into turn 1. It's Wayne Pereira who slots up into 4th place, looking for another victory. He's just taken one earlier on in the day as we got into the Silver Cup Racing Series, but he's now looking to take one here in Clubmans as well. Mazda at the back end there. Looks like he's going to be in for some fun and games there as Anton Bitzer with Marianne Eminis, Wonder Woman in her BMW, starts things out at the back end, but she'll be looking to try and make up some ground now, same as what Chart Visser is doing to get back ahead there of Darroch. Charles Darroch in the 00 Silver Dream Racer Golf side by side there with the Reindl Motorsport Honda Civic. Honda Ballard, a big one. Goes into turn 5. In behind the Grange Workwear Golf. Dirk Lawrence leading things out there. He leads Class C, Chart Visser leads Class D. Darroch leads Class E at this point in time. As I said, the sports cars should be able to get away here due to the fact that we've got dry conditions, almost ideal conditions in fact, here for all the race action and the closing stages of this final round of the Regional Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops. Oh, problems. Wilson spinning out of turn 1 into the kitty litter. Drags a little bit of debris onto the circuit because of the way that car's designed. As it hit the kitty litter, it just drags some rubbish onto the track, which might need some addressing. We'll wait and see if that's going to be the case. Yeah, oh, there's lots of it. Lots of debris on the track after Wilson spun out. So I don't know if that's going to be deemed safe. We might have to wait, keep an eye out on those flags and see whether or not a safety car might be deployed. Here they come into turn 5 though, the top 2. That's second place, Gerald Wright in the Wright Motorsports Sports 2000. Trying to close down on the Lube Fusion car of Brad Benningfield. He's in the Shelby Can-Am, of course. Rodney Crace and Anton Bitzer having their own little fight here. Real Pro Auto, NF Honda Ballard fighting with that Mazda. Leaders would have gone through turn 1 and seen the debris, so I wonder if that's going to require a safety car. It hasn't been deployed yet, so probably not going to be deployed at this stage. I wonder if Wilson got going again. Oh, safety car board comes out as I say that. Commentator's curse there, Paulie. I didn't think they could race with that debris on the track. There's no doubt about it. And when the COC saw that, he must have made a call, which is the good call. Car's in a very dangerous position on that outside line. So they're going to have to recover Dean Wilson's car. And they're going to have to try and get some of that debris back into the kitty litter as opposed to all over the track. That reverse angle shows you how much debris is on track. Unfortunately, when the car's going in a straight line, that thing's designed well to cut through the air or cut through debris like that. However, if you turn it around and it goes the wrong way, it's like a massive spade and it just pulls all the rubbish out of the kitty litter and onto the track. So it looks like the safety car missed Brad Benningfield and Gerald Wright, but they've definitely caught the front end of the saloon cars. Trying to keep the heat in the rubber there. Lawrence and Wayne Pereira. There's the top 2. That's what the safety car should have got. What's going to happen now is that those 2 cars will still circulate and probably come up behind the pack of saloon cars and could potentially have to start from behind them. They'll still be in the lead of the race, as we know. It means they've got a lot of work to do to get through this pack of slower saloon cars in front of them. Definitely make this an interesting finish to the 2022 season for Clubmans. Once again, a massive thanks there to Vaughan and his team from On Track magazine for the support of this category. While they're circulating, just to give you a heads up as well, racing officially finishes at Zwartkops today, but we've got 2 more rounds of Brunch Run and Thunderbikes happening on the 20th of November and the 11th of December. And then dates to diarise for 2023, 27th to the 29th of January. You'll see the Passion for Speed Festival kicking off South Africa's motorsport calendar. 18th of February, we come here for the Regional Extreme Festival Round 1. On the 11th of March, the Inland Championship makes its way here to Zwartkops. And then the National Extreme Festival only gets here on the 20th of May. And that would be round 2 of the National Extreme Festival Championships for 2023. So those are dates to have in your diary. Passion for Speed Festival, 27 to 29 January 2023. The 18th of February is the Regional Extreme Festival's round 1. 11th of March, we got Inland Championships here. And National Extreme Festival on the 20th of May for round 2 of the national side of things. Sports cars have done exactly what I thought they might do. No, even better. They've waved the saloon cars through as Dean Wilson comes into a safer position. That's quite a cool shot. Up close and personal with Dean Wilson. Down towards the old pit building. So they've now picked up on the lead cars. Now the problem you got with that is the saloon cars have only just been waved through. So they should be able to go still at 80% of their pace to try and come all the way around and get onto the back end of Gerald Wright. Hopefully with enough time before the lights go out, but the lights have just gone out on that safety car. So the timing was slightly out there on the safety car. But don't worry, the racing continues. All these guys are pushing hard. No, the lights have stayed on. It looked like the lights had gone out. So maybe they're keeping them out there for one more lap to allow those saloon cars to close onto the back. They're allowed to do about 80% of their usual pace. They can't overtake anybody. And they'll be able to come up behind Gerald Wright in that Sports 2000 and resume their positions. So that's the cool thing about it. So there you go. It looks like they have timed that to perfection to allow the saloon cars to get back behind the sports cars for the restart. So top 2 are down towards turn 2. Means they've only got a couple of meters to make up there before Dirk Lawrence joins the back of this pack. Well, it's a pack of 2. Gerald Wright looking across, just making sure that Dean Wilson is out of harm's way. Friends off track, and of course the same stable for those 2 cars. Good driving from the saloon car category competitors to close up onto the back of the pack, and it looks like once they get there, there's a very good possibility that those lights will go out on the safety car and we'll get back to racing. We're at the halfway stage, 5 done, 5 to go. So when they cross the line this time, hopefully with the safety car out of the way, we'll have a 4-lap sprint race. Lawrence has been gifted an opportunity here to stay with those sports cars if he can. As I said, in the drier conditions, not always easy to do that. The rain was definitely a leveler between the sports cars and the saloon cars. Here we go. Safety car's out of the way. Accelerates and indicates to come into pit lane. And Benningfield drops the hammer. He's not waiting. He wants to get this all done and dusted. Gerald Wright right on his tail as they cross the line and start the last 4 laps of anger in 2022 for On Track Racing, Clubmans and NCC all combined. The NSCC Championship there, National Sports Car Class, doing such a good job. And they've had a couple of other additional competitors in that category throughout the season. Might be by the time we get to the last race of the season, a couple of guys running out of budget. But take nothing away from this sort of fight between Benningfield and Wright. No answer at this stage from Pereira on Dirk Lawrence. Chart Visser, Giles Darroch in the 00 machine there. That Silver Dream Racer Golf. Getting up to the top of the hill with the Subaru on his tail. Lotus Scuffney and Anton Blitzer in the Mazda RX-7 behind that Subaru. This might be a Mitsubishi actually. No, I'm about to question myself there, Paulie. I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to check on the entry list there quickly. Just looking at the badge. I'll just double check though. Let's get that 100% right, shall we? As they continue on their merry way to complete what has been a spectacular race day here for all the competitors. We've had every bit of weather thrown at us, by the way. Cold, cool, damp, wet, exceptionally wet, and now dry conditions, hopefully to the end of the day's racing. No answer just yet from those two to the pace of Dirk Lawrence, who continues to lead things out. Let's make sure there as I pull up a grid. Qualifying. Pereira pushing hard in the Grange Workwear Golf. Still looking for a second place there. Yeah, Subaru Impreza GT. It's the GT version. So it is the Subaru. Just wanted to double check that one. I like the way Paul's checking on me. That's always a good thing. Don't always get it right. Every now and again, we make mistakes here in the commentary team. Onto the brakes comes Pereira, with Chart Visser closing him down. And Reindl Motorsport Honda wants second place. Brad Benningfield wants this first victory. It'll be the last victory of the season as well. No, it's not the WRX version of that Subaru Pulley, it's just the GT version. Slightly smaller derivative of that all-conquering Japanese brand. And another Japanese machine on his tail there in the Mazda RX-7. Moira Edwards Grundy. No, the V8s are not next, unfortunately. There's still Car Care Clinic, GT Sports and Saloons and Triple Ones before we get Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. So another race to come your way before Mobil 1s go out for the third and final time for 2022. The second last race of the day. We've still got Pabar Volkswagen Challenge Class B to wrap up the day's racing here today and the season. On the last lap now for the two sports cars. Wright Motorsport, Gerald Wright at the wheel, running wide and high out of turn 4. That's not the ideal line to be on, Gerald. Maybe those tyres have cried enough. Brad Benningfield certainly looking good here in the Loop Fusion Shelby. And potentially looking for this final victory in on-track racing's Clubman Racing and NSCC. National Sports Car Class heading down to the flag. And to the flag, it's Brad Benningfield. Benningfield takes the victory ahead of Gerald Wright. Dirk Lawrence will be coming through for the victory for Class C overall, as well as overall in the on-track Clubmans in his Azoic panel beaters and JDR tuning Honda Ballard. Wayne Pereira looking for 4th overall, 2nd in the class overall, and 1st in Class D to beat out Chart Visser. The checkered flag is on standby there for the rest of the pack to come through to take up their positions. Giles Darroch is going to hang on for the win in Class E. And looks like... No, he isn't. Darroch's had a problem. I just saw Anton Blitzer go through there and Lotus Scuffney. So it looks like Derek had some problems there on that last lap, and he still hasn't come across the line. So confirmation there. You're going to watch Charles Derek possibly drop down even more, unless he's been able to get through there ahead of Rodney Crace. He hasn't, and he's out of the top 10. So it's Bedingfield and Wright, the top two in the SR3 category for the sports car class. Gerald Wright wins class... second place in SR3. Dirk Lawrence wins out the Clubmans category and Class C in that class. And it's Wayne Pereira for Class D's win, Anton Bitzer for Class E's win in the on-track Clubmans Racing and NSCCs. Waiting in the sidelines, as you can see, Car Care Clinic, 111s, and the Sports and GT Saloons.
Now here is a success story. Car Care Clinic service centers are located countrywide. We guarantee personal attention as well as the best customer care around. For all your major repair work and servicing needs, Car Care Clinic is the best. You'll be amazed at our rapid turnaround time and customer guarantee. Car Care Clinic is not just your #1 service center, we are #1 on the racetrack as well. Car Care Clinic franchises are available nationwide. Car Care Clinic, we love cars.
And we certainly love cars on racetracks, particularly when there are such great rivalries amongst these competitors. Jan van der Vijver looking to wrap up the GT class there in that Subaru. JP van der Walt looks like he's got his Audi sorted out after an off-track excursion in race #1. Adrian Dalton has already wrapped up Class A. And he's just going to try and finish up. Oh, Yorick Smith with some problems in the Mazda. Turn 1 in the middle of the track could be a bit of an issue. We'll have to wait and see what they're going to do about that car. Yorick's on the inside. He's got the car going again. Looks like he might have just stalled or had an issue. Gets it fired up. Gets back on track. And they've just cleaned that circuit, Yorick, by the way. He pulls a little bit more debris onto it. Car Care Clinic 111s and the GT Sports and Saloon car category. Looking to try and get back onto the back of the pack if he can in time. Should still have enough. GT Sports and Saloons will start separately to Class A. It'll be up to Adrian Dalton, by the looks of things, to dictate the pace there for the second start as they're getting some heat into that rubber. Interesting to watch JP van der Walt coming from the back now, and who spent a lot of time this year in the Global Touring Cars GDC Super Cup class. Also hill climb winner in 2022. Winning things out down at the Neisner Speed Festival on the hill of the Samola Country Club. He won the road car class. Here they come. They'll be under starters orders by the time that 86 pulls away. A couple of guys sticking around here right to the closing stages of the race day. Thank you, Luke Selby, for that comment. Appreciate it, buddy. Looks like everybody's enjoyed the coverage today so far, what I've seen. You're going to be enjoying more of it next year, as you said. 2023 kicks off on the 27th to the 29th of January here at Zwartkops with a Passion for Speed Festival. So it's Louis Scholz and Philip Meyer, the front row. Bob Neal and Mark DeToy should be there, but of course his car had a big accident in race 1 of this category, so he won't be on that second row of the grid. It'll be gifted to Van der Vijver. And then it's Leonard Archer to lead out his attack. 29 BMW out there is JP van der Walt, or not BMW, the Audi I should say. JP van der Walt. And then it is Gerard Henning. Doesn't look like he's made it out either. I'm just looking to see that RBTS Golf. Is it there? It doesn't look like it. He withdrew there from race 2. Here we go. Under starters orders though. And it's up to that Car Care Clinic Golf 8 GTI. Golf 7 GTI to dictate the pace towards turn 1. And dropping the hammer. Looks like he might have got the whole shot over Philip Meyer. Meyer under attack already from Bob Neal. Roland Hopkins side by side there as they go into turn 1 with Adrian Dalton. In fact, Hopkins gets the whole shot as they head towards turn 1. Out of turn 1 towards turn 2, Hopkins from Dalton, Dalton from Vota. Vota Roos, looks like he's got Johan van Heerden on his outside. Or Francois Henning actually. Francois Henning coming around the outside there in the red and white Golf. Looking for a chance to squeeze through if he can. Peter just tucked in behind them. Dalton now looks to bring that extra clothing and shoes car into contention for a Class A victory, but it's Hopkins pulling away from him. Voter Rus behind that. Remember the first race didn't quite finish under checkered flag conditions. They had to red flag it and bring them all in after a big incident involving 3 cars. Mark Dettori, Mark Harvey Wallbanger, and Andre De Lange, his Ford Focus. So joining those 3 as retired cars from the first heat was Gerard Henning in the RBTS Golf. Bob Neal looking to dive on the inside, bringing along for the right. Look at that. Big move on here from JP van der Walt to catch up onto the back end of Neal and onto the back end of Philip Meyer. JP van der Walt was actually leading the race when he went off at turn 5, so he certainly got some great pace in that Platinum Wheels and iProtein Audi. Back straight goes Scholz, leading comfortably, 2.6 seconds up the road, ahead of Philip Meyer in the Porsche. Bob Neal. Here comes Dalton. Dalton's closed that gap now onto the back of the Polo. Van Heerden ahead of Van der Vijver. Van der Vijver just has to have a clean run here to wrap up the GT Championship. GT Sports and Saloons looking to go to the man in the Subaru. That one is definitely a Subaru Works suppressor. As we head down the hill. And you heard it in his interview as well. He's trying to keep it on track as much as possible. Previous seasons he's had a lot of Kitty Litter excursions. Getting the nickname of Captain Kitty Litter. But this time out he's kept it on the black stuff, and by doing that, looks like he's going to wrap up this championship. Voter Rus still fighting hard for a win here with Dalton and Hopkins. Francois Henning onto the back straight away now. In the Repsol 93 Marc Marquez coloured car. Van der Vijver in the Subaru. The Dev Law Subaru is the man who could wrap up the GT Championship here with a finish. Pete Portgieter in the Rocky Polo. Flying high behind him. A great battle. Bob Neal looking on the inside of Meyer. Meyer shuts the door, doesn't allow the Ford through. Great fight here between manufacturers and drivers alike. We're the Golf leading things out. We've got a Porsche 924R in second. And look at that around the outside. For Platinum Wheels and iProtein, JP van der Walt. There was a car on the outside of turn 3 there as well. I just picked up on that. Not quite sure what it was. There goes the Rocky car. Diving through from Portgieter's point of view. Van der Vijver doesn't have to fight him though. Just watching on the left hand side there. Did see a car. Possibly. That might be Didi Machila on the sideline. Anyway, up to the top of the hill. Here comes a change up, possibly for the lead of Class A. Late dive from Adrian Dalton. Just squeezing through there on Henning. Finds a way through there on Henning. Oh, late braking coming from Neal as well, trying to find a way through there. Looks like JP van der Walt made a slight mistake. Losing a little bit of ground to the 2 competitors ahead of him, Meyer and Neal. No one has an answer at this stage by the looks of things for Louis Scholz. Controlling things dramatically from the front end with 4 to go. Eight-lap race means they're halfway. And it's Dalton now ahead. No answer there from Henning at this stage. There is your leader in the Car Care Clinic Golf GTI 7. Heading out of turn 4 up to the top of the hill again. Flies past Universal Motorsport, flies into the AMG Driving Academy corner. Continues to control things from the front end to the tune of about 6 seconds up the road from the Porsche of Philip Meyer. Meyer's under big threat though from Bob Neal. Neal giving him a very good run for his money here. 3 laps to go there for Louis Scholz as he heads towards turn 2. Closing on the back end there of Didi Machila. Michael Krobler, I think it might be actually. It was Didi, eh? Yeah. Light blue polo is Didi Machila. Krobler's had a problem. Yes, Krobler's actually had a problem. He's had to pull out there. I think that might be Michael Krobler on the side of turn 3 there, Paulie. Watch here on the left-hand side of the shot, just behind the Armco barrier. Yeah. So Michael Krobler was there. I just got the two mixed up there. Sorry about that. So it's Krobler on the sideline and Didi Machila about to be caught now by Louis Scholz, our lead car. Class A, change up for second as Vota's got through there. Nice move there from Vota Roos to get through on Henning. And now looks to go with Adrian Dalton. Volkswagen Metal Golf 1 versus Polo GTI versus Polo Vivo. GTI 7 though, oh, Scholz just flying away now. No problems at all there for him all day long. He really has a great day in the saddle. Finishing up at the front end of a Superhatch category race and now looking to do the same thing here from the other category he sponsors. Remembering the fact that Louis Scholz actually broke both his cars at Red Star Raceway, so this is a great turnaround in terms of his luck. And could it be Car Care Clinic's victory in Class A as well, as Vota Roos once won? He would certainly like to finish up at the top of Class A and give Car Care a victory in Superhatch, in the Sports and GT category, and in Triple Ones. Coming up on the 227 there of Marius Malhaba. That Porsche shouldn't be too much of an issue. About to start the last lap. Louis Scholz gets through on Malhaba. He's got Yorick Smith up ahead of him. Shouldn't be too much of an issue to get through on the Mazda MX-5. Heading to 2. Oh, Vota is looking dangerous. Looking for a ray round. The outside possibly of Dalton. And Dalton, ooh, nearly got blocked there by Didi. Machila just saw them coming in time and got out of the way. That might give a Vota a little bit of a sniff though. Adrian Dalton was up for the challenge though, no doubt about it. Class A, last lap here for Class A, and is it going to be Vota for the win? Or will Adrian Dalton hang on to secure the championship with the final victory of the season? He's won Class A already, so it's not really up for grabs in terms of the championship, but that final victory for Class A, Vota once. He's seen Louis take a victory in Superhatch. He's about to see, well, he won't see it on track, but he knows that Louis is possibly going to take the victory here in the Sports and GT class, which he's going to. And Vota wants to make it 3 Car Care class, winning 3 heats in the Car Care Clinic, Superhatch and Triple One Sports and Saloons, and GT Sports and Saloon races on the day. Louis secures that. He's got 1 for 1. In the background, JP van der Walt pushing pressure big time onto Philip Meyer. He gets 3rd, Meyer gets 2nd. Malhaba comes through. Who is going to come through here potentially for the win? Is it going to be Vota or is Adrian Dalton hung on? Yes, he has. Dalton hangs on. Just spoils the day there for Vota. You can see Mel on the sideline. Possibly not disappointed at how hard Vota was trying. He put everything into that final lap to try and get through and secure a victory for Class A. Great driving from Vota, great driving from Adrian Dalton as well to wrap up the Car Care Clinic Service Centre, Triple Ones and Sports and GT Saloons. Let's have a look at the unofficial results there. Down that back straightaway, it's Louis Scholz who wins out in the GT category, beating Philip Meyer and JP van der Walt to the line. Class A ahead of Vota Roos and Johan van Heerden. Van der Pfeiffer comes through in 9th place and wraps up the overall GT Sports and Saloon category. And it's going to be Adrian Dalton for Class A to win out that championship as well. Fantastic race action as always, as we've seen all season long from both Car Care Clinic, Triple Ones and the GT Sports and Saloon car classes. Up next, our second last race of the day. It's Mobil 1 V8 Supercars standing by.
Now here is a success story. Car Care Clinic service centers are located countrywide. We guarantee personal attention as well as the best customer care around. For all your major repair work and servicing needs, Car Care Clinic is the best. You'll be amazed at our rapid turnaround time and customer guarantee. Car Care Clinic is not just your #1 service centre, we are #1 on the racetrack as well. Car Care Clinic franchises are available nationwide. Car Care Clinic, we love cars.
So you can hear in the background the rolling thunder making their way out onto the circuit for their third and final heat of 2022. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars in the house. And Brian Kappa has just joined us in the house as well. Dave Peterson says we'll see you next weekend at Maritzburg. Come and have a dice with a 350 Husqvarna if you're up for the challenge, Mr. Kappa. So this is going to be one heck of a race, there's no doubt about it. Warren Lombard is looking for a victory. He was looking for one the last time we came to Zwartkops, only a couple of weekends ago, and ended up in the pit, in the barrier at turn 5. He's alongside Julian Familiaris on the front row, and with dry conditions he's probably slapped all 4 of that brand new rubber onto that car. He's going to be a tough man to beat. Julian Familiaris will be looking to try and take him on, along with Terry Wolford, who's had a fantastic day in the saddle so far, taking a victory in race 2 and second in race 1. Let's see what Lombard can do now as he comes from the front end of the field. Thomas Reeb and Franco Mateo, stablemates, the Cafe 9 Automotive Mobil 1 Chevy Lumina, and Mateo Racing Deltec Batteries Jaguar will be alongside Rudy Barnard and Antoine Marks. Mackie Adlam will start from 8th place in the Mobil 1 Grid Ford Falcon. He's changed cars for this weekend after securing his 6th title in this championship only a couple of weekends ago here at Zwartkops at the last round of the National Championship Extreme Festival. JP Nokia and Alki Kampan will be alongside each other on row 5, and then it's Larry Wolford and Steve Herbst, kind of the elderly statesmen of this category, bringing up the tail end and the rear guard on 6th row of the grid. Both of them in Corvettes, or one in a Corvette, I beg your pardon, and one pushing hard at the back end in a slightly different version of those Corvettes. There are slightly different versions, as you can see from the front end. There's a great example, JP Nokia and Steve Herbst. There's a really, really awesome spray job there that PPG did on that car. Right, so as we're under starters orders now, the Rolling Thunder will start to take up their positions. Remember that turn 1 and turn 2 are double yellow flags, so they only start racing as they come out of turn 3 and get the green flag there. The safety car pulls off the circuit, hopefully for the last time today. Victoria Nurt 86 from Toyota. Lombard and Familiaris, Wolford and Reeb, De Matteo and Barnard standing by to drop the hammer here. Lombard will dictate the pace towards turn 1. He slightly accelerates out of turn number 8. Lights out, double yellows into turn 1. Everybody has to stay line astern through turn 1. No overtaking until they get to turn 3, just to keep this big field up and running. And it's Lombard who's got the drop. Wolford looking to get on the inside and hang on to that 2nd and 3rd place battle over Reeb. Side by side between the two Jaguars out of turn 2. De Matteo gets the hammer down. Look at that, good move there from, is that Antoine Marks? Yes it is, Antoine Marks on the inside of Rudy Barnard. Trying to squeeze Barnard out as they get onto that back straightaway now towards turn 4. Adlam behind them. Adlam on the outside of Antoine Marks. The Falcon versus the Corvette. Another Corvette on his tail in the hands of JP Nokia. Heading towards turn 5. Hold on the brakes into turn 5 they go. Everybody just squeezing through there. JP Nokia trying to go around the outside of the Tinco car. Oh, the two yellow machines, or yellow livery on the one and all yellow of JP Nokia, swapping positions there as Nokia gets through on Antonio, I beg your pardon. A little sideways there from De Matteo. Looks like he's got that Jaguar sorted out now for this 3rd and final heat. Had some problems in race 2 and now looks to close down on his stablemate there, Thomas Reeb in the Chevy Lumina. Not a lot of those racing at this stage, I can tell you, but that little Lumina has taken championship honours, remember, in previous championships held in the V8 Supercars. Lombard controlling things from the front, looking for a victory. Brand new rubber on that car, that I know. He was keeping it for the dry conditions, and there are almost ideal conditions now for V8 Supercars. Cool air temperature. Not going to get overheating inside the cockpit for the drivers either. It gets very hot inside these V8 Supercars. Up to like 90 degrees at some point, and it really makes it very, very hot. These guys have to battle with the conditions on the road as well as in the cockpits. Familiaris is keeping the heat on though. And he's applying the pressure big time onto the back end of Lombard. Lombard soaking it up for now. He knows exactly where to place that car. He's won numerous occasions here at Zwartkops, including winning the SATT at the Passion for Speed Festival. So he'll know exactly where to place that car to keep out of harm's way. And he's doing exactly that right now. Remember, the Passion for Speed Festival kicks off the 2023 season here at Zwartkops on the 27th to the 29th of January. Definitely make sure you've got that date in your diaries. Lombard, Familiaris, Wolford. Reeb ahead of De Matteo. Adlam and Rudy Barnard, teammates fighting hard. Then the two Corvettes behind that. JP Norkia ahead of Antoine Marks. It's literally Corvettes at the back end of the field. The only Corvette that's not at the back is the man in second, Julian Familiaris. Oh, De Matteo had a big look. The louder cars machine looking up the inside, trying to find a way through there on that Cafe 9 Automotive and Mobil 1 Chevy Lumina. Dive on the inside. Where is Mackie Adlam gone? Adlam's gone missing. Mackie Adlam's gone missing in the background. Just see Rudy Barnard all on his own sim. Then it's the N4 Autocraft car. Then Antoine Marks. Adlam's got some problems. The champion doesn't look like he's going to be finishing the last race of the season. Although that doesn't worry about his championship. He still wraps up his 6th title 3 races ago, in fact. As they come out. There he is, pulling into pit lane. The Mobil 1 grid Ford Falcon into the pit lane and retiring our overall champion for 2022. Right, so everybody on track now. It's up for grabs. Green flags up towards turn number 5, and that's the reason. Oh, Wolford out! Terry Wolford out. That is huge for this championship. Terry Wolford could potentially have spoiled his championship there. Is it a front flat by the looks of things on the left-hand side of that car? Wolford's got some problems. Familiaris now diving on the inside, looking for second place in the championship. He gets on the inside. Familiaris in with a chance now. He won't know Wolford's out just yet. But if the pit boards were showing him anything, they would have told him. Wolford out. Reeb, Wolford and Familiaris were fighting for second. Terry Wolford with some smoke down their back straight away. I think it might be the front left there, Paul. Just getting information passed on to me as they go past Alki Kampan in the Mustang. It looked like that front left on the Fuchs Ford was flat. Alliteration aside, and what a pity there for him. Let's see if it's Familiaris who can hang on. Familiaris in the Corvette has been spectacular in race 2 and race 3 format of this racing series. Warren Lombard looks like he doesn't have an answer here as the Jet Corvette comes onto the back straight. Larry Wolford at the wheel. He's down in 8th place. Heading up to the top of the hill. Here they come, or back down I should say, into GNH Transport Corner, the 2 leaders. Lombard onto the back of Familiaris, but Familiaris seems to be pulling away ever so slightly there from Warren Lombard. Lombard wanted this victory badly. He wanted to turn his luck around at the circuit, as he did in the SATT at the beginning of the season. He started the race season with a win at Zwartkops. He wanted to end it with a similar victory. Alki Kampan pulling the Mustang in as well. Problems there for that big Mustang of Alki Kampan and out of race 2. So it's up to Lombard now to catch Familiaris. Jules pulling away slightly. You can see that he's got some pace. It's 1.2 seconds up the road that Familiaris has been able to pull now over Warren Lombard. Lombard's not going to give it up. 102.5s from Familiaris, 103.4s from Lombard. He's about a second quicker. Makes it very, very difficult to catch a car that's a second quicker than you. De Matteo up to 3rd. He's squeezed out Thomas Reeb. Made his way back into the top 3 overall, looking for a podium here in his final race of 2022. One of the longest standing competitors in this category. He's raced in every single season of the V8 Supercars, and a couple before that even in the modified saloons as they were known. So definitely one of the longest standing competitors in this category. Sits in 3rd place, the Italian stallion Franco De Matteo. Tinko's and 20 Marks doing a superb job there for 7th. A little bit of smoke coming off that back right. I wonder if that's a bit of brake or tyre rub on the bodywork, or is it something more terminal? keep an eye on that. Lombard for Pep Boys Automotive in second. Can he keep it all together now and possibly spoil the day here for Julian Familiaris? Is he going to be able to hang on? This is going to be real tight between the two of them. Di Matteo looking to close him down in the background. I don't think Franco Di Matteo's got enough time to catch his stablemate with 3 to go. We got Di Matteo racing 1, 2 and 3 on track at the moment, with Julian Familiaris, Warren Lombard and Franco Di Matteo. In fact, it's 1, 2, 3 and 4, because you got Thomas Reed there as well. So the first 4 cars are prepped and put together by that man in 3rd place, Franco Di Matteo. That's incredible stuff. Great finish to the season there for the Di Matteo Racing stable. Coming up on Steve Herbst. Familiaris gets through, no problems there for him. Herbst will probably see Lombard coming along for the ride, give him some room. Yes, he does. Great driving there from Stevie Herbst. Allow Lombard through, not into the battle for 1st and 2nd as they go back into Kenwood once again. Left-hand flick down the hill towards G&H Transport Corner. Once again, Di Matteo closing down. Reeb maintaining the gap between himself and Barnard. Rudy Barnard round the outside. In Mackie Adlam's Adlam Auto Jaguar, the championship winning car. Having an opportunity of note here to run in that championship winning car, courtesy of his good friend. Onto the brakes. Down into turn 2 they go. What a debut here from Rudy Barnard as well. If this is the kind of pace he can run in a V8 Supercar, I'm sure he'll be looking to get hold of one to put it into some livery for next year to join this pack of V8 Supercars. Lombard with a lap and a half to go. Doesn't look like he's got an answer to Familiaris. It's up to 2 seconds. In fact, it's just over 2 seconds between the lead car of Julian Familiaris and Warren Lombard. And if Familiaris can take this victory, he may secure 2nd place in the championship. Familiaris is certainly looking for that 2nd place. That's why he wanted the victory. Lombard wanted the victory as well. Di Matteo just looking to turn his luck around after race 2 didn't quite go according to plan. And the Cafe 9 Automotive and Di Matteo Racing Mobil 1 Chevy Lumina looks for 4th with Thomas Reeve at the wheel. Late and smooth as silk there from Familiaris. Jules has had a spectacular run here in the last time of asking for 2022. Instrumentation machine going through there. The Pry Instrumentation Corvette stays ahead and continues his fight for what is going to be 9th place on track. Familiaris to the top of the hill for the last time. Onto the brakes and into turn 5. No issues by the looks of it. And it's plain sailing to the line here. Julian Familiaris with this victory should secure 2nd in the championship. And potentially that is going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4 for Di Matteo Racing in the final race of the season. Julian Familiaris comes through. He wins out over Warren Lombard, Franco Di Matteo and Thomas Reeb. Yep, Reeb just getting ahead there. Stays just ahead of the championship winning car with Rudy Barnard at the wheel. JP Nokia will finish in 6th place for N4 Autocraft in the Corvette. And then Tony Marks for Tinko will be finishing up there. A great drive from his point of view. That's a real nice one. Thank you, Ian Pepper. Just a shout out there from Ian Pepper's point of view. He's at the circuit watching from the sidelines. Probably watching us as well from our live stream feed. Julian Familiaris taking the win over Lombard and Di Matteo, Reeb and Barnard, JP Nokia and Tony Marks, Larry Wolford and Steve Herbst. But just a shout there from Ian Pepper. Congratulations to Terry Wolford and everybody involved in the V8 Supercar Championship Series. The cars look good, they're well prepped, and he wishes their series all the very best for 2023. I think Ian Pepper should go and buy a V8 Supercar. That's what I think. But up next, our final race of the day. It's Pabar Volkswagen Challenge Class B. So here we go for the final race of the day. Didn't think we were going to get to that. We started at 8 o'clock this morning. But beware, because look who's on pole position. The man who returns to racing here today, Ryan Thalay. Ryan Thalay ahead of Jacques Hayes. They've already had 2 huge incidents, those 2 drivers that are on the front row of Class B's second and final race of the day, and final race of Pabar Volkswagen Challenges season in 2022. It's going to be interesting to see what Anthony Pretorius and Steven Creel have to say about that. Creel dominated the first heat and lit up the track to get away from everybody in some trickier conditions. Bevan Williams and Francois Vancel will be there as well, looking to run at the front end as soon as they can. Mr. Bean making his way to the back there, our official COC, as they try to clear the grid here. As soon as we got a grid cleared, we will then go into the start procedure. Tholey, Hayes, Pretorius, Creel, Bevan Williams, Francois Vancel, Dr. Hannes Skip is your champion. He's in 7th place alongside Charisse Piazzamoso, Stelio Nusius, Tanay and Kube. And in the 6th row, it's Cruiser and De Beer, Ross Butt and Mohamed Karodia. There for Team Red Racing, and of course Karodia running in his usual logistics colours this weekend. Lights off and we're racing. Here we go. Down towards turn 1 for the last time. Well, not the last time in anger, but the last time of the day. The race has started. Hopefully it's the last race start of the day as well. You never know with Class B though. The action is absolutely electric. And Hayes hangs on. And as I say that, Pretorius is in the mix. Here we go. Tick that bucket list off because he's gone off into the kiddie litter. Kind of expected to see some kind of action into turn 2. And this time it's Anthony Pretorius who drops right to the back of the field now. That's a tough field to get through. 20 cars. Creel's already making his way up to the front end to get onto the inside of Hayes and squeezes him out into turn 4. Tholey just behind that. Bevan Williams looks like he might be up to 4th by the looks of things. Yes, he is. And then it's Francois Vancel as they lean up and head towards turn 5. Tholey late on the brakes, keeping Jacques Hayes. Tholey's got a lot of experience, but he's a bit rusty, and you can see running wide out of turn 5. 3 by 3, Charisse Vanderhaven in the mix, in the middle of Tanay and Kube. Inside comes Elna Cruiser. On the outside, of course, was Tanay and Kube. On the inside, looks like that was the Easy Parts car. Yeah, there was some big action between the 3 of them. Eventually, it is Charisse Piazzamuso who just gets ahead of that charge. And you can see it's not done and dusted yet there between Stelio and her. They're in for a fight, that's for sure. Here they come, back through turn 1, completing the first lap of 10. Down into turn 2, late braking coming out of Bevan Williams, trying to find a way to get up ahead. There's some problems there for the 199 car. Issues, unfortunately, for 199. Martin De Beer pulling into pit lane and out of the final race of the season. Steven Creel pulling away now, as he did in race 1. Hayes 2nd, Williams 3rd, Tholey 4, Francois Vancel is 5. Hannes Skippers is 6 as they go through into turn 4. Big move from Elna Cruiser, trying to find a way through there on Robbie Kasani. Kasani in the mix there as well. That was the second of those easy parts cars. Tanay and Kube just behind him. They were side by side with Charisse Vanderhaven now all over the back end of Dr. Hannes Skippers. Elna Cruiser looking for a way through on Robbie Kasani. Tanay and Kube looking to go with her. Down into turn 8. Here's a move from Williams. Williams late. Is he late enough to get through? Francois Vancel looking to try and squeeze out on his Skippers. Doesn't quite make it stick. Another lap done. 2 down, 8 to go. Everybody's starting to get into a bit of a rhythm now. Settling down ever so slightly here. I want to say ever so slightly because they never settle down in Class B. 20 cars going at it, and Jacques Hayes. Oh, here's the problem. Oh no, it's Anthony Pretorius, same car. Just a little bit closer to our camera position. Green flag, so still no overtaking allowed into turn 2 with Pretorius's bucket list Polo still on the outside of turn 2. Charisse Piazzamuso diving on the inside of Stelio. There you go. Eventually Pretorius being helped out of the way and behind the barriers by the marshals. They've done an incredible job here today. A couple of our marshals here from the Zwartkops / Kyle Army / Red Star team have been invited to go to the final round of the Formula 1 Grand Prix to go and see how it all works from a marshalling point of view. So we wish them all the very best. they're going to enjoy themselves there in Abu Dhabi. Remember, we got some race action tomorrow night, though, from the Formula One side of things in Brazil. Still to be sorted out. And the sprint race tonight, yes, of course. So, action all weekend. We also got some raga. Yeah, we got some rugby to sort out tonight as well. See if the Frenchies can take on the Boca. In fact, as I say that, I better go and have a quick squiz as to how things are standing in that rugby championship as well, because it's been a fantastic one so far. Great action here from Thole. Oh, big look from Thole into turn 4. He had a big look there. Didn't quite make it stick, but certainly in with a chance of spoiling the day there. And it looks like he's going to go for it again. Up towards the top of the hill, looking to get through there on Bevan Williams. Ryan Thole, as I said, a welcome return here to racing for Thole. He's been out of it for a long time. Oh, a massive one! A massive one down into turn 4. 4 cars involved. Ferro, Robbie Cassani. Oh. So a couple of cars involved in that one. Ferro is stuck on the inside or outside of turn 4 there with the front wheel completely off the car. Possibilities of a safety car here. Even, I hate to say it, a possibility of a red flag. We'll wait and see what happens with that, though. They continue racing until the COC makes that call. Leaders heading down towards turn 2. Steven Kriel continues to lead things out over Williams. Williams, here comes into pit lane. Is that Stelio? Yes, it is. Stelio. Nusios into pit lane. Ferro getting out the car. Going to go and get behind the barrier. Hopefully stay out of trouble. As Mo Carodio comes through there. Was he one of the cars involved? I think he might have been. They've gone through turn 4. They've kept it under double yellows. And they're probably going to see that car on the outside. Change up for second. Good move here from Ryan Thole. Thole, Creel, Atkinson, Voldy Monkeys. That was the usual contenders only about 10 seasons ago in Volkswagen Challenge. Thole's been out of action for a long time, but he's back into it and right to the front again in second place. Bit of help out there from Motul by the looks of things on that car as he goes into turn 8. Easy parts car of Ross Butt. Now looking to get, gets a little bit out of shape there in the background. Not Butt, Jacques Hayes behind him. Hayes just hanging on to the back end, looking to try and run the same kind of pace as Ross Butt is doing there for 5th place. Hayes in 6, Francois Vincel in 7. Charisse Piazzamusso in 8, ahead of Elna Cruiser and Tanae Gube. Big fight on here between the two ladies. Elna Cruiser's closed onto the back end there of Piazzamusso. Hot 1027 Racing Polo in the top 10 for Class B. Top 10 in Class B is no easy feat. You've got to know what you're doing in a race car to stay in the hunt here with these ladies and gentlemen. The debris either side of the track as well after that big incident. Fantastic race action as always in this category. Class B just turning out to be even more of the same. As they're coming to the closing stages now of this race day, we got 4 laps to go. Williams under pressure from the champion. Hannes Skippers looking to try and get back onto the podium overall. That's what he's looking to try and do here. If he can do it, that's exactly how he'd like to be finishing up his season. Oh, here's a move from Elna. Looking dangerous into turn 4. Cruiser and Piazzamusso, the two ladies side by side. Wing mirror to the top of the hill as they head up towards turn 5. Charisse with a slight advantage, but Elna's got the inside line. And is good on the brakes there with that ATE brakes car. ATE brakes car there, just outbraking the Hot 1027 racing machine of Piazza Musso. They stay side by side. Charisse is not giving this up without a fight. She'll have the inside line again, heading down towards turn 8. And now heading towards turn 8, that inside line gives her the opportunity to get through and just maintain that position. Only just, with 3 to go. It's going to be a fantastic finish between these two ladies if they keep at it for the next 3 laps. It's not all over, that's for sure, in Class B. Cruiser. And here comes Hannah Skeepers onto the back end of Williams. Dane Fern Dental Services car taking on that customs machine of Williams. Williams goes defensive, Bevan hanging onto the inside line, forcing the dock around the outside. Ram Customs car hanging on for now, but only just. How does he hang on as he's put under pressure big time there? Skipper's checking the block on that car as he comes into turn number 7. Down the hill, Brian Thalay trying to close onto the back end of Stian Kriel. I think Kriel's got enough in hand here to keep him out with 2 to go. 2 laps of race action to go. Is that Williams running wide? It was! Bevan Williams ran wide out of turn 8. Williams running wide, and Hannah Skipper's had to come out of it ever so slightly. That's giving him a chance for Russ Butt to squeeze through. Has Butt got ahead? Yes, he has. Ross Butt just getting ahead there of Hannah Skipper's. The Easy Parts Polo just finding a line as Hannah's had to come out of it ever so slightly with the wide line and off-track excursion for Bevan Williams. He's managed to stay just ahead of Jacques Hayes. What's happened here? This is a bit further back. Mo Carodia, Fast Motorsport doing a super job. Ryan Thalay with 1.5 laps to go. 1.5 laps to go. He's closing on Stian Kriel. Down to 1.6 seconds. Is there enough time here for him to possibly steal a victory on return? Thalay's trying hard. Ryan Thalay would love to take a victory on his return to motorsport. Stian Kriel is going to make it very difficult for him though. He is pushing exceptionally hard here. There's 1.6 seconds on the last pass as they started the penultimate lap. What has it got to now as they come to start the final one? Skipper's on the inside of Butt and squeezes through. Hannah Skippers gets up into 3rd place. Thalay is right there. Look at that. Absolutely nothing in it between Stian Kriel and Ryan Thalay. We've seen that in the past. It's under a second. Thalay into turn 2, under a second behind Stian Kriel. Putting the pressure onto the man who's had a championship in this category. Both of those cars and both those drivers, of course, have had championships in this category in their careers. Thalay onto the back straight, closing in rapidly now. Lights ablaze, warning Kriel of his intentions. Oh, the two of them running high and wide, carrying every bit of corner speed they can through turn 4. Into turn 5, late braking from the Mobil car there in 2nd. Is it enough? Will Thalay be able to close that gap down and have a go into turn 8? It's the only opportunity he's got left. I think Stian Kriel's got enough though. Stian Kriel could hang on here for the victory. I think he's going to. Only just, but he's going to. Stian Kriel looking for 2 out of 2. Ryan Thalay, what a turnaround. After going off track on numerous occasions in the wet, he comes back in the drive for a 2nd place on his return to championship racing in Volkswagen Challenge. What a finish there to Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. Bevan Williams looks like he's going to hang on to beat out. Yes, only just beating out Jacques Hayes. But it's a 2nd and 3rd place battle, or the 3rd place battle we want to pick up on as well. I think it is going to be Ross Butt hanging on ahead of Hannah Skippers. It was Williams and Meyer and Hayes for 5 and 6, and then Francois Van Zel in 7th. As the rest of the pack come through there, that is Tanay and Kube. And nice to see that car returning to the track. And looks like we also got Adrian de Beer coming through there. He'll be finishing up just outside the top 10 in 13th place with Mitch Kutsia in 14th. So there you have it. Stian Kriel, Ryan Thalay, Ross Butt, Hannah Skippers and Bevan Williams. Your top 5 in race 2 of Pabar Volkswagen Challenge. What an incredible day's racing, and some superb action as always to finish off the day here at Zwartkops. Francois Van Zyl just behind them, and then it's Charisse Piazzamussa winning out the ladies, beating Elna Cruiser to the line for 8 and 9, and Tanay Nkube in 10th place beats out Mocha Rodia, Lindsay Kleur, Adrian de Beer, and Mitch Kutsia for the top 14. And that wraps up our day's racing here at Zwartkops. An amazing day's racing. A massive thanks going out, of course, to our marshals and medics, to race control, and all of our COCs for keeping us up to date, and of course bringing us back on time to finish up just a couple of minutes over the scheduled finish of the day. The entire Zwartkops team for a fantastic 2022 season. Massive thanks to Tanya and everybody around the country, and all the circuits that we visited around the country at both regional and national championship level. To our team here behind the scenes, 2 wheels and up to 60 seconds, Dave and Paul, and of course down in pit lane, Lawrence and the camera crew, Claudio, and all of our camera crew around the circuit as well. Massive thanks to them for sticking it out in some treacherous conditions out there today to bring you all the action. To all our category sponsors, team and individual sponsors, and of course the most important people out there, you guys watching us on the live stream and live here at the circuit. Friends, fans and family of the Extreme Festival, it has been fantastic to bring you all this action. Remember, Brunch Run 20th of November, 11th of December. Passion for Speed Festival is on the 27th to 29th of January. We come here for the first Regional Extreme Festival on the 18th of February. The Inland Championships make their way here on the 11th of March. And National Extreme Festival makes its way back to Zwartkops for round